gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back, and let's get some proper tunes a-going, y'all. No more intro song here. You made it to another stream, baby. Let me turn this down a smidge, more than a smidge. That's very loud. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Legion Expansion Week, and you made it to another stream, baby. Yeah. How we doing? Good to see you. Is it outro time already? Well, I hope not. Forever. How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Say it back. Good morning. Say it back. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. I had to run upstairs to get my coffee. You ever have one of those mornings where you're like just on fire, and then you realize that, oh, you like yawn mid-task, you know? And you're like, oh, I haven't had my black coffee yet. Hello from work. God bless your graph. It's good to see everybody. Oh, 70 and Archon, how we doing? Stan, Wendell, good to see you. Johan, Bron, Graf, Zalid, Forever, Nico, Forever again. What's up, everybody coming in? Sileth, y'all are saying this. Hello, it's just everybody is here today. I love a Dr. BBQ Optical Bubble. Nico, how are we doing today? Here's, bro's name is Here's Johnny. There it is. There it is. Brad, Never, Warling, it's good to see you, Warling. How are we doing today? Maori, Dr. BBQ, George, I'm going to keep saying your names because you kept on typing. I love to see a plural. How we doing today? Good morning. There's so many more chats, y'all. It's incredible. Good morning, Lawsol. How we doing? Lemon, how are we doing today? Ming, good morning. Today, chat, special. I saw that, Warling. My indie people were talking about it. Okay, so today, obviously, we have some special stuff. We're going to talk about this in just a moment. Don't you worry about that. That's another upgrade we have. Legion expansion's here, y'all. We had some fantastic stuff. The Barbaroga has not been made yet. Some discourse over the 25 billion ISK buy order would make it a very expensive Marauder. Obviously, that's not going to be its price normally. Why this is happening is because it's never actually hit the market yet in Jeddah. This will be the first one to buy, yes. Now, Marauders typically, as you know, a Kronos or something similar is going to go for about $1 billion. It goes between like 1.1, 1.5. It's been holding around 1.3 for a long time, a long time. Even the Varger, excuse me, chat. I just had breakfast, so it's come back to buy me. Still going for 1.3. The Barbaroga is a more expensive to make. So we were expecting it to come in at around 10 to 11 billion. It looks like that's the normal buy orders. Then we have one for 25 billion showing up. Just a lot. Is it rated to Barbarossa? I don't think so. I don't think so. Vind coming in with the $5 super chat. Bless you, my friend. Good to see you, Vind. How are we doing? Lemon character. I love how it says lemon character because it's literally lemon. Doing shoulder shimmy dance. It literally says, Vind, I know that you're doing like a guy that does a dance, but I see the text and it says lemon character doing shoulder shimmy dance moves. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Vind. Let's go. 5 bones coming in from Vind. Thank you very much, Vind. It's good to see you, Vind. How we doing today? Also, we got a Narcon coming in, tier 1. Out of your mind for 4 months, baby. Yeah, Narcon. Thanks for that, my friend. It's good to have you today. How we doing today, everybody? Good to see you. This is not gonna stay, is what I'm trying to say, y'all. Okay. Yeah, the prices are spiking because the matte prices are also spiking. Correct. Because it hasn't hit the market yet. Once it hits the market, we'll be good to go. I know, Vind, isn't that funny? We'll be super good to go. All of these mats, my indie guys, I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I have three of these coming in on the books. I have 3 that are getting given to me. We'll see. We'll get it done. Yo, thanks for Mr. S coming in, gifting 5 memberships to the Inner Sanctum over on YouTube. Incredible stuff. Enjoy your memberships to the Inner Sanctum on the tube. Thank you very much for that, S. Appreciate you bringing the hype this early in the morning, Vind. God bless you, brother. That's right. That's right, brother. This is incredible amounts of spike. Okay. We're talking the maths when it was announced went from like 38K to 44K. And now on the day, it was like 0.49, and then it's back up again to, look at this. Look at how much more this is. Are you seeing this? 200,000. We're at like 6x the normal price. This is how it goes. So what can you learn from this, y'all? What can you learn from these things? Well, when the devs, and we try to do this in all of our videos, when the devs announce a ship, you can, and we don't know yet what makes it, right? you can kind of look at what makes the previous ones and do some extrapolation. So the Barbaroga is a Tech 1 Leshak, or Barbaroga is a Tech 2 Leshak. So it's fair to say that these materials would be used to make the Barbaroga. You could also look at what other ships are like to be able to see if there's a correlation you can make. So if we go to the Kronos, okay, I don't know why it's doing ships and ship skins. This is a little bit laggy today, developers. It's okay. New patch. You can see the Kronos takes all of these materials. Okay, it's reasonable to say that the Barbaroga would take similar materials. So if we go to the Barbaroga, we can see that we have all these Triglavian salvage instead of the Kronos has all of these other different kinds of salvage. So you can kind of assume, maybe you think, oh, I'll buy up some of these and just in case Barbarogas are made with these. But you can also say, oh, it's a Triglavian ship. What other Tech 2 Triglavian ships are there? Can I look to see what the developers have done in the past and see if I can do some what's called speculation, where you buy things ahead of time without full understanding or knowledge to see. You can see the Nurgle takes these items. Does the Barbaroga take those items? Okay, not all of them. Oh yeah, all of them it seems. So you can use this as a way to like think about what to do in the future. So the next time there's an Eve expansion, and I don't know if they do I don't know if they do a Tech 2 Dracovic. You want to be buying up these items when they announce after the prices kind of go down and see what's up. So that way you can make a pretty penny and get stuff done. So I have 3 Barbarogas coming to me. I'm buying them from my Corp first. And as all of you know, one of you is getting a Barbaroga. One of you is getting a Barbaroga. Okay. One of you is going to get one of these ships. You can get one of these ships, of course. Here we go. For this, no shut. Anyone put up contracts? No. There's the BPCs are going for 20 million-esque when I looked yesterday. The BPCs, not the actual thing. I am giving away a Barbaroga to one of you. Tony Bloke, thanks for the biddies. Thanks for that, Tony Bloke. Appreciate it. Okay. I'm giving away a Barbaroga to one of you. Go watch this video to see how. Okay, do you want to get a 10 billion-esque Marauder? Go watch our new video on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, exactly, Johnny, correct. It would never be 25 million. If you saw that, it's probably a scam and they would get Plex from you too. And in fact, let's look at this, because this happens every single time in EVE, and it's just something that you have to see. Let's go to find and contracts Barbaroga. None? Wow. Okay. I guess people are wise to this and they're not doing stuff. I took out, there it is. Oh, this is the blueprint copy, excuse me. Yeah, see how the blueprint copy for the Barbaroga is 150 million. This is another thing you can do to prep for a launch like this. Let's say you don't have the ISK to be able to make the actual Barbaroga. You can make ISK on launch week. Specifically, a lot more on launch week, like many standard deviations ahead. This is gonna settle at much less than 150 million for the BPC, right? What you can do is you can, instead of making the Barbaroga, you can make the Barbaroga blueprint. And you can invent this via you buy Leshak blueprints, and then you get enough materials to invent it on the day. Mitsubishi materials. And then you'll be able to sell the blueprint instead of the actual thing itself. So this is a very common thing, like 150 million for 2 runs. Really good efficiency on the time, and this is pretty good. So I would love a T2 Zernitra. That would be freaking awesome. Your PICers rocks. I'm on day 3, episode 3. Yes. Yeah, you made your investment back. That's what I'm saying. Boom. It's so funny. Boom Shroom, massive 07 to you, chat. Really awesome Boom Shroom that you're following the guides, you're having a good time with it. Because I did my first video in high sec. Okay. My first PI video, I made 400 million ISK a month in high sec. People were like, not real. It is though. It is though. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you. EVE Legion expansion is here. Are there any other patch notes? Is there anything else we have to look at today? We're going to be looking at 2 games today, EVE and Dune Awakening. Yes, we're going to look at both. EVE is going to be the primary focus today because of Legion launch, but as you know, we are going to be covering Dune Awakening as well. Any kind of differences, let me go here just to be able to see if we can see it better. So just some quick updates today. There's always going to be these kind of day after patches. Freelance jobs can now be duplicated. Okay, history tab for admins. This is great because one of the #1 things I saw from freelancing jobs is that there was not, it was very, very manual. So now there's a way for you to just like, hey, cancel it out. Can y'all see me when it's here? Let me zoom it in a little bit. Is this, which one do y'all like better? Do you like the big view or do you like the kind of windowed view? Type 1 if you like big view, type 2 if you like windowed view better. 1 for this view, 2 for this view. Which one do you guys like? You guys like 1 better? Okay, it sounds all right. So, because I didn't want to like be in the way, because like that, all of this is just like wasted real estate. Come on. I understand why it is because it's optimized for mobile. I understand it. I get it. But it's still like, I'm a React streamer. Come on. Come on. If it's windowed, is zoomed the better, I think? 1 is better? Okay, so a bunch of you like 1. Okay, cool. So thank you. Thank you, especially when we're reading text, right? So freelance jobs are better now. Coverage limit per loss. Very interesting. The map is show all versus hide all. Now we got some new maps up. We're going to cover the map today. We're going to go over. We're going to explore it together. And we also have better stuff for the Air Career Program. Really, really cool. Introducing an Omega reward track. Omega rewards you with a double skill point rewards, both graduation and rewards career path. Interesting. Players can previously claim ACP rewards, automatically receive bonus, blah, blah, blah. So what is that? I do know that they've added like an Omega window to the game to let you see like your Omega status, whatever the heck. I think it's kind of cool. But I don't think it should be on, it's this, and my production makes it kind of, you know, off to the side for y'all. I think this is cool. They put it in game. They made it obvious, you know, instead of all the other stuff. Go to the Air tab in the Air Career Program. Sure, sure. That's not, is that in the Opportunities tab? Air Career Program. Let's see it. Bro, did I just get a bunch of skill points? Is that what's happening right now? Are you telling me that I just got like free a crap ton of skill points? Sure. Oh, because there's an Omega version. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, chat. Yo, that's big. There's an, this is a large change to the game. And the fact they made it retroactive. Yo, CCPW. Holy crap, this is a big W for Omegas. Huge. Because now we just get free skill points. It's bound to the character. That makes total sense because that character did it. How much did I just get? 750,000 skill points. Chat, I need how much of my Marauders 5 skill is this gonna push? 13 days on my Marauders 5 skill point. This is I'm gonna do that because I want Marauders 5, especially with all this stuff coming in. This, by the way, what you just saw is what I recommend you do with these kind of skill points when you're a large skill point person like I am. I have 160 million skill points almost. I train my easier to train skills, quotes, and I use the skill point dumps on the larger thing. So I just saved 13 days with Marauders 5. Great, really, really awesome. Thank you, CCP. Really good. Jack, can we get some 07s for CCP games with this Air Career Program, adding in an Omega track? This is really great. It gives a really awesome stuff. There's free skill points for us that if we played the game long enough, how many of your characters just got free 750,000 skill points? Most of them. Most of them. New ship unlocked? What did I unlock? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've unlocked the Barbaroga. I've unlocked the Barbaroga, yes. Yes, excellent. Did I unlock a Scimitar Marauder? I didn't. What do you mean I didn't have this one? I've had this one for a long time. It must have been a bug because I've been able to fly the Varga for literal a very long time. Okay, so weekend pack just got way more attractive. I'm gonna have to make a guide on this. Oh my god. Okay. Let's make a short right now. Okay. Let's make a short right now because everyone say hi YouTube. Okay. Let's just make a short. Ladies and gentlemen, there's free Omega in the NES right now if you're an EVE Online player. Yes, free Omega, but don't claim it right now. We've got a couple tips and tricks for you to maximize this, to be able to make sure that you get the best bang for your buck. Let's dive in. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing is the Air Career Program, as I just found out live on stream, has had a retroactive update. Yes, you can see I got 750,000 skill points on this character because I've used the Air Career Program to its maximum on this character. There's now an Omega reward track, okay? So if you have Omega, you log into your character and get a free 750,000 skill points. That's what this is. It's very attractive, very awesome, literally for free, but we're not done yet. Let's check out the NES to show you something as well, okay? You all know about the Legion expansion login rewards that are happening right now. This is 14 days of stuff. The Omega reward track on the bottom is just for Omegas. And if you're an Alpha, you're SOL, right? No, you can actually get the Omega rewards if you're an Alpha. Here's how. So in the NES store, the first thing you have to do is you actually have to sign in and claim all of these every single day. You literally have to sign in 14 days and sign in to get this stuff. It's very worth it because we're talking about over 500,000 skill points, another 500,000 skill points if you do this, not to mention some sick looking Skinner stuff. Very excited for it. In the NES, let me move my production over so y'all can see this better. In the NES, I have to log into another account. Pause. We have to log in to another account to see it because my main I've already done it in, I think. Yes? Yeah, let me log into this account, actually. Okay. We're going to pause video, pause production. We're going to show y'all. This is important. If there's some new players in chat, they're not going to know how to do this. If you've been here a lot, then you have seen that a lot of times on the expansions, what the devs will do is they'll make it so in the NES store, there's a free couple days of Omega. And if you just claim it, you're actually wasting your money and your times. Let me show you what I mean once we're actually logged in here. So, okay. I think this character is my alts that we've shown before. This is my industry alts. Let's check out the NES right here. Okay. So, all right. So in the NES store, you're going to have this free skill points if you're Omega. Let's ignore that for right now. There's this Plex gift that's right here. This is 0 money for 10 Plex. Okay. For 10 Plex. This is 0 money for 10 Plex. What they've done also is you can get 10 days of Omega. And let's change the color on this so you can see it better. Okay. Let's do, is blue better? Let's do blue. Yeah, let's do, you can, okay, so let's do this one. You can get 10 days Omega for, let me back up here, chat. You can get 7 days Omega for 10 Plex. So with these two combined, you want to wait to claim the Omega. You can claim the Plex today. All right, you can do that literally right now. But you want to wait to claim the Omega until the reward track is mostly done. So we're on one of my industry alts here. Let me open up the reward track here. You can see that the reward track is 14 days and the Omega is 3 days. So you want to wait till day 11 of the reward track to claim this. Now, does it say when this is claimable till? I see this little dot. Does it say when this is claimable till? I don't see a end date for this. Can someone in chat confirm? Is it June 3rd? June 3rd. Okay, so on June 3rd. All right, so we have confirmation in chat that you can claim this 7 days Omega with 10 Plex up till June 3rd. Now, typically that means you can claim it end of day June 3rd, but just to be safe, maybe claim it June 2nd and, just see about it. If you want to chance it, you can do June 3rd, but if you want to be safe, you can claim this on June 2nd. So this trick lets you retroactively get all of the Omega benefits on the Legion and really any expansion reward track on all of your alphas, and you can do this for free. Okay, this does not cost you something. This does not get you something, cost you any money. You can normally do this if you go to the Marquee store and you find weekend fleet packs. So this is another avenue to do this, but this one is going to cost you a little bit of coin. This is 4 bones, okay? See, and guys, this is what I keep telling you. You're not listening in Twitch chat, okay? I'm going to show this because you guys aren't listening. Some of you are saying it's not free. It costs 10 Plex. Let me rewind. This won't be in the video, but you need to listen, chat, okay? There's a Plex gift in the NES for 10 Plex. This is free. Claim this. Then you get 7 days Omega with the 10 Plex you just got, okay? It's not free if you're an alpha. The 10 Plex isn't free. The 10 Plex Omega only. Oh, this whole video just got scrapped, chat. All right. So bad news. Bad news. So the 10 Plex is Omega only. Okay. All right. Let's back up then to go what I was. Thank you for correcting me, chat. I was wrong. You were right. I will admit my faults. Let's do this instead. Let's do this instead. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want the reward track, you can go over to Marquee store and use the fleet pack, and for 4 bones, just $4, you can get the full Omega reward track on the Legion expansion without having to go spend like $20, okay? This gets you Omega for 3 days. You get 50 Plex with it too. Really, really cool. Awesome. Fantastic stuff. Thank you for that. And you can use the Weekend Fleet Pack to redeem it on your characters to retroactively go get the stuff. Makes sense, chat. I was literally wrong. I thought I thought the 10 Plex. I was, chat, I will admit if I am incorrect, okay? I was wrong and y'all were right. So the actual strategy, if you want a full 14 days reward track on your Omega, is you log in every single day, okay, to claim all the stuff on your alphas. Then you head to the Marquee store and get the Weekend Fleet Pack for $4. It's just $4. And if you use my code or whatever your favorite creator's code is, I don't really care. Choose your favorite creator. Then you get it for even cheaper. My code is LORU. It's a little discount, chat, but it's the same thing you're already buying for less money. So you might as well get it. This is the strategy to be able to, thank you, Marky. This is the strategy to be able to, anytime there's an expansion, you can get the full reward track for literally $4 on all of your alpha alts, because a lot of us have alpha alts that we're doing stuff. I hope that helps. Enjoy it and get it in. Thanks very much for that, y'all. Chat, we're going to not do the part of that I was wrong, Lyra. Because thank you for correcting me, chat. I got a little snooty with you, and I apologize. This Plex is Omegas only. I didn't know that. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me, chat. Yo, Joe Lost coming in. Sorry, Joe, I was in the middle of a thing. Joe, welcome in with the spicy raid, baby. How we doing, Joe? It's good to see ya. How are you doing, Joe? Welcome in. You're a recent streamer, correct? Recent streamer, I think. Good to see you, Joe. How are things doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the spicy raid. Good to see it. We were showing the people how to get the most out of this reward track, because it's not a well-known thing that you can use. You can use the Weekend Fleet Pack, and I was wrong. I thought the Omega that you got was for everybody. Looks like it's just Omegas only. Either way, you can still use the Weekend Fleet Pack to get the full reward track and get it done. Gustav, chat. We need some 07s in chat for Gustav. Gustav showed up, was featured in our recent Bob Baroga video with his awesome Shield Pulsar Bob Baroga fit. Gustav, it's good to see you. I'm going to shout out both Gustav and Joe Lost in just a moment. Let me, I need some coffee, chat. It's about the time. Gustav, thank you for that. You know, my least favorite thing is opening up Twitch and hearing my own voice. It's not my favorite. Get out of here. Okay, so Gustav and Claire Skirt Bong. I still haven't played that. I know it's going to be it's probably going to win Game of the Year. Probably is. I just don't have time. You know what I'm saying? Can we pause? I have here a Colombian dark roast. Black coffee. No sugar. None of that, coffee mate poison. That's just like milk and chemicals and, just black Colombian coffee. And you know that moment where the coffee is just hot enough that it's like perfect temperature, where it's not warm, but it's not like scalding hot. It's that perfect hot. This is it. It's just good. It's just good. Thank you. It's just great. I love it. I love it so much. Just makes me happy, dude. Just makes me happy. There's something about a warm cup of coffee, just hot enough. It was perfect. Perfect. What's the meme? You know what I'm saying? Salty, thanks for the tier 1 out of your mind for 3 months. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Drink it cold. Drink it cold. Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Sorry, I got a little snooty with you. I apologize, because you were right. You were right. The Plex is for Omegas only. I was wrong, and you were right. I have sometimes, chat, the streamer is incorrect, and that is okay. I am man enough to admit when I am incorrect, and we will call it out. So thank you for correcting me. You got it. What's up, Raph? How are we doing? Raph, it's good to see you too. How we doing? We got all right, chat. I got a lot of shout outs to do right now. Yeah, definitely go follow Joe Lost. Following's free, ladies and gentlemen. Joe rated us. The spicy raid. Thanks for that. And then we also have, let me do this as well. Gustav was just featured in our recent video. Definitely go follow Gustav as well. Following's free. And Raph is a fellow e-partner as well. What's up, Raph? How are we doing? We got everybody in chat today. Every single person is in chat today. And we have a contract. Someone, listen, I don't need this. Akabe coming in, assigning me Crash. This is chat, that we don't do recreational drugas here. Okay, the only drugs I do increase my DPS. You know what I'm saying? So 69 is Akabe, your memes. are appreciated, but I will deny it. I will not accept it. I only do black coffee. Thank you very much. Omega 23 coming in.
Gifting many subs. Omega coming in, gifting 5 subs to the people. Yeah, good to see you, Omega. Thanks for the gifted subs.
Thanks for the hype, Omega.
And gifting a sub to Gustav as well, Omega. God bless you. Yes. Coming in, enjoy your
pancakes, everybody. All the subs here get pancakes. Very important. They're can I tell you about the pancakes that you get while we kind of queue up our next segment? All right, Chan. These are delicious banana protein walnut pancakes. Okay, I make these myself. All right, they have whey protein to keep you nice and strong. They have multiple bananas that are crushed up inside of them. We've got cinnamon, nutmeg, and we're gonna top it with not syrup. No, we're gonna top it with some peanut butter, just a light layer, and some honey. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Loru pancake special, which that sounds a little bit lewd. We're gonna have to come up with another name. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're gonna say DPS and tank drugs only. That's right, Harry. Correct about that. So, chat, Legion is here, and I'm super interested to check out a lot of the stuff coming down the pipe right now. Thanks for using my code. Bless you, my friend. Thanks for that. Agave also good, salty. A slept on is agave. Okay, yes. Dropping the recipe in chat. I will when I get like, I'm literally gonna make like a cooking channel at some point and just like, hey guys, here's the recipe that I do. Here's me cooking it. Boom, boom, and just do that. So. One half, it would be nice if freelance jobs tell me, oh, Tom, you have 1 out of 2. Filtering options, many of them are new players. I'm waiting for an option to show only jobs with players meet the requirements. That would be great. Let's look at the freelancing job stuff now, actually, because I haven't looked at it yet publicly with the people. So my first question is, how the heck do you find it? Is it in the opportunities tab? Let's look at this together, y'all. Let's look at this together. Is it in the opportunities tab? I'm going to, oh, geez Louise. Let's go. It's in air as well. Really? That's so interesting. Oh no, there's some freelance jobs here too. But this shows you all the freelance jobs, right? Look at this. Yep. So let's also look at the air. It's not in the air career program. No, it's in the opportunity tab. Yes. Okay, good. So here's all the freelance jobs. As you can see, we're there with the daily goals as well. CCP Games continuing to treat the opportunities tab like it's the what do you want to do right now area. Which I actually like this. I like this because there's 2 places you can find content in Eve. Easier than ever to find content. The first is the agency tab. That's this one. This is the like, show me something far away. You know, like it's everywhere tab, you know? And this is show me something close to me. Typically these are within a couple jumps. Looks like, yeah, this is all in Jeddah. And look at, let's see. I want to see some of these. I haven't seen some of these. I can't read. Urgent ice needed. Let's see this. We have expires in 90 days for ice. He wants to get 1,000 materials mined for that. Looks like it's 1 billion ISK. There's no way though, right? Oh, see, and look, they award 1 million ISK per unit. So you can get 1 billion ISK for ice. That's for the clear icicle. But you and I both know that these are probably worth more than that, right? Oh, of course, quite a lot of scams. Yes. Quite a lot of scams. Killing rats in Dodixie, right. Killing non-capsuleers in Amazon, right. There's a lot of this silly stuff definitely coming in here. For sure, there's going to be funny things. So you can accept this and then you have to go do it. I don't want to accept because I'm not going to go do it, okay? And I would like more filter options, as y'all have said. So you can click like, look, I want to do mining. Show me all the mining stuff. Mine Scordite for money. Read description. I can already tell you, read description. I don't meet age requirements. Available to capsuleers that are no more. What is this? Show me only new bros. I will scam you if you are new. That's what this says. Okay. Join rookie freelancers. Is this might be a giant scam, chat. It says, I want 100 million units of Scordite, and I will give you 10 pieces of ISK per unit. Where's my market? Let's see if this is actually a good deal or not, because if this is a good Samaritan, I'm about to be very happy with this. So no. Okay. Actual scam. Okay. Because look, Scordite is going for 20, 24, 30, right? It's not buying the Scordite. It's only the payment on top. Oh crap. So, right. It's a good deal. Is it a good deal? Are we sure? How do I know if it's a good deal? It's hard to read. So it says I can mine 500,000 materials and it'll give me 5 million ISK. and there's 10 ISK per unit. They're only paying to mine. At the moment, you can't give in mined items. You can just mine for yourself. They're paying you to mine it. Oh, I see. I understood as I'm handing the Scordite to this person. Yes? If they just mine the Scordite, they just get the money and they keep the Scordite. This is extra money. Not a scam. Sick. Very awesome. Never mind. Listen, I was speaking bad things to you, Christian. This is a massive 07 to you, my friend. You've put up a literal handing ISK to people. Why would you want that job? Because if you're new, this is really good. If you're a new person, this is really cool. This is really good for people. So some people want to help newbies. I love this. Love this. So, right, the scan, as a lot of people say, do it in Amazon. Right, exactly. This is do it everywhere. So, yes, I want to help you. You know, so here's what we're going to do. Christian, 15 years, new player. Wow, look at this W. Look at the size of this W. New and old players. I thought this was a scam. It is not. Oh my God. My allergies just started attacking me, chat. Hope I muted that in time. I just sneezed so loud, it would wake my ancestors up, dude. Oh my gosh. Whew. I literally, you ever like feel it just coming on? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Baba Roga, Bellum, what's up, dude? I got one coming. Al's is making me a couple. And I think I'm gonna buy one from Lucky too, so I'm trying to keep it in the alliance, right? And give the ISK to the good people. Look at this. Click this Eve online recruitment to become a recruit. Oh, sure, he's getting his 1 million. Sure. Works for new accounts. Fine, fair enough. Join the chat for freelancing info. Look, this is really cool. This guy made a freelancing contract that I thought initially was a big scam because I thought it was you're paying 10 ISK to pay him for Scordite. That would have been a scam because Scordite's worth double. But he's not. He's literally just saying keep your items and you get extra ISK on top of it if you're a brand new account, literally 14 days old. Here's what we're gonna do. This guy, Christian. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna spread it around. Okay, listen. Thanks for helping New Bros 07. How much was this for? How much did he do here? How much is this for? Is this 100 million ISK? We're gonna recoup his costs right now. We're gonna give him 100 million ISK and just say, hey, enjoy it, dude. Is it $1 billion? I'm gonna give him 100 million because I have to buy a Barbaroga. You know, so I'm gonna give him 100 million ISK. I can't read and I didn't finish college, so we're gonna start there. Thanks for helping the new bros out, my friend. That's pretty cool. We like to see that. Okay, thank you for that very, very much. So, y'all, that's really cool. Freelance jobs. So let's say I want to go do a freelance job. I want to see what we can do. And I want to mine, sort by number of jumps, time remaining. Yeah, this needs, so listen. I agree 100% with we need more filter options for this. Because if I'm in Jitta and I want to go do some indie, let's say, okay. Mine Veldspar for money, read description. It's that same guy. And this is like, hey, I want to recruit you. I want to be able to like mine stuff in a certain area. There needs to be a filter by area, right? There needs to be a filter by where it is. And I would love some kind of, maybe filter by number of jumps. I know there's a sort by number of jumps, but if you can just set something to be like all of Eve, you know, then the sort doesn't really matter. Okay. You can only accept 3 jobs. All right, cool. All right. What's up? Sicarithus. Sicar. I can't read your name, dude. My dyslexia is killing me here. I'm gonna call you Sicker. That sounds kind of bad somehow. Sicarius. That's what I'm gonna call you. Sicarius. Bless you, my friend. Reached one of my goals, getting my first Dreadnought. I've been playing since 2010. Yo! Well done, my friend. Hey, congratulations on your first Dread. Speaking of Dreads, we gotta look up the Sarathiel, dude. We gotta look up the Sarathiel. I don't think anybody's putting it on the market. So, I saw some discourse about the Sarathiel that, it's only going for 4 billion. The Barbaroga's going for 25 billion. The Barbaroga's more expensive. That's not how the market works. That's not how this works. The Sarathiel is not going to ever be seen on the market in Jeddah ever because it's a Dreadnought and it's a faction Dreadnought. You can look at ships like the Vehement is going to be something similar, where these are only in contracts, okay? And they're only somewhere else, all right? So that's where that is. Ooh, can I get a Cayman for cheap? Or I saw that everything was kind of getting reduced in price. Are Caymans up for less money? No. Looks like I invested correctly, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Excellent stuff. We love to see that. So you're never going to see the Sarathiel on the market, y'all. You're never, ever. Okay? Never, ever. You will see ships like Why? The Rorqual you'll see on the market. It's a capital ship, but it doesn't cost as much to make. The Rorqual can sell at 5 billion because it costs like 1.5, whatever it is to make. The Sarathiel is going to go for like 50 billion-isk after the price drops. It's going to go for like 80 billion because it's a brand new faction dread. The faction dreads are going for 40 to 60 billion. So there is unknown. It just got released. It is the Barbaroga, my friend. We just made a big video on it. Okay, Barbaroga. It's not going for 25 billion. This is a misunderstanding of the market. This is somebody who really wants to buy the Barbaroga. He really wants it. He's willing to pay a premium to get the first one because there hasn't been one done yet. So what is this? What is this? Representing our alliance, Rep Trig. What's up, Snipes? How are we doing? Snipes, thanks for the skins, my friend. Let's accept this, and then we're going to give these away. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for a giveaway as well, okay? It's about time for a giveaway, so let's put these in the giveaway folder. Let's see what we're going to give to the people at the very start of this stream. Do we have any, let's give some fun stuff away here. Let's start off with a really large skin. Here is a Sin Ice, thank you. Snipes, God bless you, my friend. Yes, sir. Let's start out with this beautiful Sin Ice Blade Gorilla skin. This is a 2 billion-isk skin. The 1.1 billion-isk skin. Still a very large-nosed lad. Beautiful skin. Love the stuff on the front and on the back of this, like a deep blue looking stuff coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win this giveaway, you got to do these two things. You first got to be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Then you got to be in Discord. Choose the free follows. You know, you don't get pluses if you're a paying member or whatever the heck. That never happens. We've never done that. Don't listen to the haters. It's always been free, always. Then be in Discord. Do those two things, and you'll be eligible to get a billion-esque. I don't know if this is large enough for the start of the stream. We just got a raid from Joe Lost as well. Let's do a larger skin as well. Ooh, here's a Thunderchild sponsored security skin. Ooh, look at this clean Thunderchild skin, dude. How much is this? Another 1.3 billion. You got it. Two winners, two skins, the Sin skin and the Thunderchild skin coming in. Each of you is going to get 1.3 billion-esque. This is a beautiful skin, I gotta tell you. Bright pops, looking real nice. I gotta try to fly some more Edencom ships. I gotta find a way. I think if we start doing our Abyss videos more, it's gonna be more of that for sure. So, let's do it, y'all. Let's see it. So if you want to enter into this giveaway, come on down. Come on down. Let's get it done. So, welcome in person. Said he's a new E-player. Hey, thank you very much for using my code to get your stuff. Your like name is some kind of box character, some kind of hex code, but bless you, my friend. It's good to see you. We're going to see it. Don't I have a third shot? I really do. I do. See, it's right here. I do. I just don't use it very much because, as you can see, I extracted skill points out of Edencom ships to be able to do other things. I wasn't flying Edencom ships, so I literally removed my skill points from them to be able to do other stuff. So come on down, y'all. Come on down to the Discord. Let's get it done. So what's up, Arvito? Good to see you. How are we doing today? Chat, we are going to have a fun conversation today about this mouse. This mouse is from Corsair. I'm going to talk to you about it in just a sec. They sent me a mouse for free. We're going to talk about it because I might be a new convert to this mouse because of this right here, this little like thumb pad. We're gonna talk about it in just a sec. Before I give y'all some more stuff, let's get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Two winners, two big skins, a billion each. The last thing you have to do is type the word that we say in chat. Okay, so you're gonna miss out on a billion-esque if you're not following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Always the free stuff. Then be in Discord. We recently passed 5,200 members on Discord. Are you kidding me? All right, craziness. The last thing you have to do is type a GM, type a good morning GM one time, case sensitive into Discord one-time case sensitive into Discord to be able to get billions of ISK. And I know what you're thinking.
Loru, I don't want to join another content creator's Discord. I don't want to deal with it. You know, I don't want to have all this stuff. I don't want to have to keep up with all these things.
You don't have to, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to. If you join my Discord, you, by default, will never ever be spammed. You can check the notification roles chat over here. We will not add everyone. We will not add here. You will never get a ping from me if you click none of these. Okay? If you just want to, you know, be with the community and your timing, we're all adults here. We all have our stuff. You don't have to keep up with anything you don't want to keep up with. Okay? So this, why do I sound like the squirrel? So Lombardio, awesome. So if you want all of our notifications, click the black heart. Thank you for 462 of you. It's more every stream. Have all our notifications turned on. Thank you for that. If you want our YouTube videos, that's the red heart. You can click that right here. If you want our stream notifications, that's the purple heart. You're on stream now. You might as well get noties when we do this, because we do these big giveaways at the start of every single stream. And finally, we have the green heart is like our socials, our Instagrams, our Twitters, all that. Good morning, AE. It's good to see you. Choose your ping experience. If you want no pings ever, click none of these. I want to respect y'all's time here. We all have too many things to keep up with nowadays, and if you don't want to keep up with it, let's see it. So let's see it. What do we got? You're begging me to open my EVE Online chat. You open the EVE Online chat on my server? Let me see. You're making me worried. Let me see. Let me see. You're begging me for stuff. So. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're begging me to open up something. Let me do a quick thing. One sec. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what this is. It says CCP hunting. Organizer CCP Alliance. The best opportunity to shoot, live to feed every Friday. Check out the official Twitch channel. Oh, so they just made a freelance contract to go kill them. You posted that, Dragon? Oh, that's funny. Yo, straight up kill CCP games, kill people. Oh, so it's not from CCP Alliance. It's made by this alliance. This is a new window to me. I have to read it. So you made a freelance contract to go kill members of CCP games? Well, I guess that's a thing, ladies and gentlemen. So funny. I did, Skidwalker. I did. Incredible stuff. I will look at my contracts. I see y'all throwing me stuff. Let's do it. Chat, here we go. Going once. I hope that makes sense about my Discord, y'all. I want to... Can you pause music, please? What I'm trying to say is I want y'all to win billions of ISK every single time that we stream. And I don't want you to feel pressured to keep up with my Discord or like have to be here. If you want no pings from me ever, just don't click anything in the notification roles chat. If you want one of these pings, just click it and call it a day. It's no pressure. Okay, we're all trying to live our lives here. I'm not going to fault you if you never ever click a thing and if you always lurk. It literally enjoy the content as you want to enjoy it. Thank you. Okay, that's how we do it. See. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. 2 skins, 2 winners. Coming in a billion ISK going to each person right here. So, PyroNet, you are fine. You are good. The one above it? The one above it? Eve University? Sorry, Akavi. I'm going to have to deny the... Look at this. The Akavi sent me the crash. So she goes, I'm going to have to deny the... I was your biggest fan. I'm Syndrome, your nemesis. Akavi, God bless you. Okay. You've been a fan for some time, Akavi. Thank you for being here. Please do not become my nemesis. Okay, thank you. So, I don't... It's so funny. You guys are the best, honestly. I love it. I love it. I love streaming for y'all. I have such a great time hanging out with y'all, and it's because of people like Akavi. Thank you for that. It's so funny, dude. I love it. Oh man, awesome. Leo says, can you advise how to research the Barbaroga? Yeah, we have a Lashaka guide coming out. Everybody's asking me about Invention right now because of the Barbaroga. So I tried 3 times during your Discord via my iPad. It won't let me. I'm not sure. Malika, just try a different device or something. I'm not sure. New freelance job, hunt Loru. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the game right now. Okay, straight up. All right, so two winners. Sin skin and Thunderchild skin. Okay, and ooh, the Sin skin is going to a brand new person. That makes me very, very happy. So excellent. And the Thunderchild skin is going to go to another person. Come on, bot. So many. We have 5,200 of you in Discord right now. Do you understand? 5,200 of you is pretty nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The winners are of this stream giveaway. $1 billion is going to each is Tom DeBar and Narath. Congratulations. GG to the winners. As always, we're going to give you your stuff very, very soon. If I have your in-game name, I'm just going to give it to you right now. So, Tom, if you could send me your in-game name, that'd be awesome. And you can DM it to me on Discord. And Narath, you're getting that Thunderchild skin, brother. Narath, you're getting that Thunderchild skin. It's good to see you. Good to have you. Enjoy it. You can sell it. You can use it. You can do what you want with it. No worries. No problem. So that's really funny. Actually, I love that meme. I'm thinking about it. It's so funny. I've never seen this kind of reaction to me denying a contract. I'm going to have to deny the contract. It's so funny. I love it. Makes me happy. Oh, man. Is my echo still on, chat? And thank you. Yes. I was so excited, I forgot about the daggum thing. Craziness. All right, chat. We will do more giveaways very, very soon. We'll give more giveaways very, very soon. We're going to have a good time today. Y'all, I wanted to talk about this because this is super, super important. So Corsair sent me a mouse that has absolutely changed how I do MMOs, and I want to talk to you about it because this is no joke. I've been using other mice for a long time, and this mouse has changed how I play MMOs, and this is not a hashtag ad. This is not a sponsored thing. They did send me the mouse for free, which I guess is that a hashtag ad if I don't get an affiliate code, whatever the heck. I don't really know, but this mouse is the Corsair. This is, check this out, guys. This is the Scimitar SE Elite. It's very, 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 very pretty. This is the Corsair Scimitar SE. I don't know if it's a... This is the Corsair Scimitar SE. All right, and it's damn beautiful. It's got 12 buttons on the side as well as 2 buttons on top, and then it's got the middle DPI button that's right here. The kicker with this, which is super interesting, is when I always look at these, I always think to myself, oh, what if this thing on the side is not going to fit my hand? What if my thumb isn't there? They've thought of this. And this is the crazy part of this mouse, y'all. Look at this. This slides. This, let me cover my eyes here. This, so it like focuses. This actually slides. Let me get the angle here. This slides back and forth so you can move it, and it's super easy. Look at this. They give you a tool to be able to do it with, and it's like, I just threw it in my thing and I forgot about it. There's a little thing on the bottom here. See this right here? See this hole? See, I know how the internet's gonna do to this. So you take this and you just lightly unscrew it. It's that easy. And now you can take this thing and it moves. See that? It moves back and forth. Okay. So what I have found when I did my testing is I like it to be at the very back because that's where it feels most comfortable to my thumb. And then you tighten this and then there it is. It's that easy to move the buttons around. Isn't that super sick? Okay, see how it has the space? That's what this space here is, dead air. Hey, thanks for using my EVE code, bless you. It's dead air, so you can do that. And the mouse, I want you to see, I'm 6 foot. This is something that a lot of mouse review videos, which is what this is going to be, they don't talk about this. I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot even. So this mouse fits in my hand perfectly. It holds my hand. It feels really good in my hand. It's very awesome. And I really like how the mouse feels in my hand. I've typically used Razer mice in the past, but this mouse, because of the 12 buttons on the side, is pretty sick. So I guess this is a hashtag ad. I didn't get an affiliate code. I'm not a partner or anything, but they sent me the thing for free. So if it is, I'll put hashtag ad in the description just in case, you know, to like show it. I just wanted to show y'all this. Here's the kicker. That's not even the best part. If you play MMOs, this mouse is a game changer for this reason. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a content creator, as you know. Hi. I use a Stream Deck to be able to macro my various things. The Corsair company bought Elgato some time ago. This mouse plugs in to your Stream Deck. This thing up here is the 12 buttons on the mouse. I've macroed it to my EVE Online things. We're going to show you EVE Online stuff, and then we're going to show you how you can use it for other MMOs. Firstly, you know, I'm in the game, And without touching anything, I want to open up my PI. I can open up my PI. I press the same button. It closes it. Look at the top left. See how it shows what button you're like pressing? Okay. I open up my PI. I can do it. Oh, I want to check the market. I want to, without my hands, with one hand up, it opens up the market. The new ship in EVE Online is here. I can click it. I can click it to close it. What the heck? You know, I'm going from spot to spot. I'm hauling my items. And I want to open up Project Discovery to just do a little bit of, I want to do a little bit of mini game. This is a mini game that's in EVE to be able to make some money while you're kind of going from A to B. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a little bit of ISK. And you know what? I failed. I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to close Project Discovery with one hand. It's all on my mouse. It's all on my mouse. Okay? I want to, when we do our public fleets, when we do our public group ups every single Friday, I open up the Insurgency tab with no hand, one hand. There it is. We do Insurgency things. I can close it. Okay? I'm in Discord. I can mute, deafen. Oh, that's the Discord buttons without using my foot pedal. I have the foot pedal. I've been using it to mute stuff. Here's a fun part. Let's say I want to do chat spam. Here's our in-game chat. You can set up the stream deck to do chat spam. Please no kill friend. Now they won't kill me when I get there, all by clicking a button. Sorry for the spam, my in-game chat. Look at this. All of this is because of the stream deck and because of the absolute win that is the Corsair Scimitar SE. But let me show you, it's not just about how you can use the menus. EVE Online is notorious for playing through a lot of menus. You can also set up your keybinds to help you in combat. You know how I forget always to overheat my guns when I'm doing PvP? No longer, ladies and gentlemen, no longer, because I'm in my Nurgle here. It's a very awesome PvP ship in EVE, okay? And look right, see the green right here, okay? Look right here, ladies and gentlemen. See how it gets light green? Okay, let me go back to this, thank you. See how it goes from like light green to dark green? I overheat my high slots, all of them, with a button. I hate how EVE Online players are so clicky. They'll click. They're like, oh, I have to activate my afterburner. Oh, got to activate this. I try to keep all my MMO keybinds to my left hand so I can now look at my left hand and look at my afterburner. See how I turn it all on. I'm clicking things. See that? I keep that on my left hand. That's from my World of Warcraft days, right? I now can overheat all of my guns by just click. All of my guns just overheated. This is bananas. Okay? This is absolutely bananas. You can also use it for scanning. You can use it for any EVE Online keybinds, any MMO keybinds this works for. What if you want to do something more simple? What if you're like, you know what? I want to play for an hour because my wife gave me an hour to play. I just set a timer to start that ticks down on the window. And when it goes, you can set it to make a noise. You can set it to do all this other stuff. It's really incredible and fantastic. Literally keyboard macro pad on your mouse. Absolutely, it's time to take my wife for a walk, is what one of my buddies said. Like, it's time to take my wife for a walk. By the way, we do it like every other night. We just like go for a walk. It's fantastic. So this is what I'm saying. You know what? I don't want to see this. This is getting in the way of things. I have a button to turn off and on the little UI. And this is still there. So if I set up the macro pad that's on the Corsair Scimitar SE, and I forget, I didn't mean to open up PI. I meant to open up Insurgency tab. I keep forgetting which one it is. I just open it up again. And I'm like, oh, it's that button. Okay, gotcha. Let me just click this one. Do you understand how incredible this is? Do you understand how this changed how I play games? That Corsair sent me this mouse for free. Thank you, Corsair. I did not expect to fall in love with the daggum mouse when I did this. And let me show you how we do this once we dock up in station. I'm going to show you how to set all these up so that no matter what MMO you play, you can use this to be able to play any MMO that you have better. Let me dock up so I'm safe, because if you're in space in EVE, you are quite literally never safe in EVE, and we have to dock up to be able to get safe. Okay, so let's dock up the Nurgle, and then let's see about this. So once you've connected your Corsair mouse, your Corsair Scimitar SE to your thing, I didn't get an affiliate link from them, but I went to Amazon to go get one. So I'll link you an affiliate link I got for being an Amazon affiliate. I'm not Corsair partner or any of those hashtags yet, but I got one myself. And it's like a lesser affiliate link, but if you want to check out the mouse, I just linked it to you in chat. There it is. Use my link if you want. Thanks very much. Okay. Thanks very, very much. So I'm going to show you how to set this up. The first thing you have to do is you have to download, and I don't know if this is OPSEC. Let me open this up really, really quick. There's 2 programs you need. Is this showing my like IP or something? You know? I don't think so. I think we're good. I think you're good. All right. So the first program you have to download is Corsair ICU. It's literally the letters ICUE. ICUE. If you just Google Corsair ICUE, you download this program and you have to connect your mouse. What I have is the mouse is connected to the computer through this. The mouse is connected through this USB wireless receiver. Okay. I have it plugged into the USB, and then I have the mouse paired to it. You just follow the on-screen prompts, and then that's the easiest way to do this. Easy peasy, blah, blah, blah. So boom, boom, boom. You know, from there, by the way, if you have problems connecting your mouse to your Stream Deck, I had to restart my computer. I also had to install it, plug the mouse in, and then restart the mouse, and then restart the computer. So I had to do like 2 restarts, one of the mouse, one of the computer. Then it connected. Call it a day. Easy peasy. This program is necessary for the mouse to be connected to, and you can see for some reason it like turned off somehow here. Pause chat 1 second. Like deconnected. What the heck, dude? Come on. I'm doing a freaking informational video here, and your program stopped working, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let's reconnect it to the old Stream Deck. Okay. If you see this screen, it's because the heck, dude? Why is it like failing to connect even though it's still right there? Pause, chat. Pause. You know, what the heck are we doing here, chat? What's going on? It didn't, all right, so we'll just use this right here. If you see this screen in your Stream Deck, it's because there's a connection issue with your mouse. It literally just happened while I was like explaining stuff on stream. I don't know why. Let me go OPSEC here for just a second, see if I can like fix this, because it was working a second ago and now it ain't working. So, you know, let me just, you know what, champ? We're just going to turn it off and on. Ready? Let me just show you this live. We're going to start it up and minimize this. And I do believe it's working now. Yes, looks like it. Looks like we're back. Okay, perfect. If you see, and it broke again. What the heck, dude? It was working perfectly yesterday, and then now it's not working, and now I'm actually furious about this. So, you know, I was going to show y'all how to set this up, Corsair. Look, how am I supposed to help you guys out if your software don't work, Corsair? Goodness gracious, dude. So, you know, looks like bloatware a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. It could be a little bit of bloatware, so give me a sec, chat, especially when this kind of crap happens, dude, you know? Okay, well, we're just going to have to assume that it's not working and show them something else. It's super fickle, right? Isn't this lame? All right, y'all, where it was working fully yesterday, but now it's not working, so I'm just going to keep moving, I guess. If you're having connection problems, I recommend just turning stuff off and on. Quite literally, just like turning off Stream Deck, turning it back on, turning off the ICU, turning it back on. Let's just do both. Okay, let's just literally do both and just call it a day. What's up, Sam Bear? I don't have enough money for an intern yet, my friend. It's one day we're going to have intern level money. Okay, it's just a matter of time. Let's turn stuff. It really is though, Jen. If you think about it, it really is though. Okay, let's just keep trying this. Okay, you know, let's see it. Come on, we're here. All right, looks like we're back. Okay, so once you've downloaded ICU, once you've turned it on and connected it, then you can have access to the actual Stream Deck macro pad stuff here. Here's how I've set up all of these things. So in the actual game itself, I have changed, and let me move my game a little bit over here so you can see it. I've changed my in-game keybinds. So I come down to window, and I've changed, for example, I've changed market. Market, where is market? Market. Marsha. Where the heck is it, dude? All right, let's just do this. Insurgency tab. I've changed my Insurgency tab keybind to Control-Alt-Shift-L. Something I'll never actually click in real life, okay? I just change it to something completely ridiculous. I will never, ever use that keybind ever in my life because I want it to be used via our Stream Deck macro pad. I want it to be used via this. So I have The Insurgency tab here is set as Control-Alt-Shift-I. So what I've done is you come here to text, I think, or is it a keybind? It's hotkey. So you have the hotkey thing inside of your Stream Deck program. You drag this in, and then you let it see the hotkey, and then every single time you click it, you will now open these things. So if I click this, you can see in the top left, you can see how it's literally detecting me clicking this, and it will open and close the stuff. This, what I just showed you, can be done in any MMO. The caution I will tell you is do not set this up as a multi-action pad. EVE Online has bannable against terms of service to do multi-actions. This is one action you want to do, a single action. You don't want to do this in MMOs where you can do multi-actions, but you shouldn't. This is not something you have to, just be aware. Don't do something that's going to get you banned. You can do a single action and no problem. This is just, hey, I want to open up the insurgency window. I want to close the insurgency window. Boom. Can you bind that window at mouse number something directly in EVE? The short answer is maybe. One of the things that I have yet to explore is you can set up profiles. Here's the fun part. You can set up a button. Let me get rid of this because this is the Stream Deck action bar. You can set up profiles for your various, let me come down here. Let me see it. Is it Stream Deck? Where is it? OBS? It's not OBS. Stream Deck? Action bar, navigation. It's one of these. Here it is. So under the navigation window, you can do the switch profile action. This can be set up to swap the mouse between an EVE profile, World of Warcraft profile. I'm a video editor, so I'm going to have another section for DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to have a section for Discord. I can have a section for Chrome. I can have a section for school, research, gaming. You can literally cater this on the fly to be exactly what you want it to be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of my favorite things I've ever seen. I'm very excited about this mouse. And if you want to check it out, I got an affiliate code in the description for you. I really like this. I was not expecting to like this mouse this much. The fact that you can move this pad and the fact that you can bind this to literally anything, it just has me thinking about all the stuff I could do with this. Like, if you want to open up EVE or any MMO and you want to press a button to open up, I don't know, you can set it to open up your favorite content creators' YouTube videos and watch them while you're enjoying a good MMO session. You can do anything with this mouse. Thanks again to Corsair for sending this mouse to me for free. If you want to check it out, the affiliate code will be in the description for you. Thanks very much. And hey, Corsair, send me more cool stuff and maybe I'll keep on featuring it, huh? Chat, what do you think? Thank you, Laura. Cool, right? That'll be a video. And it's our first, this is the first ever piece of gear that I was sent via a company. First ever. And I'm really, I'm kind of stoked on this. I didn't expect this. This is pretty sick. The Razer Naga fits my hand better. I gotta go, maybe I'll reach out to Razer and see if I can just order it myself to like compare them. Okay. That's like having a macro for a second monitor content while bashing structure mining. Yes, sir, dude. That's right. Actually correct. Now, where's my viewer? Okay. Where's my like, hide. I don't remember what it was called. This stupid thing to like show and hide it because I literally don't have it here anymore. It's not here. Navigation. That's not it. Multi-action. That's not it. System. No. It's got to be under one of these. If you don't remember, you can just keep going and see if you can find it. I don't know what happened to it, chat. It should be in here, but I just don't see it. This timer button, by the way, is going to absolutely change how I do things. Not a joke. Actually great. Oh, something that I don't know about y'all, this is not going to be in that video, but like the fact that I can see if my Discord is, see how you can see if your Discord is deafened? When I'm in a fleet, I want to see, I want to have to not think about am I talking just to stream or not. That alone, the fact that it's just on my screen, that alone is a freaking game changer, y'all. Okay? So I'll link the affiliate code for y'all one more time in chat. If you want to check it out, there's the code. If you want to buy it, that's my link. If you don't want to buy a new mouse, don't freaking worry about it. You know, you don't have to buy something just because I link you a thing. So I'm really annoyed I can't find that view thing. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Like, it was right here, and now it's just gone. Can I undo? Can I Control Z in this to like get it back? No? Okay, well, sure. Where did it go, chat? I don't see any of it here. And then I guess we just keep it going. So, all right, I'm gonna have that permanently displayed on my thing forever and ever. That's just what's gonna happen here. So thanks to Corsair for all that good stuff. Okay, so Left-hand side of the key, keep out of the raw claymore. So convenient for market wars and Google Sheets. Yes. This is, I scratched the surface with what you can do with this, okay? Really sick. Really sick. Absolutely scratched the surface. So if you see me just like, ooh, let's see what we got some more ooh, look at this. Hey, Arvito coming in with some more Tech 2 ships. Arvito, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for the goodies. We're going to give this to the people, Arvito, you know? We got more giveaways from Arvito coming in. Arvito, it's hard to believe that we met you after we ganked you in Pochvin, brother, okay? Because you've just been consistently generous and given more stuff. As you know, generosity is one of our core values here. We're going to take these. And we got a lot of stuff to give away to the people. How big is our giveaway thing now? Our giveaway folder is up to 33 billion-esque. Time for another subathon, chat. Time for another subathon, because during the subathons, we typically get those to 0. So, by the way, I got 12 months of Mega for under £8. Yo. Yep. Double discounts are real. Gregulus. Hope you use your favorite content creator's code. Doesn't have to be mine. Pick one, you know, to get it for even cheaper. You know what I'm saying? That is the way to do it, my friend. Let me take that off your hands. Don't worry. Yeah, come back to the subathon. We're going to be able to get it done. So, oh, and the Rodiva too. I just saw the Rodiva. Let's put this. Y'all thought you were being sneaky, chat. Now wait, that contract didn't have a Rodiva in it. Did it? No, that roadie was mine. That's my buy order. You can't have that roadie, but that one's mine. Get out of here. I have some police skins for the giveaway. Draven, if you want to give me more skins, I will give it to the people. Okay. Contract number. I think we did all of these. Oh, look, there's more for the giveaway. Yo, Selin, you did give us more police skins. Man, all right, chat, fine. You sat through I want you to, Library, can you pause, please? Library, I told you to pause. God, don't ever do that again, Library. You do it, I tell you. Chat, I want to thank you for sitting through our first ever, like, hashtag. I guess it is a hashtag ad. I'll, you know, whatever. I don't know. I looked up what actually constitutes a hashtag ad, and they sent me the mouse for free, but they didn't send me an affiliate code, and they didn't give me like a partnership or something. They just sent me the mouse. And I'm pretty sure that just the mouse is a hashtag ad. So just to be sure, I'll put a hashtag ad in that video. Just to be sure I don't run into some kind of like legal thing. It's the first time I ever got one of these, chats. So thank you for sitting through that, ladies and gentlemen. And in my goodness, I will thank you by giving you more stuff. We just got a bunch of police skins, so it's time for somebody to look at this. Let's get, ooh, this is a 3 billion Paladin skin. 3 billion. Panther skin too? Let's give the Bassie. Let's give the Bassie police, and let's do 3 winners, 3 skins. This is 3.6 billion-esque. This is 100 million-esque, and this is 250 million-esque. There it is. If you promote anything at any level of compensation, I'm pretty sure you have to disclose it. Okay. Hashtag ad it is. There it is. You know, I've never done it before. Chat, do you understand that once something happens the first time, it will probably keep happening? One of my plans, if I get more gear from companies, I plan on including those in the giveaways that I give to all of you. You already know that we mail you physical merch like posters and mugs. What if I get literal gaming mice and keyboards and mouse pads, and I get to give them to all of you? Sounds pretty sick. Sounds pretty sick. So just click to brand the content before you start. There it is. Right, exactly. So I want that mug. Not right. The more stuff. I don't want 12 mice in my house. I'm gonna give them to all of you. I don't need to sell them. I don't think I can. See, this is the stuff I have to look up, right? I don't think I can sell an item that I was given for free. I don't know if that's a thing. So I'm just, and even if it is, I'll just give it to y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 3.6 billion-esque Paladin skin. And one of you is about to win the cherries and berries, as Vinny says, the Paladin skin. There's going to be 3 winners. Pally, Bassie, and what's the other one? Pally, Bassie, and Falcon. Falcon skin. In order to enter in, you have to be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, okay? Always the free stuff. Make sure you're doing the free stuff, y'all, okay? Then you have to be in Discord. Do those 2 things, and then we're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. So, thank you, Jay and Lucy. Yes, that's almost done. Patron's gonna get a nice gift very, very soon, y'all. I don't think you sell the ones you get. Exactly. It's like a moral thing, right? Think about it like this. Imagine I get a bunch of mice, and I sell them for the retail price. feels kind of scummy, don't it? Not really about that life. I'd rather just give them away. You know, I'll keep the mice I like and just give the rest of them away. Sounds good to me. So, you know, Skid's my favorite ship. Exactly. So, you know, I have a bunch of like Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I want to sell that I got back in the day. I've thought about making like an eBay so I can sell them because I have some pretty big cards, chat. I have the Ghost Rares. I have some real rare Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I looked up one of them. One of them's going for like $700 and I'm like, bro, I'll sell for 600. You want it? You can have it. You know, it's crazy. So it's absolutely crazy. Yes. And you get to try out different mice. Exactly. Double it and move forward. That's what I'm saying. But, you know, conversion to full-time Yu-Gi-Oh creator. I don't think anybody can be a full-time Yu-Gi-Oh creator because if you buy all the cards, you spend all the money you're making. I don't think anybody can do that, dude. It's so funny. Oh, man. That's a better investment than crypto. I might agree. God, I hate that I kind of agree. Is that better than crypto? It might be. All right, y'all. The last word you have to say is, I was going to say marquee, but instead, ooh, geez Louise. We're going to say the word you have to type one time case sensitive to win billions of ISK is code Loru. Ladies and gentlemen, code Loru. Let's check it out. Code Loru, type that in, not Loru, type code Loru in one time case sensitive. Ladies and gentlemen, the best place to get your EVE Online items for cheaper, we were just talking about it, is over on the Marquee store. And if you use my code, you get it for even cheaper. Ladies and gentlemen, even cheaper. And right now, if you get the weekend fleet pack, there's a creative thing you can do to be able to get, and we were talking about it earlier on stream here, there's a creative thing you can do to be able to get all of, not in the Newbies store, kill me, to get all of the reward track stuff that's going on right now for the EVE expansion. So if you're an alpha and you sign in every single day, you won't get these Omega reward tracks. This is for the paid sub. This is for the paid sub, right? But if you wait till the 11th day and then get the weekend fleet pack, which gives you 3 days of Omega, you will retroactively get all of the rewards. Even if you're an alpha, you'll activate Omega on your account for 3 days, which will retroactively give you all of the Omega rewards. It's 500,000 skill points, and the cost is $4. Okay, right, Master? And if you use my code, you can get it for even cheaper. You type in LORU and you press apply, and you get it for even cheaper. And look, I know it's not a big discount, 11 cents, but it's the same item you were already going to buy for less money. That's why we do it. So, even if I saw that soft, I'm not sure if you can get the 10plex if you're an alpha. People are saying the 10plex is for Omegas only, and I'm not sure about that anymore. So you can get, I'm not sure if the 10plex is for Omegas. So that was kind of the confusion at the start of this. And you don't have to just use the code on the fleet packs. You can use it right now on the 3,000 plex sale. If you do this, you will get Omega for $10 a month. Every single time there's a new pack added to the store, or every single time there's a sale, we detail out over on our Patreon, always for free, like it's a blog. We use our Patreon like it's a blog, okay? Be able to show you exactly how to use these sales. Because look, I know how it is.
3,000 plex, 1,500 plex, 12,000 plex. Are these worth my time?
The short answer is I've done the math for you, okay? And if you follow my step-by-step, using my code and Marquee Store, you can get Omega for $10 a month. I do this for you for free. I do the math for you. So to make sure that we can all spend less money in the same game that we love. That's my deal for y'all, okay? I also detail out the packs. Okay, so there's the Omega Legion packs that just dropped. These are decently expensive. This one is $12. This one is $80. Are these worth your time? The short answer is the $12 pack is very much worth your time because it's like $28 of value for $12. So it's more than double the amount of stuff here, okay? The $80 pack, you get like $160 of value, but most of the value is in skins, and you know I don't count the skins typically, and we actually say that here. So if you want to get this kind of value for free every single time there's a sale, and you don't want to have to think about what's the right thing, is it worth it, come on down to our Patreon and use my code on the Marquee Store to get your same items for cheaper. Okay, we all play the same game, but the people that are using my code and are following us on the platforms, and are using the work I put in are spending half as much as the other people are. Okay? I provide this value to you because I want more people to play EVE and enjoy what we're doing. Check it out over on Patreon and use my code to get the same EVE items for cheaper, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, get that weekend fleet pack and get all of those Omegas on your Alpha to get it done. So, with code Loru and no tax, it's a win-win. There it is. Boom, boom. So, if you get 12-month Omega via the in-game store, it'll cost you £5.50 on average. Slavic, huge. Massive stuff, dude. Literally massive. Thank you for using my code Slavic. God bless you. All right, y'all, let's see who wins this. When I type sold, this is done. Going once. Going twice. Last call. And it really is just, well, let me do this first. 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Sold.
baby. Can you pause, Lara? Chat, everything in the real world is going a little bit nuts right now. You know, there's a lot of stress in the world right now. And I don't want you to have to stress about paying for a video game if you have the funds, if you're so inclined. I like to be able to effectively play my game. And before I was a content creator, I would play EVE like once a week. And I would look for these deals anyway, so I could pay like $10 a month for it. And there was no creator codes back then, so it was like $11. But now y'all get it for $10. I'm glad that I get to help y'all out in that way. So, you guys like this too? Do you like that I put out these blogs? Type 1 if you like that I put out these blogs and help save y'all some money. Type 1 if you like this stuff. I don't think I've actually ever asked if y'all like these things, you know? So let's see it. Let's see it. Hey, look at that. Look at that. See, y'all like it. Thank you. Thank you. It's really, because video games are a luxury good. They're not something you need to survive. But you do need some like time to spend and relax after a long day. Like, I don't know about y'all. Back in the day, I'm going to do the giveaway in just a sec. Before I met my wife, I would have a hard day at work because I would put in time. I'm doing like 9 hours, like minimum, you know, like at the place, right? Drive back home, make some dinner, do a quick little workout, and I sit in front of my computer with a nice drink, you know, like a little frothy brew, you know, and I'm just mining while I'm watching some YouTube, and you can like exhale. That's what I want y'all to have. I want y'all to be able to come into EVE, pause AO. I want y'all to join me in EVE and have a good time. There's going to be some hype moments too, but I don't want you to have to feel pressured to like pay for the game and like a bunch of money. You know, follow my guides and you'll be able to get it for less money, and you can relax and you can chill. You know, that's what we're doing. I'm cycling home from work listening to this. There you go, Chris. I'll tell you. God bless you. It's fantastic. I love it, dude. Maybe I need video games or other people to survive. I love that, Val Rush. All right, Lyra, thank you. Oh, that makes sense, y'all. Okay. So the winners of the Pally skins, it's the Bassie and the Falcon skin in that order. Okay, hope that makes sense, y'all. It's just something that I wish more creators talked about, is that we need to prioritize. We as creators have a responsibility, I think, to help the people that we're bringing in to play the game more effectively, not just in like how they're doing it, you know. I'm not ever going to promote the like $600 Plex pack. $600 in a video game is a lot. I don't have that kind of money. I don't know about y'all. If you could afford it, God bless you. Instead of me promoting the most expensive thing, which is just feels kind of scummy, even if I'm saying it, you know, I'm going to promote the thing that's effective. Oh my God. I might need different allergy medicine, y'all, because my nose is losing it right now. So, yeah, sometimes the winners work out. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The winners are Chris, ACMdra, and Akabe. Akabe, what's up? Akabe, you get the goodies. Pally, Bassie, and the Falcon skin joining the people. Let's put those in the giveaway done column. You'll get your stuff very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. GG, big skins coming in for the people. I've hit the Skybrick wall. Keck W. There it is. There it is. We'll put the giveaway done. We give away billions of ISK every single time that we stream, y'all. Hope y'all have a good time with this. It gets very excellent. So, you know, what do you take? Zyrtec has been my go-to. I might need Zyrtec. I just do the over-the-counter stuff. I don't even know the name because my wife buys it and I just like shoot it up my nose. Yeah, it's like it's mainly my eyes and my nose just start like, you know, maybe I'll try Zyrtec though. Let's see what's up. So, you know, That's right. His nose, the guy in Fallout, his nose was never a problem. So The Nemesis storyline grows. Yes. Akabe, you don't need to be my Nemesis. I'm literally, the bot saw that you wanted it, and we're gonna give you some stuff. You don't need to be my Nemesis. What's the beautiful Triglavish? Bruh, it's the Barbaroga. Somebody bought it yet? We're gonna undock here in just a sec. We're gonna talk about Eve. We're gonna do a little bit of Eve activities here, and then we are going to, we're gonna look at Dune Awakening as well today because we have a lot to talk about. So no one's bought the Barbaroga yet. Okay, let's keep us going. We talked about the Plex sale. We talked about how to get $10 a month. We talked about the mouse. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. So Legion's out. I wanted to do a special episode. Okay. Let's check out what fit we can fix from the recently out. I got signed out of Ezekiel again. Squiz, why every 3 days, Squiz? I gotta like sign back into Ezekiel. What is going on? Duffman, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Out of your mind, my friend. And Raven Luna, thanks for subscribing and being a Prime member for 5 months. Yeah. Raven, aren't you on Kick as well as a Prime person there too? That's sick. Or as a Kick sub? It's awesome. I love that. So I'm lucky enough that raw honey from my local farmer's market takes care of my allergies. Yes. See, I've been buying local honey. I've heard this. I've been doing this. I've been buying local honey. Okay. So it's time, chat, for everybody to say hi YouTube. Okay. We're going to do a special, actually, help me to find one of these first. We're going to do a special edition of Fix Your Fits. We're going to find a Ruptures. Okay. We're going to find some Ruptures. We're going to see which one's good. We're also going to get a Thorax, I think, was the other one that was updated. Okay. Let's see which one's which. We're going to get some losses here. It was the Rupture and the Thorax that was changed. Isn't that right, y'all? Isn't that right? Okay, let's look at this Rupture Fit. Oof. Straight DPS killed by a sentry gun. What happened here, dude? What happened to my man? What happened to my friend right here, dude? Died to a gate gun or something. All right, this guy just got blapped by a freaking... this guy got hit, dude. PvP stuff coming in by a Cerberus. Yeah, or Caracol maybe, excuse me. What's this? This guy's got a... Chat, this guy's flying a question mark. 1 teaspoon a day is correct. Correct. Actually correct. Yes. This is an interesting PvP fit. Nice tank coming in here on this Rupture. I never know what to do on the Ruptures. So let me look at the Ruptures now. Okay. Let's decide how we're going to talk about this before we do our Fix Your Fit episode. You can turn the music back on, Lyra, for now. So damage and tracking speed. So if you're flying a Rupture, and you're doing this looks like it's a PvP Rupture because he's got 2 of these. Do you need, I think the tank is really what you need here, you know? That's what you got to do. So it's a gate camping fit. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, and he died to gate guns because he's got nothing. Right, look, he's got the missile launcher in the highs as well. Let's try this fit out because this is a good-looking PvP fit. Let's see if I don't even know if I could fix this fit. Let's see if let's see if I could. Because it looks like a pretty decent fit, to be honest. So the Rupture was changed recently. Let's see about it. He's got hail ammo. The battery. Well, the battery's your problem, dude. Don't want the battery. You want cat batteries instead. He's got the ANSI, multi-spectrum damage. We could probably squeeze a little bit more on this fit. Let's see about it. Yeah. All right, so we will keep that one going. We'll keep making a brawler. Yeah. Hands down, the best allergy is over the counter. Yes, correct. Oh, I totally agree. Yes. All right, so we have our Rupture fit. Let's look at the Thorax. All right, so he's got rails dying to mobs, dying to a frigate. Oh, I can't wait to fix this fit because he's got double. This is a very strange fit. It's a PVE one, so let's totally do this one, and then that'll give some like variety to it. Okay, and here we have a PvP fit. That is all gas, no brake. This one just died to a bunch of people. That's kind of easy enough. Here we go. Here we go. In Abazon. Travel Fit Thorax in Abazon. We can talk about this, actually. We can totally fix these fits and totally get it done. Okay, so. All right, everybody say hi, YouTube. It's time for a Legion edition of Fix Your Fits, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, a bunch of cruisers were buffed and changed in Legion, the Thorax and the Rupture, and it's time for another episode of Fix Your Fits! And we're here to see if you can be able to take the Rupture and the Thorax into the fray and get it done. Let's not waste another second. Now, everybody say hi, YouTube. Yes, sir. We found one of these fits already. Here is a Rupture Fit. The Rupture was recently chained, buffed, added a bunch of stuff to it. Let's see what we got here. This person died in low sec off a moon to a Caracal and to Caracal Navy and a question mark. My man's was killed by a daggum question mark, okay? And it looks like he's full PvP fit here. Full PvP fit, even got the paste coming in. And no loot yet, was just in the right place at the wrong time, or other way around, depending. Let's see if we can fix this fit, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we've got this Rupture. Already, I can tell you, it's a decent fit. It's very decent at what it does for 42 million-esque. Let's see what we've got here. Now, we have the ANSI. The ANSI, let's start with the lows, because this is a PvP fit. And we're going to start there because of the lows on this kind of fit, I can tell you, is going to be absolutely the entire kit and caboodle here. So we do have 69 HP a second. Nice, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. We've got tank, DCU, multi-spectrum, reactive. And our capacitor is doing pretty good with this battery. I guess we've got a large battery. So we actually have a battleship level battery on this. Very intriguing. So whenever we do the fixture fit episode, we like to look at what killed them and see if there was something that we could have done. So Caracal Navy, and then it looks like a heavy ion blasters. That sounds like a battleship. Pretty sure that's a battleship or something of that nature. So he died to bigger ships than him. And typically you're going to have some nuding here. So the large battery is a battleship level battery, pretty great, and does provide you some decent capacitor warfare resistance. But it looks like this guy died possibly because he got nuded out because he's an active fit, and then he was not able to recover. Heavy ionist cruiser. Okay, perfect. So cruiser and cruiser took him out. Maybe with a battery booster would he have done better. So this is a common thing, something I struggle with in PvP, is with limited mid slots, it's hard to know sometimes which ones you should take. So let's put a medium on here. And then let's throw in some, you want to get the Navy 400s, I think. I think that's what that is. And we can see we can use 3 Navy 400s in here, and let's see how many we can put in our cargo. We can fit 36, right? Even better. So 400s are the way to do it. How I know which ones to put in, I typically like to put the smaller ones in so that you can have more of them in your cargo. So heavy ion is medium, exactly, perfect. So we have these cap boosters, and look, now we're cap stable with everything on, because you can just recover your cap back. And sure, look, with everything on, you lose it in a minute. Stable without it, if somebody's attacking you, it's going to be, let's actually overheat everything, because that's what you're going to be doing. We are nice and stable because you can recover back your cap. So this is one of the main things I would recommend if you're doing PvP, is not to run batteries, instead to run cap boosters, because it's instead of having just a passive, I have more cap, now you can click this button and get more capacitor out of it. So we do see the autocannons, and we see a small newt. Maybe we can fit a different newt in there and just to see, but let's come back to the lows here. So we have a compact afterburner. We have a web and a scram. 49 million-esque. Is this the best armor we can put in the lows? Should we even do armor? Or should we go for 800s more cap per second? Then we might actually switch. We might probably switch to that. I'm going to listen to chats. We're going to go for 800s in this and call it a day. Excellent stuff. Boop, boop. How many do we got? 18 of these. Let's put 15 of these in there. Sure enough. Cool beans. Now we're really doing it. All right, great. Should we use this armor? What do y'all think? We have lots. That's correct. We have lots of CPU and power to use. So I'm going to get rid of that one. I'm going to come down here to an armor plate and see if we can try to do something better here. So we can't yet fit the higher up armor plates. We have Tech 2s. The damage control is probably necessary here. I like the ancillary repair. The Rupture has full damage. So how I think we should fit this is we should lean in to what our win condition is. The win condition is out DPSing, is surviving. Sorry, is not surviving, is offense is our defense. So I think what we have to do here is we have to put on some more damage. Okay, so we have auto cannons here. Is that the gyro stab? I think that's that. So let's throw, and look at the DPS increase. Look at this. We're 340 up from 270. Big increase in our damage. And he had drones on him, I guarantee you. We just didn't see him because it's a kill mail. So let's come back out here and let's get some light drones in there. We can only fit 40s. Let's get some Tech 2. Just throw in some drones. Let's just get some Tech 2 warriors and just call it a day. We fit 5 of these. We have 40 drone bandwidth points. That's weird. That's strange. Let's see. Can we fit hammerheads? How many of these can we put in here? We can do 2. Takes us to 20 out of 40. Can we do 3 of these? This is going to be a very strange 30 out of 40. And then we have 2 lights. You see that? You see that, y'all? We can do 2. Okay, so that technically, if we really wanted to push this, we could fit 3 hammerheads. So you could fit 3 mediums and 2 lights to be able to get the full bandwidth out of it. Technically, this feels weird though. While this pushes the DPS, I think you're better off getting a bunch of light drones in there because then you have spare drones to throw back out. Okay, I think this is the better way because then you can get the full, you can have spare drones to throw as your drones die. I think this is actually what you should be doing. You could do 3 mediums and 2 lights. You know, you can go with 40, go 3 hams and 2 lights. Yeah, if y'all want me to do that, I think you could. It's just such a weird composition. I used to do that a lot on my Dominics. Y'all remember I have my like gecko kill squad, right? Was 2 geckos, 3 medium, 2 geckos, a medium drone, and 2 light drones, I think is what it was. So we'll put this in there because this is technically, it's another 124 DPS. We're up to 465 DPS. Very, very nice. So we've added another damage. The damage control, I think, is pretty good. The reactive armor hardener is when should you use multi-spectrum versus reactive armor hardener? Well, I think every single armor ship needs at least one of these multi-spectrums because it just gives you broad stroke resists no matter what's hitting you. There it is. The reactive armor hardener is really good as a one-of here because these are not, despite what the tooltip says, this does not give you 15% resist across the board. This will go and cater itself to what damage you're taking. So if you're taking mainly thermal, it'll start putting up to 60% resist into thermal every cycle. It'll go towards that type of damage. So it starts at 15, but then eventually if you're only taking thermal, it'll stop putting stuff there and it'll go up to 60% in thermal. Isn't that sick? Isn't that cool? So the reactive is a really nice way to be able to like do stuff. So why not web drones? Because we have a stasis web here, and I think that's the better thing to do that there. So, you know, that's my theory whenever the ship doesn't have a drone buff, unless you need them to kill frigates. You know, this is not a terrible idea is to put just, are there light web drones? Is that a thing? Just to hold it down? Here's where you're going to have to test. If you're in a situation where you need more damage to really, if you keep dying and you're like, man, I just think I want more damage to be able to break this hull. Try to do this. If you're in a situation where, man, these frigates keep getting away from me, these cruisers keep outranging me, then get you some web drones and call it a day. So, correct, exactly. It'll straight up go to where the resistance is. That's the difference between those. This low slot, this damage control is giving us about another 4K damage. It's not super. I do think you need the damage control in here because if you put another multi-spectrum, your effective HP, you're basically all in on armor, and it makes it so that the moment you enter into hull, you're just taking a crap ton more damage. Plus, the damage control is going to give you a little bit of shield resistance there as well. It's closing that EM hole there. So one of the things I would bling is the web. I would get a better web. I would get a Caldari Navy web. We go up to, that doubles the price of the ship though. Let's go to the good old fashioned compare tool and see if we have a difference here. That's a lot more. That literally doubles the price of the ship. So I'm going to take back what I was going to say. I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to keep that there because this is a Tech 1 cruiser. 53 million-isk is already like a decent amount. Let's look at the rigs because the mids, I think, look pretty good. No, we can Tech 2 this. We have plenty of space here. And in fact, we might have space for an MWD here to be able to catch stuff, lock them down, get there. This is a PvP ship. We want to be able to hop on stuff and get it done. Let's get a 50 MN micro warp drive, Tech 2. Tech 2, yeah, now we're going 50. Now we can catch up to stuff. Yes. This is what we want. We want to be able to catch up to things. We do have our cat boosters now. Before he was using a battery, and that was why. Now we don't need the Tech 2 web because we can just hop on somebody and get this big one. I do see that it looks like we might be able to use a, filter by remaining resources. How many of you didn't know this? These buttons up here, look at this. This button right here. If you click this guy, you can literally filter the modules you're seeing by remaining resources. You click this, it's going to stop showing battleship level micro warp drives. You click this, it's going to only show what's left to fit. How many of you didn't know this? Type 1 in chat. The other thing here is this one right here, filter to hull restrictions. Filter hull restrictions means show me only things the Rupture can fly. How many of you didn't know this? You're welcome. Enjoy being able to fit stuff better in EVE Online. That's why you watch these videos. Okay, excellent stuff. So we have here a 50 MN micro warp drive Tech 2. We've got Trimark armor pumps here. This is going to increase the raw HP that we have. I got to tell you, that is not our win condition here. Okay, we go down in EHP, but we want to be able to active heal. This is also an ancillary current router, increasing the power grid. Do we even need this? We don't even need that, dude. So before we go any further, let's take out the small gremlin and let's put a medium newt on here. Okay, let's put a medium one because we have the space for it. Let's go over here to a medium. We can do a nice, let's get a nice scoped one because I believe scoped goes out to 14 and Tech 2 goes out to 15. Okay, so we have the space for this. No, we actually can't do that. Look at that. Because it completely destroys our capacitor when we do this. We have to not do this. This is why we test. Okay, so let's go back to small. Let's do a nice small scoped. Now with our battery on, we're still nice and good with that. We'll keep a small newt on there and call it a day. So, you know, that's correct, unknown. Exactly. We have to make sure that we're filtering only to the ship that we like here. So we don't need this current router there. Okay. I think his skills might have been low because he had a current router on there and he didn't need one. He straight up didn't need one. The rigs are going to change how we do this. Are you ready, y'all? The nanobot accelerators. I want you to look right here. Okay. One nanobot takes us from 69, nice, up to 81. Two of these is going to take us to 95. We've gone up 50% effectiveness on our heals. 50%. That's pretty great. That's pretty fantastic. What should the final one be? Well, I think we should do some DPS here because we've got some projectiles. Let's see about this. What's our effective range? 11. We're going to be able to catch them with the micro warp drive. Optimal range is in that much. Let's see if one of these increase our DPS. There we go, y'all. There we go. The burst aerator is going to push us to 500 almost DPS. We've pushed the win condition of this ship from being, it was a bit of a hodgepodge, right? We've got more raw HP. We're tanking a little bit. We've got some active. We have like, I want stacking max HP. We have a battery. This is more of a PVE thing. You know, we've fixed this to now we can do more raw damage. 500 DPS. Didn't know the Rupture could hit this hard. Now, look at now 370. This is turrets and 124 of this is drones. And we've made the drones. So we have 3 mediums and 2 lights. So you didn't know the Rupture could hit this hard, did you? Correct. There it is. Let's see if we can get different guns here to end this Rupture on this Fixture Fit episode. And then we'll go to the Thorax in just a moment. So let's get rid of drones here. Let's go to turrets. Here we go. And projectile turrets. Okay. We're doing medium autocannons. And we have the 220 Vulcan autocannon 2s. And we see the only one over this is the 425s. So let's see if we can fit the 425s just to be able to know if we need to like mess with this a little bit more, okay? Oh, we can. These are the bigger guns. They hit harder. Let's see about it. 516. We just increased our DPS quite a bit, and our effective range is now within 12. We just did slightly better gun. We're right under the wire of this power grid. We did get we got another 20-something-ish DPS out of this fit by just messing with our stuff and getting it done. Incredible stuff. All right, let's put 4,000 hail in here. The other thing you're going to do to be able to fix this is you're going to have different kinds of ammos, okay? You want to have some barrage in here as well. You want to be able to have some barrage in here so you can swap to it. We'll look at the effective range. We go up to 23. If something's away from you, there it is. Use the nano pumps, not nano bots. Use nano pumps, not nano bots. I disagree because nano pumps make you heal faster. Nano bots make you heal for more. This is where you have to kind of test. You have to see about it. So you got to see which one it is. So do one of each to avoid stacking penalty. We could try that. We could try that. A pump instead of a bot. So what this does, we have a nano pump and a nano bot. I don't think it's backwards when you're using ancillaries because the point of an ancillary is you get more per cycle than a Tech 2 or any other reppers, okay? If you have both fast reps, you're going to run out of stuff. No, I think you're right, actually, now that I'm thinking of this. Chat has changed my mind, ladies and gentlemen. as this is why we do these live, that 1 nano pump and 1 nano accelerator is going to make you heal for 93. Look what we were at before. We had 2 nano pumps. We were at 89. So slightly more. What if we do, just for the sake of it, let's look at, we have a nano pump. Let's look at the bot. Okay, bot, I can't type. Okay, nanobot accelerator. If we do 2 of these, what are we at? We're at 95. So it is more HP per second. And we have the power grid. You win, chat. You win. Oh, but see, look. Look at our capacitor now. Look at our capacitor. Now it absolutely sucks because we now do it faster. So this is kind of what I'm saying, is that you have to look at what your capacitor is and see how it goes to as well. So the nanobot accelerator, can you do what I tell you, please? Oh my God, dude. I hate when this happens. The fitting window is like broken, dude. Let's type nano. It like thinks there's a ghost there. Let's do 1 nano pump and 1 nanobot accelerator. With 2 of these, our capacitor is still good. We don't need to be cap stable, but we have slightly less EHP, but we're not going to just run out of cap when we keep these on. So, and overheating raises the rep speed. See, with 2 of these, we get up to 119. I think it's 2 of these. I think it's 1 nanobot accelerator, 1 nano pump. You can disagree and call it a day. You could do a NOS. We could do a NOS, especially with a cap like this. Yeah, sure. Why don't we fit a NOS just to say, hey, give me some more of your goodies? Because, well, the NOS only works if they're below you, right? There's some kickers with this. Now we can get their cap and kind of pull it back. I'd run 2 accelerators with a medium NOS. 2 accelerators with a medium NOS. What do I think about that? You're basically pivoting your entire strategy to active tank instead of this. So we're not going to do 2 medium ANSIs, right? Here we go. We're swapping it. We're swapping it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see it. Give me my repper, please. I want rep. Oh, turn off rigs. That's why. Small armor repper. See, we don't have the power grid for the small armor repper, so no. Because we want to be able to use the bigger guns to push the DPS up with this. So what I think we do is this. I think this is your fit. You could do, this is where you guys have to test. Where if you want to do double ANSI, it's a different guns. It's you're pivoting more of your ship resources into being heals. I'm pivoting more of our resources into damage because that's what we want to push here. Okay, that's what we want to push here. We've got our drones coming in. We're doing 380 DPS at range, and with hail ammo, we're doing 516 DPS. I think this fit fixed. We're gonna put this into the description. This is a fixture fit DPS PvP. Okay, and y'all can go for a healer PvP if you would like. Consider that fit fixed. The link for this will be in the description. It's all totally free, takes 2 clicks. That fit has been fixed. Let's dive in to the next one here. Okay. That was so long. I think I'm going to cut this into 2 of these. Okay, so let me do one more here. Everybody say hi, YouTube, again. Good. Hey, thank you for helping me with that one, chat. Thank you for that. So can you do an alpha fit for the Thorax in another video? I think that's a good idea. So ladies and gentlemen, the Thorax has been changed a bunch, and the Rupture and all the other cruisers have been updated for Eve Legion. So it's time for, once again, another episode of Fix Your Fits. Let's get it done, y'all. Let's see if we can fix our friend's fit here. This guy went through Amazon. He went through Amazon. It looks like a travel fit with some exploration and a cloak on it too. Very, very odd PvP fit. We're going to show you some things. I'm going to help you understand what I think he did here and how you can do it a little bit better. Everybody say hi, YouTube. We're going to check out the Thorax today. Let's see about it. Let's see if we can fix this fit. Okay. First of all, the Thorax was changed and updated. We got more. The visual look on the Thorax looks awesome. I love how it looks. I don't even remember what it looked like before, but this is incredible. The ship looks really excellent now. Excellent. And it, like the Rupture that we just covered, it absolutely pushes the damage. And this ship is strange. I'm going to be honest with you. This fit is weird. This looks like it could be even a meme fit because we get a Higgs anchor. We've got a battleship level or battle cruiser level, whatever the heck, afterburner. This is strange. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go try to give you one of my Thorax fits and then show you how I would travel with it. Okay, not even mine. Let's go to the community fit. This is iBeast's Faction Warfare PvP fit. Let's just start here. This is a standard quality, 0 fluff on it, PvP fit, all good. How can you get through a place like Amazon and be able to survive it's not doing a fit like this. Let me show you what this last guy was trying to do. Okay. He had a cloak on. He had double points. He had a bad afterburner and a Higgs anchor in the rigs. This is a very strange meme fit, and we're going to fix this. So let's say you're getting this PvP fit is actually the correct one. This is what you should do. I don't have to link this in the description for you because it's just in the game. But if you're trying to get through an area of space like Amazon, that's a little bit scary. You have to be able to travel through it effectively. Here's how to do this. This is like if you're getting to your destination. So before I fix the actual fit, let me show you literally what you should be doing at all times. You should be going into your faction warfare window. Okay, so this window is where it's in your neocom on the left-hand side. All right. And you should be able to go to your shipcaster. I'm in the Caldari. That's where we typically do stuff. So you can get to your favorite side by going to your empire and then choosing your side. And then depending on which side you choose, it'll tell you where your shipcaster is. Mine is in Onaman. Now we do go over what shipcasters are in our Frye fleet. In short, a shipcaster is going to take you to a frontline system. See how some of these systems are like brighter. Some of these systems are really, yes, they're in the air career program. We did see even more skill points. Yes. Some of these are brighter. These are frontline systems that give you more loyalty points. There's more action. There's more stuff going on. And these shipcasters will get you to the front lines very, very quickly. So the first one is an Onaman for the Caldari. You can head there, and then this will point you. It'll warp you to a low-sec system, and you don't have to go through Amazon. So the first thing I'll tell you is you don't have to go through places like Amazon. You don't have to risk your ship and risk your stuff by going through this place. You mustn't go there, Simba. Okay. There is a darkness there. Like, you don't want to get caught by a install. What is this? What is this? What is Hugin? Phobos. He got Phobos, dude. He got hard pointed double Oracle in Amazon. You don't have to do this even if your fit is better and this fit is not very good. Okay. You don't have to go through Amazon. You can just go to Onaman and go to the shipcaster there and get it done. Okay. You have to make sure you've declared faction warfare. Once you do, you can do that. Let's say you can't get to a shipcaster. Let's say you can't go do those things and you want to get a travel fit for your ships. How do you do this? Okay, so you're going to look right here. You're going to look at your align time. We want to get as low align time as we can. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these bulkheads and we're going to remove them and we're going to put them into our cargo. Already our align time has been reduced. Boom, boom, easy, easy peasy. The one you're going to look for is the eye stabs. We go over these all the time on stream, and you're going to look at that align time. Sub 5, sub 4, boom. 2 of these already, we are sub 4 on the align time. We've saved 2 seconds on the align time out. That is an eternity when you're talking about how to align out. So let's also see what it is for our mag stab and put it in there. All right, so we can't get sub 3 unless we also remove the damage control. Oh, can we? Can we? Boop. We can get sub 3. On the align. Yeah, I literally don't do the entire name right. We can get sub 3 with tech 2 eye stabs on the thorax. We've literally cut our align time in half. Sub 3 is what a lot of haulers can get. Okay. Ooh, and a good one, Harry. Yes. The other thing you want to do when you're traveling is get a warp core stab. Okay. Could this guy have escaped from this if he had one on? No, actually, because I think he got hard pointed by the Phobos, right? So he couldn't have escaped. But you'll be able to increase your chances because, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we do one of these videos, you are
never safe and Eve.
And no matter what you do, you're going to get pumped at some point, right? But you can do stuff like this to maximize your chances. So, exactly, correct. It won't save you from a heck, but you might as well try something. You can keep your rigs off. You can keep the guns on if you want. And then do this for less align time with a warp core stab. Okay, this will save your ship from some things. You're never completely invincible, but it'll save your ship from some stuff and keep it going. The other thing you can do on a ship like this is you can get, and what this guy was trying to do was get a micro warp drive cloak trick coming in. So what you can do is you can unfit one of your guns and put it in your cargo, and you can have a micro warp drive with a cloak in the highs. When you're traveling, you get rid of this and you refit in a station or at a mobile depot when you get to your destination. Now, the first guy, he actually did this wrong because he had a afterburner, which incorrect. We're not even going to talk about the probe launcher, y'all. This is terrible. And he had a prototype cloaking device. It won't work with either of those. He literally picked the wrong one. So it has to be an improved cloak, and it has to be an of level micro warp drive. So if you fit a 5 MN, which is the frigate size, in a cruiser, it won't work. If you fit a battleship one, it's like too big and it's going to waste your fit. So you don't want to like do that. So correct, exactly. Oh, is it a rolling fit? Even this is a rolling fit. With the Higgs anchor. Even more strange with the camper charge and everything. Sheesh. So that's actually, Harry, I was sitting here questioning us. Thank you for telling us this. This is a rolling fit in a thorax. Cheap rolling fit. Intriguing. Harry, thank you for that. So if you want to roll your wormholes, y'all, in a thorax, this is something you can do. I like this. I didn't even think of that, Harry. This is why we do it live. Harry, 07 to you, my friend. Harry, are you a sub? I'm going to gift you a sub right now, dude, because that was really cool. You solved the mystery, Harry. Are you a sub? I'm scrolling up in chat. Where are you? You're on YouTube. You're on YouTube. Harry, I can't give you a sub directly on YouTube because that's not how YouTube works. But in your honor, Harry, I'm going to show up here and I'm going to just gift a random sub to someone in YouTube in your honor. Okay, Harry, because I can't give you one because YouTube has to catch up to some of the Twitch features. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to gift a membership to one of you in Harry's honor. Harry, that's huge. Thank you for that. I put my money where my mouth is. Thank you for that, Harry. There it is once that comes in. All right, let's just keep us going. Thank you very much, Harry. Thanks for that, Harry. I'm going to gift a membership to chat in your honor. Thank you for the my friend. Okay. With that said, the micro warp drive cloak trick. Now, micro warp drives give you a 10-second align. Okay, we're going to use spool up with right here. It's 10-second duration. Okay, so your align is 10 seconds. But how this works is you press micro warp drive. Okay, this is first. Then you press cloak. Actually, let me back up. First, you do warp. You decide where you're going to warp to. Oh my God, I can't freaking do this. You warp first. Then you do cloak. Sorry, then you do MWD. Oh my God, my dyslexia chat is killing me here. The worst dyslexic streamer. I can't believe it. Then you do, and I did the other way. Then you do cloak. Okay, this is the order. You warp. You click warp. You activate micro warp drive, and I do them at the same exact time. So I say 2 and 3, and you're going to see it in that chat. You're like, no, do like this one first. What I do is I just click them both. Okay, align first warp. Same. Is it the same thing? I think you're right. I'll just type align because I don't know if you can actually activate modules once you're in your warp. So you press align. I think you're right, actually. So see, again, why we're doing this live, because you guys keep me honest, okay? Align, micro warp drive, cloak, and they're basically at the same time. You click them at the same time. Get activate. There it is. So it's aligned first. See? Chat, you really helped me out today. Thank you for this. This is why we do this live, because Eve is important to get the order right. Thank you for that, chat. Once this cycle is done, you one cycle this. It is now off. You're cloaked. You let the cloak go through. The cloak is done, and then you warp immediately off. So essentially, all this complicated freaking stuff. What happens is, the moment the cloak is run out, you will insta warp. You will move. Align, cloak, MWD. You'll insta warp. In a thorax, I don't think you need to do all this, but you could. I can tell you, the micro warp drive cloak trick is the thing that could have saved you from a Hick, Hugin, Oracle gate camp. It could have saved him. Why? Because if you do it right, you'll be able to do the micro warp drive cloak trick within 1 to 2 server ticks, depending on how fast you are. Now, if they insta-lock you, that's just what happens. You are
never saving Eve.
And sometimes it works. Most times it works. Sometimes it doesn't. The trick is to be the Hick. Exactly. So, hope this makes sense for y'all. When you get to your destination, you're going to unfit your eye stabs. You're going to unfit your micro warp drive. You're going to unfit your cloak. Get your PvP fit back out. Here's eye beasts fit. I don't have to include any. There's not going to be any kind of fit link in the description this time, because you can just go to holes and fits, thorax, and it's under the community tabs. That's right here. Okay. It's right here for you. And you can set it up and get it going. This video was mostly about how to be able to get out of gate camps, how to escape things and travel fit your ships. What you just saw, where I messed with the eye stabs, with the inertia stabilizers, and then fit my ship to be able to do a micro warp drive cloak trick. You can do that on any ship. Any ship. Depends on your skills, depends on the ship's hull and the various things. You can go do that whenever you would like. And if you want like the full Fix Your Fits playlist, that's right here. And if you want the best Eve guides, you can sub right here. We'll see you in the next video. Thanks very, very much. We have to do the Rupture outro, do we? Don't we? Okay. Let's do that here, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the Rupture is fantastic. And if you want the full Fixture Fits playlist, that's right here. And if you want the best Eve guides, that's right here. We'll see ya. And the next one, press sub. We'll see you very soon. Thanks very much. Look at that, chat. 2 videos. Easy peasy. Boom, boom. Done, done. We covered a lot of Eve Legion stuff. Learning a lot. Now that we know it's a rolling fit, how do we know he died on a gate? Let's go back and look, because maybe now that we know it's a rolling fit, that contextualizes where he was. He was 13 km off of the Abazan Stargate. 13k to me. Now, when you come out of a gate, you're typically at around 16k from the gate. Okay. Being so close to 16k, what I think was happening was this guy was trying to escape. He was maybe coming back into Abazan to go to a wormhole, and then on the gate got caught. Look, I've seen people use stand-up fighters to decloak. Yep, correct. Actually correct, yes. What are your thoughts on the new Rupture changes? Is less total damage, more alpha damage, and better tracking? I think it's good. We just did a Fixture Fits on the Rupture, and I think it's going to be good changes. I think it's going to help the Rupture to do better, and we just need more data and have to take it out and get it involved to be able to continue it forward. So, really, really cool stuff. So, chat, we are going to pivot a little bit today, and I wanted to, we're going to do a little bit of pivoting here. I wanted to kind of see the Dune Awakening stream that's happening right now. Okay, I wanted to watch Dune Awakening stuff. So I wanted to talk to the Eve players before we bring up this Dune Awakening video. So Lyra, can you pause, please? We're gonna go react to Dune Awakening. Lyra, pause the music. Thank you. My AI assistant's getting real sassy. I want you Eve players to hear me. In order for Eve to grow, I have to check out other games too. Do you understand? I'm gonna make a Dune Awakening guides. Here's my long con. You ready? Ready? I'm gonna make a Dune Awakening guides. We're gonna do an Eve giveaway in just a sec, so that the Dune players sub to my YouTube channel. When they sub, they're gonna see Eve Online guides. They're gonna like Eve Online because it's a great game. And then they're gonna play Eve Online. This is the long con, ladies and gentlemen. In order for Eve to grow, we have to reach people. Okay. Dune Awakening is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun playing them, and then we shoot them. Yes, Duffman, we get them to join. Happened to me. Casperia, what's up? It's literally in chat right now. Dune Eve Enjoyers. Eve Dune Enjoyers. The beta was clipped and sent. There it is. He's here now. He's in chat. I have Jerry Seinfeld voice right now. What's the deal with Dune Awakening? Sand everywhere. Shy allude. More like shy this hallude. I don't. You can clip that, chat. Oh my god, that was such a bad joke. Point is, we have to check out other games. Okay. Have to. Please do not. That's my new follow notification. I tell you. Check contracts. Yes. So let's do some Eve giveaways before. Thank you, Lyra. Let's do some Eve giveaways before we actually leave this. We're gonna react to this video, and then we're also going to do Eve giveaways after it's done. It's my incentive for y'all to be able to, come on down and get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Arvito has given us some excellent stuff here. Let's give away a nice Rupture. We're gonna put that skin right in there. Let's give away this Rupture. We also have a full Tengu to give away, full fit Tengu, and a full fit Rupture to give away with a skin. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants a Tengu? Who wants a Rupture? Come on down to the giveaway chat. And in order to do this, you gotta be following on Twitch or sub on YouTube. Then you gotta be in Discord. Do those two things and you'll be able to get it done, okay? So, the Venn diagram of these fan bases might look interesting. Correct. I really agree. That's why we want to do it. So, it sounds like you're ready to accept YouTube is run by the algorithm if things should make Eve content. No, I actually disagree, Thora. I know, this is because I've been doing YouTube for a long time now. This is a really good point, Thora, okay? Is I make Eve guides, so it's going to serve my content to Eve people. Obviously. At first, they're going to serve my Dune guides to Eve people. So, hold on one sec. One of my best friends just sent me a text. One sec, chat. When a best friend sends you a message like this, you gotta just do it. There it is. Okay. So, how the algorithm's gonna work is at the start, my Dune Awakening videos are not gonna hit a lot of people. but I build my videos in such a way I don't need them to be initially successful for them to be successful long term. All right. My goal with Dune Awakening is not to get a bunch of views on my videos. I want the views, obviously, but that's not my goal. My goal is to make really excellent guides to attract the people that will be attracted, and then they sub, and then they play EVE long term. Okay. And look, we're gonna have a great time with Dune Awakening. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And we're gonna play EVE. We're gonna do both. We're not gonna do one or the other. We're gonna do both. Okay. So I love Abyssal Dead Space. I love it. I love it so much. Literally evergreen content. Yes. Dude, C5 routing. I wish I could live in a wormhole right now, but I just don't play enough to be able to do this. So, all right. You've followed on Twitch. You've subbed on YouTube. Always the free stuff. Quest for Heroes. Thanks to the Twitch Prime. Out of your mind. God bless my friend. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Will I share the Rupture Fit? Sure. I will share the Rupture Fit. I'll put it in the Loru Gaming in-game chat. I'll also put it on our EVE workbench. Okay. I just put it into the Fixture Fit. There it is. Rupture Fit has been shared. Boom, boom. I'll put it in the EVE workbench later as well. So, you know. What's up, James? How are we doing? Legion's fun. We've been talking about it all day. We're about to pivot to some other stuff, and I'll keep it going. So, EVE is a game where if you don't lose your in-game progress, so you don't get irrelevant. Yes. Whatsoever, forgive it. You're going to see in just a sec, Deathmac. You've followed on Twitch. You've subbed on YouTube. Always the free stuff. Then, you're in Discord. The last thing you have to do is type what we say. So let's do, it's a Tengu and Rupture giveaway. The word is Patreon. Ladies and gentlemen, type Patreon one time, case sensitive, into Discord. One time, case sensitive, into Discord to be able to get your goodies. The Patreon is the spine of the brand, and you can join for free. You can join for free right now. We've been doing a lot of goodies over on Patreon. It literally takes 2 clicks. Absolutely easy to do. And we've been doing a bunch of stuff you can join for free. All of our stuff is housed there. We treat Patreon like it's a blog. And look, if you're new, I don't want your money. Do not look at these. Do not look at the exclusive perks, at the merch, all this other stuff that only patrons get. Ignore it. Press join for free. Then go to EVE Online guides, free EVE Online guides. They're free. We provide a crap ton of free value for you over on Patreon. Check it out. Here's an example of some of the stuff we do over on Patreon. All of our fits are housed here. We have the guide for the Sarathiel and for the Barbaroga. All of our fits are there for you housed. When there's a sale, when there is a Omega sale, we were just talking about this. We like when there's new packs, we like to detail out, are the packs worth it in a blog format? So there's no questions, okay? With Legion, they put out some brand new packs. Obviously, if you use code Loru, you get it for cheaper, okay? We detail out, for example, the $12 pack is $28 of value for $12. We do the math for you. We let you see it so you can decide and have the proper data to be able to know what the heck to do, okay? The Tengu is, I don't think you can do T3 cruisers in the Abyss. I don't think it's possible. So in this one, the next pack, the Ascendant pack, is $80, but you get $160 of value. Now, this pack, most of the value comes from skins. And you know what we've talked about with skins. I even say this here. The skins are extra. I do not prioritize them. The $12 pack is the best value because the $80 pack has most of its value from skins. Okay. All of this is free. I do this for you on Patreon. So check out Patreon to be able to understand exactly how to play the game for a better cost-effective thing. And the content is free there. If you want to support me monetarily, if you want to join the 174 of you that are paying members, you get extra. The merch is done this week. Finally, we had to redo our merch. It's done this week. The patrons, the merch is getting sent out again. Okay, so check. We only do merch through Patreon. That's the only place we do it. Enjoy it. We also have 5,500 of you. 5,500 of you are over on Patreon for free. Can you pause, Lyra? Do you understand that we have more patrons than some people in the partner program have Twitch followers? I'm not saying that to disparage them. I'm saying that because y'all have humbled the heck out of me this year. You're joining, you're showing up. Almost 6K of you are on Patreon. Thank you. Really, I'm getting like a mushy here. From like the bottom of my heart, thank y'all so much. 5,500 of you. Cheers, right, Caspariel? Sheesh. Chad, I remember when I made the Patreon and my best friend joined and gave me $1 a month. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. Thanks. And now there's 5,500 of you. Enjoy it. I put a lot of work into it. It's for free. Those that support with, you know, those that show up with the good old credit card get a little bit extra. Okay, but you don't have to do that if you don't want to. Ladies and gentlemen, Lyra, please. 2 winners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sitting through the hashtag ad. 2 winners. Tengu and Rupture, fully fit. Okay, going once. Going twice. Last call. Okay, remember, if you spam, you'll be DQ'd. If you, and sold chat, sorry, I kind of went a little bit faster. If you spam, you'll be DQ'd. If you're not following, you're going to be DQ'd. Okay, you got to be following. It's getting better and better, Raven. And look, we can finally see you again over on Kick. We can finally see Kick again because it's, you know, because Kick, and I just remembered I have to go back to Kick. I always forget about this stupid thing, chat. Give me a sec. Kick is really stupid. Give me a sec. I got to go into my Kick thing, so let's unpin this, you jerks. I got to go back. Kick chat has this thing where I have to like manually go in and tell them I'm multi-streaming. It's really stupid and really annoying, and I'm just gonna go turn that off right now because I always forget because it's dumb, and Kick's a little bit dumb. So, am I growing a goatee? No, I just haven't shaved today. So you know. Oh yeah, definitely like the YouTube stream, Nathan. All right, y'all. 2 winners. 2 winners. Tengu, Rupture. Okay, the winners are Fully Fit Tengu. Fully Fit Tengu coming in. And a fully fit Rupture complete with the skin. Thank you very much, Arvito, for the Rupture. God bless you, Arvito. God bless you. Absolutely excellent stuff coming in. Okay, we've got excellent stuff. The 2 winners are, come on now. We got N9 and King Arthur Fillet. Congratulations. Congratulations. Excellent, excellent. No Barbarogas have been given yet. There's no Barbarogas finished yet, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Barbarogas still got to be finished. We're going to pin those so y'all can get it done. These are spoken for. These giveaways are now spoken for. All right, so let's do set name. This is done. I'm going to DM y'all on Instagram later to be able to get it done. We're going to DM you on Instagram to be able to get your items very, very soon. These are done. These are not given away anymore. Okay. We've got a Fearless. You got to DM me because we've got a golem fully fit for you. And if you don't DM me, it's going back on the pile. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to switch. We're going to pivot slightly. We're going to check out Dune Awakening. Now stick around if you're an Eve player because we are going to give you large Eve Online giveaways when this is complete, ladies and gentlemen. Very large Eve Online giveaways. Okay, we're going to swap to a Dune Awakening reaction. Okay, we're going to react to this stream that they've got coming in here. Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. Let me get rid of this. We're going to go give away billions of ISK at the end of this. So if you're slightly interested in Dune, stick around. We're going to check it out. If you just want to see Eve content, Eve gameplay, feel free to follow the stream. No worries if you have to bounce. That's all good. We're going to be doing a bunch more stuff coming in. So let's do it. You can DM me on Discord. Your Eve in-game name, Pyro. Yes. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's get rid of the live chat because we're not going to look at it. And all right, let's see it. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dune Awakening's mid to end game. Well, they're showing a stream now on what it looks like. And we're going to go check out what the devs have cooked for us for the mid to end game. It's one of my main questions for Dune Awakening. Let's see if we can see what they've cooked and how much they've improved this mid to end game. Right now, let's check it out. I'll turn this up. Maximize this guy.
Wants you dead, off-worlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole.
Turning it up. Making sure we're good on volume.
You don't have to walk this path alone.
Got a little B-roll.
There is.
I'm excited for Dune Awakening.
The foundation of something greater. A power waiting to be harnessed. Desert power. Some claim to rule this planet. But Arrakis is yours to explore.
I can't wait to go into some of these environments that are more like vertical, you know, that are more like, you know, this one. where they're like crawling through stuff and like one of these, I think. Yeah, I can't wait to go through some of these. I just can't wait. And I played the beta. Beta was fun. Enjoyed it. There was definitely some jank, but the game was enjoyable. And we didn't have any access to these kind of zones. This looks sick. I mean, look at this. Like, you can't even see the floor. This looks awesome.
Arrakis is yours to explore. To fight for.
Yep, we've seen the combat.
To conquer.
We've talked about the melee combat, chat. It does need improving. The melee combat needs improving. We've talked about this a lot. It's like Rust building, yes. It's very similar to Valheim, Rust, that kind of stuff. So,
but there are forces beyond even your control.
This damn worm, dude. June 10th. Next week, y'all. We're gonna play this next week.
Master Arrakis.
Yeah, Warling.
And it will open your mind. This is your path to awakening.
Good stuff. Yep. We're gonna do it. So next week, so I can confirm with you, regardless what happens on the stream, next week we are gonna play it at early access. I'm going live on the 5th. When this is up, if you want to play with us, you can. Come on down that day. We're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. We're just very excited for it. So let's see what we got. I'm gonna change my kick category while we're here because we multi-stream, baby. What's up, girl?
Hello, everybody, to our, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, last developer live stream before our head start.
Natasha has been a gem to the community. She is killing it. Her tweets are like actually funny. You know, it's weird to me to see, and the Eve developers are like this too, where there's just a couple people that they're just quality faces of the company. I have nothing but good things to say about Natasha and the team at large. She's killing it. And I think she got that tattoo because it's a Dune Awakening tattoo, which is sick.
And
Respect
the full
it.
launch
Respect
of Dune Awakening. I'm Natasha Rösli. I have the honor to be your host for today. And I think I'm not the only one when I say I'm so excited for you to experience what our teams have been working on for the past years. So some of you have gotten a taste of what the game feels and looks like during the beta weekend. But today we go beyond the beta and show you a glimpse of mid and end game of Dune Awakening. We have...
And I'm actually watching this live stream a little bit after. You can see we're like halfway through. This is a live stream. I did this on purpose because I kind of want to fast forward past the like informational whatever and just get right down to brass tacks. So I love the information, but let's listen to a little bit more, but then we're probably going to fast forward and get to the actual, like, show me the gameplay, because I don't want this to be a 2-hour video, right? So
first, a little segment where we talk beta and combat. We then have live gameplay of Haga Basin and also social hubs. We go into live gameplay of the Deep Desert. And as always, we have a Q&A in the end, where we'll be connecting questions from you, from chat,
Deep Desert,
live during the stream. But before we dive into all of that, let's watch a brand new video.
Okay. The Deep Desert, by the way, is like the Dark Zone in Dune Awakening. That's how they described it. That's what makes me most excited about this game. Let's see it.
Combat in Dune Awakening is the fusion of melee, shields, ranged, abilities, and vehicles.
What's that?
As you progress,
Go back.
abilities
Go back.
and vehicles.
When did we get daggum rocket buggies? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. When did we get rocket RPG buggies? We're going to transport our guild around with a literal caravan. We're going to have a good time.
As you progress, your tactical options expand,
Yes.
allowing you to express yourself through different styles.
I want an RPG.
In the
Looking at the UI.
beginning, combat is a short, brutal affair.
I like how they're showing this.
Do everything you can to knock your opponents off balance and open them up for a retaliating strike.
Good dodge.
Keep an eye on your stamina,
Yep.
or find yourself in trouble.
Good. Good.
Early abilities change the paradigm. Use the voice to force your enemies to come to you.
So this is good that they're showing this. That was a Bene Gesserit ability. I still think that melee should cost stamina. That the stamina bar is bound to your dash. And when we saw the creator do there was a bunch of creators that did like a beta preview PvP, and you saw Tyler 1 just like mouse wanting people and just like perma-locking Shroud and perma-locking Summit. And it was just kind of sad to see because the game actually has a lot of depth to it and it feels deep. Every single piece of tech you get is like another thing you have to like, oh, I have another tool. It feels like you're Batman and you got another toolbox in your utility belt to do, right? So literally someone said like London POV. I was like, oh God. Like, so is that, sheesh. This is hopefully going to be a system that is improved is the melee combat. It's very basic and it's the number one thing I think that the devs have to improve on for this game to have longevity. The rest of the game, honestly, super fun. Let's keep watching. Oh.
Shigawire claw to stagger an enemy.
Shigawire! Oh, go back. Go back. Did he just use the Shigawire offensively?
Shigawire claw to stagger an enemy.
Shigawire was my favorite thing. You can use it offensively? You can use it to stun somebody? It's a ranged stop. You can use it to get away and stun something? I didn't know this. I have to go back and look at all of the abilities now and see like what I missed. Oh my God, dude. We're going to have a good time.
Knee charge into melee range.
Little Titan punch, or knee,
Ranged weapons like the Mauler pistol allow you to maintain distance and take down enemies from afar.
You gonna die, bro? There you go.
Until a shielded enemy enters the fray.
Yes, sir.
Holtzman
This is a good overview.
change the nature of combat. Their kinetic barrier can only be pierced by slow-moving objects. Fast on defense, slow on attack.
By the way, I loved the sword. Jeez Louise, I just went back all the way for something. I loved the sword so much. I had such a, I can't believe somehow I went back to like the very beginning of the Dagon video. I loved the sword so much, y'all. It was one of my favorite things to use because it let me AoE the people down. The dagger was very fast and you really feel the difference between the two weapons because the dagger was excellent at that single target, getting real close, getting real up close and personal. But the moment there was like two enemies, man, I just wanted the sword so much. I wanted to be able to just knock multiple enemies back. And one of my favorite things was getting people into a like corner and then like corralling them into a corner, dodging around them, and then just starting going to town with the sword, just slashing like crazy. A lot of fun.
By slow-moving
A lot of fun.
Fast on defense, slow on attack. Swords, daggers, kinjals, and rapiers are effective for dealing with shielded enemies. But without a shield of your own, you will quickly be overwhelmed by enemy fire.
Yep.
But the
Sorry, my wife,
shields
Jen.
also have a weakness beyond the slow blade. Ranged attacks cannot be fired from inside an active shield.
This was something I noticed when I was playing the beta, and it really, the moment you figured that out, it opened up what the shield was for. Because you activate a shield, you're like, I have a shield. The moment you start shooting, the shield goes away. So now you have the shield on, you can plan when to move. So you like firing, your cover becomes anywhere you're standing if you're not shooting. Does that make sense? Then you can stop shooting, duck behind cover, wait for the shield to come back and use it to go to the next spot. So it changes how you actually think of cover. That if you, in other games, you are out and you're vulnerable to stuff the moment you leave cover, but you actually use cover as a way to like wait for your shield and then you're safe. You're safe at like the opposite point. You know, you're not safe when you're behind cover shooting some. because they can hit you on your torso and your head, right? You're safe when you're running from A to B. It's a slight difference in combat that really excellent stuff. I love it. I love it.
Creating a window of opportunity for the others to exploit.
It is. You have to pay attention to this.
Specialized range weapons can counteract shields. The drill shot rifle fires drilling darts that will attach to a shield and slowly pass through.
I didn't know about this. Sick.
Attach to a shield and slowly pass through.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know about that.
The disruptor fires statically charged darts at variable speeds to overwhelm the power supply of the shield.
See? It like stuns you.
Ability.
The disruptor was something I misused in the beta because I treated it like it was an SMG. I didn't understand that this was going to be anti-shield content. Guys, if you want EVE content, we did hours of it before. We're going to do some EVE content after this as well. If you want to follow so you can see some EVE content, don't you worry. We're going to come back to it, okay? Don't you worry about it, all right? If you stick around, you'll get EVE guides and EVE giveaways, okay? But only if you stick around, okay? So this was something I misused in the beta because I thought it was like a big DPS SMG. It was really for getting rid of shields. They give you counters. They give you options. I like this.
Overwhelm
I like it a
the
lot.
power supply of the shield.
See?
Abilities can turn the tide of any battle.
Flamethrower, bro.
Swordmasters use their deflection ability to close the distance. Swordmasters use their deflection ability to
I didn't know that was a thing. You know how often I fought these guys and I was pinned down? I could just spec into Swordmaster and then I start deflecting bullets. Goodness gracious.
close the distance and bring their crippling strikes to bear on their enemies.
Sick.
Troopers use their techniques to take to the air and bring death from above.
It was so much fun. Look at this crap, dude.
And bring their
Look at
crippling
this crap.
strikes to bear on their enemies. Troopers use their techniques to take to the air and bring death.
I did this so much, dude. Where this exact dungeon, I actually remember this one of the Imperial tests. They fly now. This is actually what I was doing. I would like just start slowly going up and it's like, you think you're in a safe spot? I make my own safe spots. You know, you're in cover. Not if I have anything to say about it. Look at, and this is just one way you can use these combinations of the abilities and tools. There's other ways you can use these offensively as well, where you saw that somebody like threw that green ball's an anti-gravity grenade. You throw that and everything in there starts floating. Grenades, people, barrels, you know, like everything starts floating around. You can use it to get people out of cover, or you can use the anti-gravity abilities to get yourself above their cover. There's differences of strategy here.
From
Cool.
above.
Very cool.
Bene Gesserit stop enemies in their tracks with the power of the voice.
Yep.
Or use their Bindu dash to quickly close the gap. Mentats control the battlefield with their sentinel.
Me.
Or use the Hunter Seeker for a silent takedown.
I never got to use that. Sick.
Abilities, ranged weapons, shields and melee work in concert to allow mastery.
Now imagine all this in PvP. Okay? Imagine you got somebody who's like, I'm the sniper boy with a Mentat specialist, and we finally found their like FC, the guy calling the shots. Hey Mentat, can you Hunter Seeker their FC, please? You know, troopers, we need you to push in and go from above because they're stuck behind some rocks. We have to get you to float over stuff. Swordmasters, they've got some tanks in the front. We need you to get in there and disrupt their front line. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is true, 100% Indrasil. That was one of the main things that I said. There has to be some kind of like friend and foe, duh. So just really sick. Yes, Lord, I agree in a good way.
But beyond mastery lies the spice. Consume it to awaken.
Awaken.
Transcend human limits with new abilities and prescience. Seeing
Huge.
what others cannot. The narrow path to victory.
What this is the pre-science ability, and you can kind of see, let me get to a better
What
spot here.
others cannot.
So you can see the pre-science ability is if you consume a bunch of spice, there's this purple bar down here. It's kind of hard to see. You use this and it gives you insight into the battlefield. So you can see what their abilities are. Their ability cooldown, SWOTOR, but better. Yeah, this is limited time pre-science ability where you consume a lot of spice. You can see their abilities, what the ability cooldowns are. There's other stuff you can see to be able to get stuff. I loved SWTOR. Honestly, one of my favorite games back in the day. So much fun. This kind of feels like that too. You just helped me understand why I love this game, by the way. Thank you. But the thing about the spice, it activates when you eat melange food. But if you keep using it, you get resistance to the melange. It makes it more expensive. You have to eat 2 potions. You have to drink 2 melange beers, whatever. 2 melange coffees, whatever. Instead of 1. You do it again. Now you need 3. Now you need 5. Now you need 10. So if you keep using it, it gets more expensive. That's pretty sick. Making everybody's ultimate ability, you really have to decide when you want to use it, because the next time you use it, it's going to be further away and further away and further away. Hey, anybody got more of that melange? Unironically, how it's going to be.
Path to victory.
That was sick. That was cool.
Combine these techniques freely to experience sandbox combat.
Okay, look at what this guy just did. Look what this guy just did. Okay.
Combine these techniques freely to
He's using Bindu Sprint, Bena Gesserit. He's using the Shigawire to get up. And he's got some other ability that I don't know what it is. And he's got his power pack to be able to float in. You combine the mix of tech and abilities. And yes, you can multi-class to your heart's content in Dune Awakening to get something that looks like this.
to experience sandbox combat. Create unique strategies and bring them to bear against your foes. Always remember, Arrakis takes the weak.
Game looks sick. That was a really good showcase. They cooked with this. I am still needing better melee combat. Here's what I would do to melee. I would add a dash attack. I would add an after... I think there is a dash attack. So wait, I would add an after dodge attack because there's a sprint hit. So after sprint. But if you dodge, there's no like after attack. So there needs to be like a repositioned attack. That would be nice. I would also like a plunge attack. Give me an after... like I've dodged, hit. And I can drop down and stab. That's what I want. Aside from melee, straight up, great looking combat. Self-propelled warlock grenade from Destiny. Let's go, dude. There is a riposte. There is a, you can counter them and then you can riposte them. There is a, if you press Alt, you use your stamina bar to kind of like go to the side. I want an attack after that. Does that make sense? Right now, if you just go to the side, it's still just a light attack. There's nothing special about it, right? So I'd also like a from crouch attack. I'd like there to be some kind of like sneak attack, but there isn't right now. We'll see. We'll see. So really, really cool. Once again, we're playing on the 5th. Any more other stuff going here? All right, they're going to talk about stuff. I don't necessarily want to watch this whole thing. I want to go to the like deep desert. Let's skip them talking about stuff because they're just going to, let's go right to this.
In so many people's hands so they can understand what we made. When we started working on Dune, we wanted to make more than just a normal survival game. We wanted to make a very...
This is them talking about the beta. That's fine. We actually played the beta extensively. We're going to go to, what's this? Yeah, let's see what we can expect at launch. This is what we want. Okay. At launch, what are we going to be getting?
To get the game out next week.
We've talked a lot about the beta already. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Anything you wanted to add?
No, I mean, for me, it's just a lot of fun to watch people finally playing. Like, someone asked me on Discord like a year ago, like, tell us about the game. They wanted me to describe the game. They weren't in the beta. And I was like, well, it's very hard to describe because it's something unique. Yes, it has some familiar survival stuff, but we've layered it all underneath the Dune IP. Mm-hmm. And it's really hard to describe how all of those things come together to create something that I feel is kind of unique and interesting, right?
My summer is ruined, says King Arthur. I agree. This is now, what you're going to hear is some marketing speak, okay, from these people, because they're the developers. They want the game to be received well. Okay, let me go here so you can read the text better. You're going to hear some marketing speak, but I also want you to hear me say, I'm not paid by them. I'm not, I'm a Funcom creator, but I'm not like sponsored or anything. It's not like what's happening. I'm showing you this because when he says it's hard to explain how the game just kind of comes together, it does. Other survival games, I'm like, I don't really know why I care about the world. This feels like a Dune game first. As a fan of the books, as a fan of the movies, this game felt good to play because I would kill some bandits and I'm like, man, I'm scavenging stuff as I'm hunting the Fremen. There's the worm. I'm getting the sandbag. One time in the beta, story time. One time in the beta, I'm in my house building and I keep hearing the worm. I keep hearing the worm pop up. It's here, it's there, whatever. And I keep just... The worm is constant. I look out my window and there's a guy who keeps trying to cross the desert, and the worm is just bullying him. He refuses to go around to go to another area. I see a bike crossing, worm like eats him. I see a bike crossing, worm's still there, eats him. And I'm like, my guy. And it kind of dawned on me, like, I've never had a game that felt like I'm in the book I read before. Does that make sense? We were talking about SWTOR. It felt like I was playing a Star Wars game, but I didn't read those books. I watched the movies. This feels like you're in a Dune game first, and there's survival elements after. So, chat. My wife's talking to me. One sec. I'm going to go do a thing. I'll be right back. Super quick. It's cold today. We turned the heater on, so I had to like mess with the heater. Up sec, but just a sec. Share stream. All right, let's see it.
And so, yeah, I think it was fun for people to really get their hands on it. I mean, we've been talking with the closed beta players for a while.
All right. Deep Desert is at launch. This is similar to the Dark Zone in Dune Awakening, where it resets every week. The land's rad. This is Atreides or Harkonnen to gain control of the council. This is like a faction warfare thing where you have to declare a side. Pretty sick. House Atreides and House Harkonnen. Faction-specific rewards and building sets, weapons, and armor. I think we're going to pick Atreides, chat. I don't want to pick Harkonnens. Social features. Exchange is players can trade players across all servers. There's an auction house. You can farm up epics in the game and then sell them to people on an auction house. You can get a daggum laser beam, baby.
But seeing people in the world having it, streaming it, you know, putting up YouTube videos, talking about what they were experiencing, I think, you know, importantly, people finding out whether they like or dislike the game as well, because I really like people to be able to make an informed choice about what they're buying as well. So, yeah.
100%.
Leave it to EVE players to be excited about the market. This was my number one question, actually. So, no, look, we're not going to do real money auction house. This is, you can get Solaris in the game. Okay, I don't think you can spend dollars on this, right? So, Harkonnen's just misunderstood, bro. Yeah, sure, they're eating people and they're just misunderstood. Cannibals, masochists, nihilists, they're misunderstood.
I think one thing I can add to this as well is, like, for me, having a little bit more of a bird's eye view of how the developers and the teams were reacting to this, because me too, we have been so close to the game for such a long time, you can't really judge it anymore, like from a normal game.
Maybe that's what happens, Jaywalks, but we'll see, you know. It's a launch of a game, we'll see. Definitely, same, Gothillion, for sure.
More perspective.
Yes.
And then seeing all those amazing kind of, obviously there was feedback as well that we kind of needed to address and things. More on that in a second. Yeah. But it was just so fun to see how everyone kind of was like, no, we have something here. Like, people are enjoying it and they're getting it and they're like having fun playing the game. And that was really great to see from that perspective as well.
I was definitely having fun.
In the moments like people almost getting eaten by the sandworm. Right?
All right, they're still talking about the beta, so we're going to fast forward a bit. Buggies and ornithopters at launch is really cool. That was one of the thoughts that we just saw. We just saw a buggy. Full story at launch. The overland map where players can travel across various locations across Rakans. Sure. By the way, this map that they've shown, I hope they talk about it more, because they're going to add more areas to this for sure. Like, I don't even think we go into the south yet. We do Sheol, which is cool, the shield wall. Udham, sure, fine. 9 areas at launch. Think of this like your big map. Let's keep fast forwarding here. And this is more talking about the beta weekend. This is kind of what I was thinking, is that they were going to end up talking a lot about the beta weekend. So, and then they talk a lot about stuff. I want to see the end game. So I know I'm going to link this video in the description for you. I want to see whatever this is. Here we go.
The word is just not as many.
I thought you were going to, when you said dry examples, I thought you were going to break out the wine. But let's.
Maybe I should. Maybe I would go better with alcohol. But yes, so we have some group gameplay, mid-game actually.
Yeah, mid-ish game.
We can probably just comment on it as
Sure.
well, what we're seeing and how it's different from what people have seen in the beta specifically.
Sure, you want.
Sure, yeah, I can go. So if you played to the Vermilius Gap, you know, the journey is still very isolated to yourself, right? And your sand bike, and you have a small base. As you're moving into the next areas, like the Hogget, or this is the Rift, right?
We gonna mine together, baby. Any rock enjoyers, rock and stone, asteroid enjoyers in other games? Well, do I? You're not gonna believe this. So where's my venture? You're looking at it, dude. Mining buggy in a group. You can see here they have 3 people in their group, and they're in a mining attachment on the buggy. It looks like a mining laser. There's a mining crystal. Okay, so similar to the cut array, and you can get these items probably only from the buggy. Sick.
You unlock the buggy, and the great thing about the buggy is it allows you to start mining from your vehicle, and the resource requirement as you go further and further into the game is more intense. But the buggy and other systems like that allow you to...
Do you understand that you have to have the buggy and you're going to have to roll around with a posse? Notice, I don't think you can drive this and have the mining rig. You're going to need friends. Somebody might have to drive this and you're going to have to be in the mining laser. And at the very least, you get your other sandbike here to protect you. You're going to have a posse rolling around this cavernous freaking area. Y'all, we're going to have a good time, aren't we? Okay. And by the way, we're streaming Dune Awakening at launch. We've got 3 days of 12-hour streams ready to go. Okay. That's this. We've got launch. You like the art I did, chat? I'm pretty freaking proud of this. You can click notify me to see when we go live. We're going to be giving away 2 full copies of the game at launch. Okay. So come on down. We want you to join. We're going to have a great time. We've got 3 full days of Dune Awakening. We're going to have a great time, y'all. Okay.
Increase your harvest rate.
Glad you do, Death.
Yep.
And this is a fantastic part, right? Just moving around, going to the different resources, either switching yourself to the turret, or if you have a friend, having the friend man.
Confirmed. You can be driving, switch yourself to the turret, get back in the driver's seat. Confirmed.
The mining laser, right? And then being able to harvest resources.
Yeah, the buggy's a multi-seat vehicle, right? So when you get to the mid-game, it's good to start crafting that, right? And then you can get out there and you can harvest. It has a huge inventory space as well, compared to the sandbike or what the players can carry. Our philosophy of design with the game, I've seen people asking for more inventory space on their character, but our philosophy of design for the game was that you build vehicles and they become your inventory space. You can
Yowzer, 234 is not even close. 234. The buggy, 270, whatever it was max. Your inventory is 200. This 230, this looks like it could be 4,000 or 5,000. This is awesome.
See how big this is and how much volume it can hold. So the buggy really is your mining vehicle of choice as you get into the mid-game. And if you're playing with friends, someone's on the turret, someone's in the driver's seat. You can have a friend in the passenger seat as well. You can bring multiple people, but you can also
look at the environment too. Where the hell are we? You're in this cavern. It goes down, it goes up. This looks sick. 2,500, awesome.
Just awesome. Do this alone. Jump between seats. In the interaction menu, you just select, I want to drive now, I want to sit in the turret seat and mine. But I want to talk a little bit about this location, because we're in this place called the Haga Rift. And as you can see, it's this dark, gloomy, it's basically a geological ditch. And Herbert talked about this in the book. He talked about the folk of Pan and Graben. And this Graben are these big ditches, these big chasms that you have on Dune, on Arrakis. And in here, it's the sunlight doesn't really penetrate to the bottom. And down here, there's been this ongoing war of attrition between the Atreides and the Harkonnen over this shipwreck, which is central to this area. And then as you come up out of the Haga Rift, you come back into these other areas of the map. And it's a different style and tone to the desert. And I know people have been concerned, or at least been worried that everything's one biome. But as you go down into the Rift,
I was not concerned about that, actually. It's so interesting that he says that, look, they put lights up to kind of guide the way too. I was not concerned about that. One of my favorite things about the game that I didn't really think about until we all kind of got started was that the biomes didn't actually feel the same. I liked that you went to the Vermilius Gap when you got the red sand. And the first area, the Haga Basin, was very typical desert. And then you would go into the Imperial testing stations and all of a sudden you're in this demented cave with this decrepit research station with green plants and everything. And the shipwrecks was really awesome to be in a ship and salvage the ships. Every spot really did feel unique and you really felt like you're a scavenger, looking for parts instead of a downed ship. This is awesome. My God, dude. We're going to really play 2 of the best games out right now, EVE Online and Dune Awakening. We're really going to be Dune EVE enjoyers, EVE Dune enjoyers. We're going to have a great time.
Place. And shout out to our world director, Jeff. One of his big key points about the world was making sure that we had a lot of verticality.
Jeff.
And I think Haga Rift is an absolutely perfect example of how you can just keep going down and down
Bless
to
you,
these
Jeff.
galleries, and there's bases built up through the entire side. It's just this really fun place to be.
It's like, make it deeper, make it deeper.
Exactly.
I remember
Yes.
he mentioned that.
And this is where all the lights come into play. So headlights on vehicles, personal lights on players come in. At this point, this is where you start bringing
See,
things.
there's some lights.
And yeah, it's
Look at this. You can climb all of those. It's my favorite thing about Dune. You can climb to the top of all of these. Remember how in Skyrim, when they said, see all that? You can go there. And it was like some of it. You know how in Elden Ring, when you come over a mountain and you see the terrain and you're like, I can get there. So what's up, honey? Everybody say hi, Mrs. Loru. Hi, honey. I love you a lot. Good to see you, honey. Love you a lot. You can go there. Look at this. It just works. Todd Howard, probably. Exactly. It just works. This is really cool. You can get to the top of all of this yourself or with an ornithopter or something. Hi, honey. I love you a lot. Thank you for supporting me,
and it's so
honey.
huge because then you fly in with an ornithopter too. It's
Yes.
like wide and
Yes.
it's really fun to explore.
Cool looking biome.
And the music and the setting and the atmosphere when you're down, right? You've been in the harsh desert and the Vermilios Gap with like the bright lights on you the entire time, going like from shadow to shadow to preserve water. When you get down there, like
You see that hole? You see that hole? The buggy. Oh, the buggy like, here, back it up.
entire time, going like from shadow to
Like,
shadow
oh, he almost like drops in. Dude's gonna have a long way back up.
to preserve
Oh my
water.
God, dude.
When you get down there, like the music team's done a very good job of just setting the atmosphere. It feels almost cool.
Is
when
that
you're-
it?
when you're
Be careful, I guess. Be careful, I guess, or you drop into literal hell. Look at this, dude. Sick.
down there?
That's our base in the distance.
I'm
there,
excited
too,
for
I
this,
think,
y'all.
where we're heading. So you can see the wreckage of like the war. You can see
Yep.
that's a deserter base. Like because of the war of attrition that's been happening here, some of the Atreides and Harkonnen have deserted, and they've set up little camps around here, and they create like.
Oh my God, tell
they're
me that's your
obviously
garage.
Hazardous. But now we're coming to a base that we created for this, and this is the Atreides base building set.
Yeah.
And this kind of, I think this is a
woo.
a woo.
The Harkonnens and the Atreides get unique building sets that let you make everything look good. Look at the banners. Look at the shield doors. Look at the like literal Atreides symbol as it pops out in front. Y'all, the Loru gaming base in the game that we're all gonna have is like a little hub we're all gonna share. We're gonna do awesome things. We're gonna build together. Do you understand how much fun we're gonna have? Do you get it? Look at this. By the way, this is the wind trap. This is one of the devices that lets you like catch water. Look how I like how he's got this like up there, you know. This is, I love the garage with the freaking shield door. The chandeliers, I didn't even see that, dude. My man. Hey, there's glass, right? You can melt sand.
Atreides base building set.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And this kind of, I think this is a
woo.
a woo. This is
woo.
this is a
A
great
woo is
example
right.
of what you can do outside of
Beautiful.
the square blocks that everybody was seeing in beta because they only had access to the first couple of sets.
Yeah, and what's important as you get into the mid game,
Because they only had access to the full of what you can do outside of the square blocks that everybody.
Y'all. Y'all. Listen, I spent way too much time in Valheim making my base look great. Way too much time. I'm about, yes, correct. It is like V-Rising. I'm about to spend a lot more time. Now, we don't have dedicated servers at launch, but when there is one, we've talked about getting one for the community. Yes, correct.
You were seeing in beta because they only had.
I see the 3 on the door. What is that? I think that's the access level, James. 3 is like, there's like up to 6. So like 6 is like only the CEOs, whatever other corp can do it. I think 1 is public, something like that. I think that's what it is. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Access to the first couple of sets.
yeah, and what's important as you get into the mid game, you start.
Yeah, I see some comments. There's no dedicated servers at launch, but they have said they will do that at some point in the future. I like this because it means that everybody has to kind of play together and figure out the game. It is an MMO. It's not a, like, you get a Rust server with 3 of your buddies and just play Rust, right? If you want to do that, you can do that later when it happens. So,
building up your infrastructure. And
me
that's
too, Jam
just as
Lizzo.
important as your equipment or
Big
your
water.
vehicles. So even if you lose a vehicle, right, like you make your buggy and you get unlucky enough to get eaten by a
Sick.
sandworm, Like
I love this. They have like a ladder going up to this next floor. That's awesome.
the infrastructure will allow you to get back on your feet way quicker than that first.
They've got parked buggies on the side of the stairs.
Can we stop for a second and show a pro tip here?
Yeah.
I
yeah.
really want to pro tip something. So, can someone go and use a chest?
Yes.
A quick
Oh,
deposit.
you want to mention my favorite thing?
So if you go to the wait, is that a chest? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to. So if you're in a chest in the game and you have a vehicle anywhere on your land claim, you can go to the top of the inventory on the left there where it says backpack. Where it says backpack on the left-hand side, whoever's driving, up there. Yep.
there.
And click the
Yes.
drop down, and you can select the vehicle storage.
I spent so much time in the beta moving something from A to B. There's a drop down. They let you just do it. So many things like this in the game. It's like PI. They made the inventory management simple. Yes, please. Thank you for the pro tip, game director, Dune Awakening.
This is a massive quality of life for getting things in and out of your vehicles.
Yes.
Because we know it's a little bit hidden. It's not the easiest thing to.
They watched me playing. I spent so much time going to the buggy. I get the stuff. I go to the chest. I drop it in. I go back to the buggy. I get the stuff. I go to the chest. Hours. I spent so much time. And now you can just do a drop down. I can't believe it, dude.
But once you know about this, it ups your quality of life in the game immensely because you can just drive in with a buggy full of stuff, go into your base, click any chest, click on the storage drop down, and start taking things out of the back of that vehicle.
Ooh, I haven't seen these bigger storage.
Isn't it? Like directly?
Yes. Yeah. This was something people were asking for during the closed beta.
Yes.
And we
Exactly.
implemented it. Yeah.
Another thing.
It wasn't
that
in the
I
beta, and they implemented it because people asked for it. They're doing a really good job.
mentioned before, which is such a small quality of life thing, but
Show
we
me
have
the
that
ornithopter.
thing. You don't have to empty your chest before you
Show
can
me
move
the
them.
ornithopter.
Oh, exactly.
This
yeah.
is like that's
Yes.
just a complete mind-blowing quality of life change to me. That's like so nice.
Yeah. So the game works in these phases of like.
Assault ornithopter. There's multiple types of vehicle.
In the beginning, you need a sand bike to get off walking around, right? Then you move to the phase where you want a buggy to help you to harvest and gather resources.
Yeah.
And then you move to the phase where you want to start building your first ornithopter. And so we have an example of this here. And the vehicle building in the game is very cooperative, right? You can see that these different, we're now adding permissions to allow people to.
You see this? Vehicle management, add player, permission list. You can literally say who can access this. This is important because let's say you're in a vehicle that your guild owns. If you have the proper permissions, you can add a person who's not in your guild to be able to fly the vehicle and get in the vehicle with you. Okay. This means that if you park your ornithopter somewhere in the sand, someone can't just walk in and just take your ornithopter. Unless you make it public, which don't do that, right? Y'all, come on. It's great.
To help us to work on this ornithopter. So this, these guys are all in a group.
See?
And so people can cooperatively build. And of course, this is the medium, the assault ornithopter, as we call it. So it's the medium tier.
Correct, James. If a vehicle dies, it's gone. Gone. Now, I actually killed one of my vehicles on purpose in the beta. What happens is the vehicle, it died to a sandstorm, right? Everything that was in the inventory on the vehicle was gone. There was like a couple scrap pieces left. And the vehicle sits there as a husk for like multiple in-game days as like this monument to your failure. It sucks. So you lose everything. So.
But the largest ornithopter, the transport ornithopter, also requires, a lot of parts and a lot of people.
Transport ornithopter.
It's kind of part of the way we designed this was to make sure that we had this collaborative building system in the game, both for buildings and for vehicles.
Yep.
This is my favorite part of the game. Just the building the vehicles actually physically in the world, right? Putting the pieces there, working with your friends to
boost,
make all the parts of them, and then
wings,
like mixing and matching the different modules to make
this
the
looks
vehicle,
awesome.
Fit the role that you want to use the vehicle with for that moment.
Yeah, and vehicles come with different module sets, right? So you can put inventories on some.
Look at it.
Like we talked about the buggy. You can actually have a rocket turret on top of the buggy, which I think you saw in the combat trailer earlier. Yeah. You saw the buggy firing rockets. So you can have different types of things on the different vehicles. And we'll continue to expand that post-launch as well, making the vehicles more and more useful.
Come on, stop teasing me, finish it.
Yeah, it's fun, right? And then I guess the other side of this is that we can
Look at the missile launcher, dude. Yeah. Yo, look at this.
We can start talking about variants and swatches, which is our
He's actually
customization
going to
system.
change in a second.
Yeah.
Paint jobs. Make it your own. That's true. Shyalicious. Very, very true. So,
Actually
incredible.
see that. There we go.
Yeah.
and you are correct, Greg. We actually detail this out over on our Patreon. We use our Patreon like it's a blog. We detail it out all there. Look at this.
So this
Yeah.
Atreides Ornithopter.
these guys are aligned with the Atreides.
Boo.
So here we just switched out the Atreides. And
Beautiful.
a variant, just to put the distinction in place, a swatch allows you to change the color sets, but a variant allows you to change the physical visual.
The actual
Okay.
This is the shape of the Atreides.
Interesting.
It's got the hawk-like lines. It's got
So the Atreides Assault Ornithopter has a different look than the Harkonnen Assault Ornithopter. Really cool. From a distance, you can see who's your enemy, who's your friend. Sick.
sharp angles.
Boo.
And the Harkonnen have more of an insectile kind of feel.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And so yeah, this is and you
I
earn
love
these
this.
variants in this case by
Multiple seats. You can see two seats, right?
leveling up
I see 3 seats. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have such a good time, dude.
factions, which is a part of the mid game, which we aren't really showing a ton of that today. But as you join a faction, go through their quest lines, you earn access to these kind of variants and things like that, and then you're able to use the Atreides colors and swatches and variants.
Yeah, both on vehicles and your armor, right? So
Yes,
Get in.
vehicles, armors.
You can represent with
How
your,
big it is. It's as big as their
Harkonnen
base.
clothes running in the deep desert.
Yes.
Perhaps.
And that's it's important to note that like a lot of our philosophy around this was as well, like you create, so let's say you create a tier 4, like a mid-tier armor set, and it's like a scout armor. You can variant swap that to look like
Look at it. Look at it. This is the medium-sized one. The wings are glitching, fine, sure. This is the medium-sized one. Okay.
any other scout armor in the game. You can't turn it into a heavy armor or a combat armor because we want people to understand in PvP what they're fighting. But you can change it into any other visual of a scout armor. And it's the same with social clothing. It's the same with...
Did they make this video for me? Did they look me up and say, yeah, we got it. Look,
We gotta do flips. We gotta do barrel rolls. You can't do that, Starbucks.
did they make it for me?
You know, obviously combat armor, and it's the same with still suits,
Yeah.
which I mentioned, which are kind of our 4 major armor types in the game.
And as you mentioned, oh sorry.
No, I
And
was
that's
just going to say social.
This is not just for PvE. Do you understand? Get this kind of ship to go into bigger areas of the game. I played a lot of World of Warcraft. A lot is an understatement, okay. My slash played would be years, to be honest, okay. And something I was annoyed at is that the mounts were almost purely cosmetic. It didn't really open up as much of the game. You know, I would have liked the mounts to be more functional than just I go up and go fast. So what you're seeing is that the area of the game was literally made for this upgrade. The fact that there's so much down and up, so much verticality, getting this becomes a function of necessity. Does that make sense? Okay. And then add in the fact that you can do this for like PvP. Add in the fact that you can go into the deep desert and in the distance, you'll see an assault ornithopter. And if you're Harkonnens, you're going to go,
We got it. We have Atreides coming in with 4 or 5 up there.
Guild Wars 2 has this with mounts. Yes. One of my favorite things. I love Guild Wars 2. A fantastic game. We played it on stream back in the day. This is really cool. Do I need a moment alone? Honestly, yeah. Can you give me like 5 minutes, Chad?
into a heavy armor or
Incredible.
a combat armor because
Let's watch it again.
we want people to understand in PvP what they're fighting, but you can change it into any other visual of a scout armor. And it's the same with social clothing, it's the same with, you know, obviously combat armor, and it's the same with still suits,
Yeah.
which I mentioned, which are kind of our 4 major armor types in the game.
And as you
Social,
mentioned, oh sorry.
no, I
And
was just
that's
going to say social medium, social scout, combat, and
Still suits.
Still suits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what they're showing right now is the Vulture mode and
Yes.
the Ornithopters.
I love this.
Ornithopters are great, right? Because you have your helicopter mode where you can move in all directions. You can switch to the Vulture mode, and then it's more of like a glider where you're going up
Right.
and down to gain speed.
Sick. Now we're in the shield wall.
Yeah, so
Basically,
different zone.
airplane mode and helicopter mode, so to speak.
Yeah,
right?
it's like a hover mode and a glide mode, right?
Yeah.
And the vulture mode allows you
Trying to
be
see if I
more
see anything else. Look how tall these are.
maneuverable.
Again, you need
see
the
that they have a
ornithopter.
boost module.
So
Actually, this is fun. Like when you get to too high an altitude, you start increasing your fuel consumption, which prevents people from going too high.
see,
in the game.
again, this is what I'm talking about. One of my least favorite things in video games is when they're just like an invisible wall. Up, you can't go that high. You can't go there. Up, yep, I'm just walking and there's a wall, okay? Subnautica did this. There wasn't an edge to the map. If you go too far off the map, you're in for a surprise. That feels in universe. Feels good. And it makes sense. If you go too high, all of a sudden the oxygen's thinner, you use more fuel. So you can go too high and you can go above people. Love Subnautica in Drusilla. I haven't played the second one yet, maybe one day on stream, okay? I did a permadeath the first one, and we did it on my first try. All right, it was my second try, but the first playthrough through it, we did a permadeath run. It was we got to the end without dying. It's tough. So, love
So
this.
good to know
Love this
for
kind of
people who wanna
game
stay,
design. Very
close
good.
to the ground. Yeah, and now we're flying through an area of the map known as the Shield Wall, which is on the para-northern side of the Hager Basin.
like he's
We
using
can
a
talk about the
booster of some
para-directions
kind.
at some point,
Yep.
because that's always awkward and weird. But because
Yes.
para-north is really south in relative terms to the map. But this is
Correct.
these are rocky areas, so the sandworm is less of a threat up here, but the enemies are much harder, and the resources you gather up here are much more value, right? To
That's a really good point. And I like that they do this, where I was sitting here thinking, man, I'm not going to run to the worm at all. The worm's not coming in here. Right. Welcome to like an end game area. Like if you're using other MMO terms, this is like, if we're using EVE terms, this is nullsec. This is wormhole space, where it's more dangerous, where the mobs are tougher and there's better loot and the players are there too.
to what you're doing. So these are areas where you harvest.
And the
yeah.
first time you're coming here, you don't
udon.
actually have an ornithopter. More than likely,
Yes.
you don't, right? So
Yes.
then you're having to make the choice of like, do you bring your buggy here, which is really high, really hard to get to,
True.
or do you go with your sand bike and try
Yep.
to climb up the wall? So it's ultimately it's about choice, how you go to each of the biomes, and then which vehicles you bring, right? Which enable different mechanics based on the one you want.
Awesome.
Yeah, and
And
like
there's
this
no
area-
local chat, baby. Now there's a chat, but I don't know the extent of it. I don't know if people are going to be looking at the Dune Awakening chat as like an intel source. I'm not sure about that yet.
area we're in now is known as the Autumn as well, and the Autumn has a little more plant growth and a little more greenery, and that's because the Autumn is an area where they were doing experiments on some of the land, and we won't talk too much about it, but yeah,
Sure.
we're gonna fly over. I guess this is
Another player
This
base.
is our second base.
This is our
yes.
second base on the shield wall. Yeah, so this is the
Cool.
Lots of pinch
guild
shields.
base. So this is further into the game. People have progressed a bit. They're probably so we divide the game into 4 phases: survive, protect, expand, and control. So this
We divide the game into 4 phases: survive, protect, expand, and control. You start with surviving, then you protect your area, and you get to a point where you're comfortable, then you expand, and then you have to control more. Now you have to actually fight to control stuff. Now I see why they were describing it as similar to EVE Online and Endgame, because that's how EVE plays. First you get to a point where you survive, then you like get your area, you like protect it, then you expand it as much as you can. Now you have to control your stuff. So interesting.
would be here. You're either on the expand or the control part of the game. The sort of last 2 phases, right?
Right,
So
right.
you've got a bigger guild. You're working with a larger group of people.
Bro, can
potentially.
you park this?
You can still play the game solo at this point. Everything just takes a little longer and is a little harder to do on your own, right?
My man's-
And that's, you can
My man's parallel parked the heck out of that ornithopter.
still
Well
do
done.
it. You can craft these ornithopters. There's no
Look at
problem.
this.
But we encourage people to play.
This is really cool. They have these like shielded areas, so you're still, notice we're water sealed. There's a little thing here that says water sealed, even though the sun is still hitting us. This is some kind of shield that you can put your vehicles through and land in, but you're still water sealed. It's in the house still. That's still pretty sick. I like that.
together and work together in a multiplayer game.
And we're
look at this.
showing off some building sets we've never shown before.
Yes.
These will be the
Yes.
I was gonna say that the hatch into the staircase is really good use.
Multiplayer game.
Love
We're
that.
showing off some building sets.
I didn't think
never
about
shown
that.
Before.
Yes.
These will be the Twitch drops.
These are Twitch drops. Yeah.
Exactly. So the one this is actually the show
Hey, you want the Twitch drops? Show up live. We're gonna be streaming on the 5th live. It's gonna be great.
that wants
An
show
SPF shield.
building set.
Good.
But
Like
those round
Look at this base.
windows and the ceiling pieces, pretty much everything that's more metal than like white stone, those are actually going to be Twitch drops that you will get. So they kind of expand on the existing Chome tier set, which I love them. I think they're very cool. They're
We're going to have people that are going to be in the base fabricating. We're going to have indie people in the base, indieing all over the place. We're going to have hunter-gatherers that are going out to go kill mobs. We're going to have literal gatherers that just want to pick flowers and go get rocks. We're going to have minor buggy rock enjoyers that are going to go get stuff. We're going to have people that are going to have to go on ops. We're going to have to bring ornithopters to go into the end game area of the deep desert. We're going to have to do all this, then come back to base and defend our area. Look at this. Look at it. I've been playing survival games my entire life. This looks sick.
they're really cool looking.
I'm in, dude.
Yeah, and you can see what we'd expect a guild base to look like, right? Lots of production going on. I love. It was something that we were really like pushy on in the game development, making sure that the fabricators actually show the items being crafted as they craft, so you see.
Because you can sell armor on the market. The guild base is going to want to have multiple crafters to be able to make some items and then go put it up on the market and see what sells. Going to have medevac people on standby. Okay, this is at launch. Do you understand? This is just what's happening at launch. Guys, I've been playing survival games my entire life. Minecraft, Valheim. I have hundreds of hours in Valheim. I love survival games, okay? And the fact that I miss the Division 1's Dark Zone. I miss it so much. The fact that this literally feels like that, but better. Okay, I'm in. Now, I agree. Eli, the melee combat needs improving. I like the range combat. The melee combat needs improving. But it's just at launch. We'll see.
Them form up inside the fabrication units. And yes, I know.
Not yet, Bobo. How we're doing our guild is the paying patrons get prio access. And it's going to be a first come, first serve. We have literally hundreds of people trying to get into this guild. Not just the patrons, but also our like members. Okay. Also our like massive following. So, which I have now. Thank you very much. Okay. God bless all of you here. What we're going to do is going to be a first come, first serve basis. If you can sign up and if you can play, great. If you are in on the 5th, you're going to get prio access. That's the only way we can do this because there's only 32 people per guild. That sucks. Now we can get in multiple guilds, but that's going to be a little bit tougher. The point is, when we get dedicated servers, we're just going to have a dedicated server for like the community. But at launch, it's going to have to be who's there on the day. That's what we're doing with it because it's the only way to be fair. I can't reserve spots. I gotta, if you show up, you're there. When we'll have a guild alliance for sure. Yes.
So this isn't exactly something from Dune lore. This is one of the places where I was like, I have to make a concession to the game. They don't have fabricators. They're not mentioned in the lore, but
well,
it's
sure,
fine because it's cool.
It looks cool
in some cases.
Absolutely.
And this is a vehicle fabricator. Yeah.
Oh,
There's also
snap,
circuits.
dude.
Have we ever talked about circuits before?
Nope, not actively. You can please do.
Circuits.
They're pretty neat. It's not like as intense as like Factorio, right? Making blue science or anything like that. But you are able to set up different circuits in your base, so you can have some containers feeding into some fabricators feeding into others. You'll never have 100% automation like you would get in a factory builder game, but it does enable you as you get to mid game to start having a fair bit of automation in the game when you're playing, because water and electricity become quite a burden if you don't start upgrading your gear and the infrastructure like we were talking about before.
I can set up a chest at the front of the base. That's on circuit 8. All of the raw metal gets put into this box. All of the factories around the base are taking input from circuit 8. You don't have to remember where your chest is. This is the one. You don't have to you don't have to have the wall of chests like in Minecraft, right? You did, Harry. You did. Did they think of everything?
Playing, because water and electricity become
really good.
A burden if you don't start upgrading your gear.
I didn't realize I could be more excited for this game than I am.
Passive ways to get water, which is a huge help, because water in the mid and to the end game even is really important through all aspects, not
bet.
just survival, but also crafting.
For my fellow lore nerds out there, we call the passive water generation wind traps.
I was just about to say there are actually some wind traps on this.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Correct.
we've seen some while we walked by them.
I love seeing this base.
And yeah, it's just like you also see here how much
Cool.
bigger
Ah,
those
little bedroom,
refineries are.
you
This
know?
is a spice refinery.
little lounge area, you know, like after you've done a long day of crafting. I gotta tell you, when games let you make a little cozy spot, I love that. Valheim did this really well. Timethrower and I we have our own little Valheim world that we play like once a month, and it's so much fun because we made ourselves a little cozy bedroom, and like the beds are like, we have like little like bunk beds like side by side. It's so silly. And then we get out of those, and then there's like all of our armors right there, and there's like a little strategy table to like plan our little ops. It's so adorable. I love it. It's just so I love this stuff, dude. It's
You
awesome.
also see here
Dune has PvP elements, yes. Where it starts and stops is a question I need answered. The Deep Desert is the endgame area that's like the Dark Zone that has full PvP. The rest of the game, I don't know where the PvP starts and ends yet. Let's see. Does Dune have controller support? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm going to be on mouse and keyboard. I'm not sure, Harry. It's a great question. I'm not sure.
how much bigger those refineries are. We also saw a spice refinery as well, actually. Like
Yeah, there was
the
spice
round- the round
refineries, yeah,
tubes.
yep.
Oh, it.
Yeah, and that we just saw a room with some decorations in it as well.
Yeah,
like
we
just to you can
Cool
you can
spice, yep.
pimp up your area.
These are spice refineries, right? Pulling the spice out of the sand.
in a sense, like put out holograms. It was quite funny because here's a fun anecdote from development. The artist
no.
made a bunch of the artist made a bunch of pot plants for people to put in their bases, and I was like, guys, it's June.
There is no water to water those
So we have a lot of
Dune.
hologram
in your
plants now.
buildings. Yeah,
I was like,
they
we
look
can
great
have.
though.
Then I keep saying the word holograms. Sorry, everyone. Solido projections.
Solido projections.
Solido projections of plants.
Whatever, dude. We all got it.
I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad if I wasn't me right now.
If you like decorations, you need to explore quite a bit,
Yes.
right? You know, we don't unlock them all.
Yes.
Go to trade post.
Yes. Make cosmetics one of the best game design decisions any game can make like this, especially when it's a multiplayer game like this, is making the cosmetics be something you have to discover. Making how good something looks be bound to how far you progress and explore in the game. So if you have cosmetics that are in certain trade hubs, we saw this in the beta, certain traders had certain things, and I was like, why would I buy a chair from a trader? I don't need the trader. Because Fashion Wars is right. Inderso.
Posts, go to places where there are people, you can unlock tons of the stuff that you're seeing around in the
Yes.
base here.
Exactly.
Look at these
You have
cool
to
couches.
Work a little bit for
You'd have to
it,
work a
though.
little bit
Yes.
for it.
Sick.
Like explore, find people.
Little cool bed.
They'll tell you stuff.
And obviously these doors,
Or-
the pentashield doors and things as well. Like once you reach a certain stage in June,
Whoop,
you put
little
shielded
hatch
doors out
action.
so you don't have to have doors that open and close.
Exactly.
And that's really useful for when
Look
you
at this
put
wind
you know,
trap,
flying
dude.
vehicles you want to land in hangars.
Look at this wind trap. Go back. Look at this. The wind passes through it and it collects water. Look at this.
Exactly.
And that's really useful for when you want to have flying.
Sick. It takes particle filters as a like upkeep. It has a filter and it gives you water. Look at this. Look at this.
Vehicles you want to land in hangars, you don't have to wait for a door to open.
Some of the cool stuff I've seen in beta is they will make a huge base, but it's kind of covering a road. So they'll open up
Yep.
the middle of it and then set the permissions on the pinto shields so that you can actually drive
Public,
through it. So
yes.
you can't go
Makes
into their
sense.
base, but you can still go through the middle of their
Yes.
base,
Yeah.
which is nice.
It's nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Good guy players.
Good guy players, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're actually gonna go
Super
up
sick.
to the roof now and build a transport ornithopter.
nice.
Great.
Which
Oh, we're building the
not
big
yet?
one?
Okay, not yet.
No, we're not.
Excuse me.
We're not.
We're gonna
Excuse
run
me.
on the base.
Natasha.
Wrong. We're
Yeah.
still
How dare
working
you.
other things.
That's an. Yeah, okay.
But
Look
what we'd like to do is because we're actually going to go to a social hub later on.
Okay.
And we'd like to throw that to, unfortunately we can do only Twitch, so I'm sorry YouTube, we'll love you over there too. It's just our bot is being a bit difficult. So we'd like to do a poll, throw that to Twitch chat only for today.
Yes.
Which of the social hubs you'd like to see? We have 2 available in the game right now.
All right, we'll let them do their poll. Let's fast forward a little bit. Just kidding. We're going to take off. So let's just enjoy this.
Right now.
Just kidding.
One is Arcane, the other one is Hardco, and you can choose which of those you'd like to see today. So we give
Everybody's
you
a
all
dragonfly.
minutes
Let's
to
go.
vote on
Look
that
at
while
this.
our rockstars and wizards behind the scenes are preparing that
awesome,
poll for you,
dude.
if it's not running already.
Yeah, show the map, dude.
And,
Where are we going?
Yeah,
Where are we going?
One of the cool things that they were just showing there is the vehicle backup tool.
Love
I
this.
don't know if we've talked about that on stream too much.
The Adderall
but
squad.
Once you build a sand bike or a light ornithopter, you can actually build a tool to hide it, or like, what's the lore reason, Joel?
Let's go with the Ritchie's perfected miniaturization technology.
Sure.
And
There you go.
The player is able to miniaturize their vehicle, and it's only
So the Scout Ornithopter, which is the smallest one, and the sand bike, you can actually store in a thing you can put in your pocket. And it's something I didn't realize until late in the beta, that you can literally just take it with you. I would park my sand bike and come back to it. I had no reason to do that. I could just take it with me. Now, if the inventory is full, has stuff in it, if the inventory of the sand bike has anything in it, even one item, you can't put it in your pocket. So I would fill up my inventory, I would dump stuff at the sand bike, and now I have to leave it there and I have to come back to it. Does that make sense? So, not the same company. This is made by Funcom. No Man's Sky is made by Hello Games. So very interesting stuff here. Very
it
interesting.
only works for vehicles that have nothing in their inventory.
Correct. Yeah.
And two types of vehicle: the sand bike and
Yes.
the light scout
There you go.
ornithopter.
Yes.
Oh, we're flying
Look at
past.
this.
Highly recommend always using it, right? When
Yes.
you're going to a location,
Yes.
land, store your vehicle.
Yes.
Don't let it get destroyed by a sandstorm.
I learned
Exactly.
that the hard way myself.
Me too.
So
Same,
I
Natasha.
will never do that mistake ever again.
I see we've gone with.
What about a dead worm in the middle of this that ruptured through, that has been killed? What about that?
Spoiler territory here, and we're flying over the giant power station of Misatariel.
Sick.
Look,
I don't want to talk too much about it, but we'll let people figure that out.
Yeah,
in the game.
dude.
It looks
Talk
cool.
about
it's
it.
my favorite
Looks like-
location.
Me too.
It's
Mine
really
too.
absolutely amazing.
Mine
Looks like
too.
And the
Mine too.
story involved in it is
So
really cool.
please look forward to it.
The noise this ship makes when you hit vulture mode and you start gliding gives me a like viscerally positive reaction. I don't know what that is, but the moment I feel like I'm in Avatar, the Blue People movie, where they like just start gliding down. That is sick.
And there we have someone doing their vulture roll.
My
It's very
man.
nice. Can you hit your scanner as well, whoever's flying?
Yes, hit the scanner.
Do they? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
like that's vehicles obviously get like players got hand scanners probably in the beta, but now you're up to the stage where you actually have a scanner.
Yes.
And you're scanning entire like islands by pumping C. So the idea is that again, as you progress, everything just takes a step up in how quickly you can do things. We wanted the game to feel, well, you've put in the effort.
Why this was important. See how there's like sand over here? So when you have a sand bike, you can go into the sand and you can scan stuff, and there's actually super rare, it's like 2 tiers up buried in the sand. But you have to be on the sand bike to get out there. So you're on like a very big timer. The worm's going to show up. But if you're on an ornithopter, you can find that stuff a little bit easier. So every tier up, it like introduces you to the top, and then you tech up, and then it lets you do more things. And then it's like, now it's kind of hard, and you tech up, and that same stuff that was hard is now easy. But now you have access to stuff. There's this really awesome, really very satisfying tech up thing here. It's great. It's great. So it may, same, honestly, yeah.
To get this
yes.
vehicle, we're going to give you the convenience of being able to scan an entire island.
Look at the poll. They shouldn't display it because people are gonna do halvesies on Twitch. Look at this. It's literally half, dude. It's so
Quickly, right?
funny.
Yeah.
I
This
love
is
it.
a trade post.
Yep.
This is the Crossroads trade post.
Land that.
Look at the poll. It's super tight. I love that. Like right now, Arkane is slightly winning. So let's go,
Harco
Harkonnen.
Village is cooler.
I agree. I agree though. Well, both
We're going to see some footage from Harko no matter what we do.
Cool,
that's
though.
true.
Both are
True.
super cool, but I do like.
Yeah,
Harko
it's
Village
because you're an evil person.
I want to talk about call Natasha evil. What the heck? Natasha's killing it. I want to look at the weapons here. We got a sword. We have a I believe that's might be a shotgun, but also might be like a DMR. This is the rifle. It's like not a DMR, but it's not a pistol. It's like mid close. Then I don't know what this is. This might be a laser gun. This might be their cut array, like an advanced one. This is the scanner to scan your surroundings. This is med packs to heal. This is water, and this is your Solido. This is your vehicle suck up. So
I
you like
am.
Harkonnens?
I am just like
exactly,
About
Cass.
whipping
Exactly.
You know the fun part is I always try to go evil in like games where you have a choice and then I end up good anyway.
Yeah,
like,
because
bad
you
for
can't
the-
bring yourself to do
Feel
it.
bad for
No.
both characters,
So-
I
right?
was just,
Yeah.
yeah.
So these are
Okay.
the pilots. They were disabled in the beta. You may have met one at the first trade post if you were playing.
And we're going to Arkane, by the way.
We're going to
won.
Arkane?
Yes.
All right.
Okay,
It's fine.
so we're going to go and visit Arkane. All right, that's cool.
So you have to pay Solaris. Back it up.
So we're going to go and visit Arkane. All right.
So Arakeen and Harko Village. So both of these like main villages are outside of the map you're in. And I didn't know this. You have to pay Solari credit or Solari coins to get in. It's 2,500 Solaris. So I believe Solari credit is probably going to be their premium currency, and which is not really applicable here because I know it's going to be for cosmetics, whatever. Solari coin is going to be the stuff you can earn in game. So it looks like you have to pay money to get there. I actually really like this because it means you can't just rush something. You have to actually, in order to get to the best quest, the best stuff, you have to grind a little bit, and you were able to get 2,500 Solaris is not hard. I got that before maybe before level 15 if I was really focusing on it. So probably for level 10. I like this. We'll see. I wonder if they're going to make Thopter races official like World Torpedoes and Guild Wars 2. Yeah, we'll see.
This is cool.
See. We'll see Arakeen.
The pilot only takes cash.
Yep.
So you can't have credit. You have to have cash. So we're heading to Arakeen.
She doesn't use it on sunscreen, that's for sure, because she was really sunburned. Like, so let's just get that out there. Yes.
F is.
But yeah, you need to have the cash on you as well.
That's true, Bob.
One of the features in the game that we haven't really spoken about too much. I mean, well, we have a bit. We've spoken, but I don't think people picked it up in the beta. Oh, here we are. Well, I'll let us arrive because this is cool. This is Arakeen. And as we arrive in Arakeen,
cool.
So one of the features we have in the game is the CommuniNet system. And when a player opens their CommuniNet, they can choose radio stations to listen to in the game.
It's so weird.
A la like a Fallout game or a GTA game. And this guy, Finno Gary, he runs this trash shop, but he actually has a show on the Atreides radio.
Oh, it's that guy.
And if you listen to the show, it's his daughter talking.
Atreides Desert Light Armor set variant. Harkonnen Scout set armor variant. So this is not getting an armor piece. This is a different look to your armor sets. Harkonnen buggy variant. So again, not an actual buggy, but make it look like it's your preferred side. Harkonnen stillsuit, Harkonnen bedroom furniture set. This is cool. Welcome into the fashion of Dune Awakening. I'm in, dude. I'm in for this. Absolutely.
Talking about their adventures on how they got all this.
Raven, you're gonna love it, Raven. It's awesome. Blank sync chart. I wonder what those were. This was a special item for planetologists. We'll have to come back to that.
Shows up. So it's kind of fun to just like...
And of course, buy some of the craftables. And like, look, if you have an excess of items, one of the things that we're going to make and one of the guides that we're going to do is if you have an excess of Solaris, you can actually spend the Solaris, thanks, use my code, on the craftables, and you can use it to craft more stuff. So you don't have to sit there with like 30,000, whatever the heck. You can spend that on craftables just to get your stuff going.
Narratively, listen, we tried to connect everything in the world. This is, again, I want to make this point because I feel like I see it sometimes online, and it's a little, let's say, disheartening. People, we were advertising the game and saying the word MMO, and then people were like, oh, they took all that off, and we took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world completely worth exploring with lots of other people, but it's not an MMORPG, and people were getting confused by that. So we took it down, but I think
that makes sense. This is not like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV. This is more like Rust or Valheim. Now, Valheim doesn't have talents like this. This game has a lot more depth, talents, and the customization than Valheim does. So it really does a good job of kind of being in the middle there. I agree it's an MMO, but it's an MMO survival game. This is something not necessarily new, but a concept done right is beautiful, right, Intercell? Did you see that?
Clear.
Go back.
No, a huge world off.
Look
and
at
we
this.
took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world.
I don't know about y'all. I grew up in Tyria in Guild Wars 1. If I see a picture of Lion's Arch, I get a lot of warm, fuzzy feelings of Droxforge, right? I grew up in Orgrimmar in World of Warcraft. Yeah, for the Horde, baby. Come on now. Come on, you know. When I played Classic WoW a couple years ago, and I walked back in with my level 7, whatever the heck character, and I walk in, and you hear the bum, 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 and you see the red sand of the towers, and you see like the max level Tauren shamans running around. You just go, we home. You know, there's this moment where you're like, ah. And this, honestly, chat, I get kind of a similar vibe.
That off, and we took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world completely worth exploring with lots of other people, but it's not an MMORPG, and people were getting confused by that. So we took it down, but I think it's clear when you look at places like our social hubs, our exchange system, our banking system, that we have a lot of elements from those style of games here, right?
The market.
Our exchange system,
buy light armor, heavy armor, still suits, literally all the stuff you can get, anything you can craft, you can put it on the market for Solaris.
Banking system, that we have a lot of elements from those style of games here.
Sell poison, sell cut array, sell scythes, sell heals. This is really cool. You're going to have the market is going to be the market's not going to be like Eve, y'all. It's going to be more like it is in World of Warcraft, where items are going to kind of spike at the front, and then they're going to flood the market. Then there's going to be a bunch of them. They're going to drop in price, and it's going to kind of even out as people level and go through the game. Markets in these kind of game are more about what is the graph of the player base. So if the player base is mostly at the beginning of the game if the player base is all in the middle of the game, then the items that are at mid-game are going to be the highest price. If the players are all at the start of the game are like this, there's more players at the beginning, right? And none are at the end. The price of these items are going to be super, super high. And like, depending. If the game is like this, where most of the players are at the end, the stuff at the beginning is going to be high. So depending on where the player base is, that's how the market is going to be in these kind of games. We're going to do those guides too. Okay.
Right. So yeah, we're looking at
the Horde
exchange
Eclipse.
right now.
That's right, brother. Garrosh did
Players
nothing
can
wrong.
post things on the exchange, and this is the banker.
Would you like to dip
My man. Go back.
Players can post things on the exchange, and
My man.
My man can't eat food, chat, without it going through his whale freaking, filters over it. My man's got a built-in filter for his food. As sometimes you got to do it. Did they put Sequisha in a game? By the way, love Sequisha's content. He does good work. If it sounds like I'm jealous, it's because I am. Okay.
this is the banker.
Would you like to dip
One of the great things here is you can actually
That's true,
store,
Intersil.
items and
Banker?
credits, right?
Banker?
So say you're going to take a long vacation, you're worried about your base getting destroyed for some reason, you can actually fly to Arrakeen and dump a bunch of stuff in here.
I was like,
Have they thought of everything? Have they thought of everything, bro? What's up, Makanaki? Good to see you. If you're taking a break from the game, your base has a timer on it. If your power generators go off, which they do after a certain amount of time, you have to give them fuel cells, then your base starts decaying. The sandstorms start destroying your game, which starts destroying your stuff. And if the power's off, anybody can enter your base and take from your chests. If you're leaving the game, you can put your valuables in a chest in Arrakeen, in one of these places, to leave your valuables and come back to the game later. Ladies and gentlemen, they want you to play the game at your pace. That's what we're all about here, baby. Excellent. I agree, Shailesh. That's great. When the first new Dune movie was coming out, I decided to rewatch the old 84 version. Yeah, big mistake. It's a
the thing is, like, one of the great things
It's a
here
weird
is his mustache.
Sure, yeah, that's
I was
also
expecting it
fantastic.
to come in on the mustache.
I mean, we've all seen the
Fantastic mustache. You also pay taxes here.
Yes.
Like, because
Yeah.
you need to,
Gotta pay
like,
taxes.
for the bigger
Gotta keep your
sub
shields
fees, you
up.
actually need to make sure you have your taxes.
That sounds like it's a generic thing. If you have a bigger base, you have to pay taxes, and if you don't pay your taxes to the emperor or whatever, then your fief, your little base area, is put in jeopardy, and people can come take your crap. This means that, again, if you have a tribe, whatever guild, that is not active anymore, and you don't do a couple things, your base becomes raidable. It becomes open upable. You know how in Ark Survival, like if someone drops a foundation, they've now claimed an area and it's theirs basically forever? Not so in Dune Awakening. This is one of the ways that they mean you have to be online and playing. You can't just like take over a whole map with your stuff and then you own everything. You have to actually play the game in order to own an area of space. We like this. Yes, I agree, Shailesh. Exactly. Correct.
Just pay it to the...
Pay your taxes, Joe.
and this is where you pay. This is the
Look at this.
the imperial consulate, as we call it. This is where you go to pay.
This looks like the room from the
taxes
movie
to
where they
the
met
Imperium.
Stilgar for the first time.
So the first sub-fief console that you place on Arrakis, the
Gotta pay my
basic one that
taxes.
you place in the starting area,
Gotta get 'em.
you don't have any taxes to pay on that. But once you get a bit further into the game, and you start building bigger bases, you pay taxes. Once you start expanding that land claim, which you do through these land claim extenders, you start paying more tax.
Now, this is very important. He mentioned this, but he kind of went fast. You had your starter base, you don't have to pay taxes on it. You can only have 2 little bases at any time, and those bases cannot be expanded past their stuff. So when I played in the beta, I didn't need to expand past that because I had my sand bike, I had my crafters, and that's that. But you saw the big bases that they had here. Absolutely, you're going to need to expand and go further and faster. 100%. When that happens, you then have an advanced sub-fief, and you're going to have to pay tax on this. Looks like this guy's 2,000, 3,000, 2,000 Solaris. Sure, You have to keep going with this. I like this system, again, because it means you have to play the game to take over an area of space. If your generator runs out of fuel, your shield drops, and it's like putting a big neon sign. I did that in the beta. I walked into someone's base. That's how I got my first still suit. Someone didn't pay their crap. So I got a free still suit, baby. Yeah, it's great.
So the idea is that the larger guilds who have more members, who are more capable of achieving things in the game, they have a higher tax rate because they're building out larger spaces. And that, that's our way of making it fair for people who only play solo as well. So they don't have as much tax to pay.
There you go.
The other important
See, that was a big worry on Reddit. Like, yo, if I'm a solo player, chat, I have to stop. I have to stop. We did it. You were here. We did it. I'm going to get a mushy. Ah, 28,000 subs, ladies and gentlemen, on YouTube. 28,000 subs. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, we hit 28,000 subs when we're live on stream, baby. Let's get it done. 30K is in range. We're almost there. 30,000 subs is in range, ladies and gentlemen. This time last year, we were at 14,000 subs. We've doubled in subs in the last year. Doubled. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the support. Thanks for sharing the videos with your friends. I cannot thank you enough. So instead, I'll just keep making damn good videos. Amazing. Yeah, we're going to put out Dune Awakening guides just like we're going to put out Eve guides. Okay, we're going to do both. And if we've said this before, we're going to not just stream Dune or just stream Eve. We're going to not just make Eve or just make Dune. We're going to make content for both. And if you don't like the Dune videos, just don't watch them. If you don't like the Eve videos, just don't watch them. Watch the videos you want to watch. We're going to have a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. By B30K by the time Dune hits retail. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit 30K to another 2,000 subs in 2 weeks. I do know that Dune Awakening is going to make a lot of new viewers come to the channel, so we'll see. Twiz, I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you have an Alpha Eve account, how can I claim it? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Twiz. If you want to Google your problem first, that should help you out. Eve Awakening. See, there already was Project Awakening, which was what they renamed into Eve Frontier. I think they should have just called Eve Frontier the Frontier. I think that's what they should have done. So no, I got you, Twiz. You're all good. No worries, dude. All right, y'all. So this is something I think is really important about Dune Awakening, is that they've thought about, are you a new player? You're not going to spend as much taxes. You have a smaller base, less taxes. They've literally codified in the game, how big do you want your area to be? That's the fee you have to be able to keep it going. Pretty sick. They really have thought of a lot of this here.
That's where you really progress through the factions.
It's great.
Right. So here's where you're going to come and officially join the Atreides.
Thanks,
or
Scotty.
join the Harkonnens.
Thank you.
And, start vying for the Lands Red system and getting involved in the politics of the entire world.
And this is where the advanced trainers are as well.
Yeah.
The people who want to progress past the basic level of training in the
advanced trainers are here. This lets you get level 2 and level 3 skills. How the talent trees work is your base points will give you like a 5% increase. And if you want to add another point into that, like dot, to take it from 5% to 10%, you have to go to the advanced trainer. They're in these social hubs.
Their particular chosen classes.
Except for Derek.
Oh, Derek, the planetologist, he's everywhere.
He is everywhere.
He's everywhere.
He's a wandering
planetologist.
You can find him anywhere.
Yeah.
Bro wanders.
He's here. He's there. He's everywhere. Derek Chenault. Okay, no, enough. Sorry.
This looks really sick.
No, but you have contracts here, of course, as well,
Yes,
and
quests.
specific vendors, so they have a lot of things to sell as well.
Yes.
Vendors.
And the main story brings you to these locations as well.
Okay.
Yes. So now we actually get a glimpse of the overlap map.
Yes.
which is
So you can use the pilots in the trade post to fly to the hubs like we showed.
Yes.
And use those same pilots to get back. But once you have your own ornithopter, you can just fly to the edge of the Hager Basin map, and you'll get a prompt asking you if you'd like to go to the overland map.
Cool.
And this is the overland
Ooh.
map. And this is, again, one of the things that I think kind of breaks us away from your standard survival game. This is where we have the ability to infinitely expand this game, where we have multiple maps that players can go to. I think this is where you go to reach the deep desert. This is where you go to reach several of the story maps. Right now, we've landed on a fuel deposit. And we're just picking up a bit of fuel, refueling our ornithopter on there. We're able to expand here for a long time, and
So this is like a mini game for the map. That you have your ornithopter, it has water and fuel, and in order to get to certain places, you have to like stop at spots on the mini map and like explore this little like map mini game. So they've made the map something that you have to survive as well. Interesting. Don't know how I feel about this. We'll have to see about it in action and think on it. I'm not sure.
It's kind of part of what, again, we wanted to do to make this a coherent universe, right? And make Dune feel like something that, you know, we're going to be working on and adding to for a long time.
So post-launch, there will be new locations that show up here.
Yes.
We'll have events that have locations here for short durations.
How do you find them?
To shake things up. And, you know, eventually when we release huge content drops, they'll be accessible through the overland map.
The overland map.
Exactly.
Sure.
One other thing that you can find
Look at this.
in the overlap map, which also goes into the story, that we really would like to talk a little bit more about, because we haven't as you mentioned.
I think they got to explain this better, because this kind of looks tedious. You know, this is kind of cool. It's not. I agree, Shy, that it's not just a cutscene. I think they got to explain this more, because like, how do I find stuff? Because if I'm just like left clicking on a 2D map trying to find a spot, I don't know. That doesn't sound like super fun. So I think they have to kind of explain this more, because the idea is very intriguing. They've literally made the literal map, something you have to explore. Okay.
It takes a while to also get the story going, so people during the beta weekend haven't actually seen much of that. Yeah. So via the overland map, you can also access. I
like their background. Look, we got like a Chris knife. You got the Baron. You got Paul. We got some plants. We got some. Of course, we got the books. We got books. We got some really good background lights. The poster. Yep. Got some Funkos. Got the I want that ornithopter, bro. Give me that. Where do I buy that, dude? Let's say we got the. I like the worm bookend. Look at that. That's nice. I like that. I agree.
Some of
yes.
the story
Blood.
dungeons.
Right. It feels like a Final Fantasy map. That's kind of what I thought of. Where you zoom out and you're like, okay, where am I going to go? I played a lot of Final Fantasy X back in the day.
And we actually do have some footage of one of those dungeons that await you. And Joel and Scott can probably give a little bit of context to what we're seeing.
Part of Act 2.
So here we're not going to spoil too much of the story, but this is kind of the theme of Act 2, right? You've moved from a survivor doing the trials, now you're getting involved in the politics.
Oh, look, the kitten is back.
Yeah, so there's a lot more interaction with.
She did not just call me a kitten. Ladies and gentlemen. We found the Discord mod coming in. You know what I'm saying? One, next time Whiskey Mike just goes, one, just sees the interactive brunette, just wood.
Dialogue,
well
a lot more cinematics. And a lot of locations outside the Hager Basin.
Now it's time for politics, Jim.
One of my favorite characters.
Time for politics.
I love
Let's
her.
see it.
Everyone does.
In the Cone of Silence.
We didn't mention the Cone of Silence, but you're inside the Cone of Silence here, and the game actually dampens all the sound outside of it.
Sick.
When you enter,
Sick.
Which is pretty cool.
To be distributed in the water supply of this water shipper. The active
Chore murky for law people who understand.
What is that, by the way? I actually don't know what
the
that
Assassin's
is.
Handbook describes certain poisons. Chore murky is poison in the drink.
That's actually something I didn't know. Like I was.
So we got a quest. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Honestly, I just want lore is something you can read on your own time, chat. I just want to see it. I want to see where we're going.
Right, so
see it.
We're skipping ahead here. We've jumped to the part of the mission where you're heading towards the water shipper's mansion, which is in the Imperial Basin just outside of Arakeen. The player is being sent there to assassinate and poison this water shipper.
So this is like an instance dungeon outside of the main map that you get to via quests. So I see what they're saying about they can infinitely expand that last map, or they can just keep adding spots to it. This is going to be like a sub-zone that is big enough to be its own area.
On behalf of Alara Tuek. And so
I like it.
We come
to
give
it like a raid.
New level on the overland map.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, so your job is to infiltrate,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Guys,
she's
I didn't
talking
know
and
there was going to be
explaining
dungeons like this. This looks incredible.
the mission, but I can't hear it, so I'm just. But
One of the things we wanted to do is make sure all the abilities still work in these. So it is
Yeah.
still very sandboxy.
Yeah.
There will always be multiple approaches. You
Yeah.
know,
Right.
If you have
How
a
are you
single
gonna do
wire
it?
claw, you can use that to grappling hook over some areas. If
Ooh.
not, you know, then you're gonna have to be a little bit more stealthy and avoid the searchlights.
Look how they've combined. It sounds so simple. There's just searchlights, but you spend the entire first part of the game getting used to not seeing this rock ledge as just a rock ledge. You see it as shade. You literally start observing the world in where the sun is and where the sun isn't. Now they've turned it into a combat where the same thing you were training how to survive, now you're using it to infiltrate. That's really cool how you start seeing the game world differently. This isn't a ledge. By the way, I see this ledge not as something to hide behind. They mentioned the sugar wire. I see this ledge as something to grapple onto, to launch myself off of. That's how I saw it. Difference in strategy, different ways to approach the world. Really cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's one of those things where our philosophy is like we give people all these tools, but it's a sandbox. Play the way you want to play. Like here, it's we have to find a guy called Yargan because her contact. And so like
it's
like
seen.
we're quite nice to people. You might get
What are you doing
spotted,
getting
but you
seen,
can
nerd?
escape the lights quickly.
Yeah.
That's the one we
I'm
found
not,
here.
you can read the dialogue here. It's fun.
And again,
I'm going to fast forward through the dialogue because the lore will
it's a
come later,
powerful
chat.
frame. Also,
We'll do that at
lore,
launch.
Like everything's connected. Like for those of you who do like lore and who know Dune lore as
I
well,
do.
will find a lot of connections. But also for the ones who don't,
Yeah.
it's super fun to just.
Welcome back
also
on YouTube, my
explaining
friend.
the different ways that you can approach this quest right now. So he's sort of explaining to you, oh, there's like 2 paths that you can take. Like you don't have to go this way, you don't have to go.
Because remember, you can climb up everything. You can climb over all this. You can Spider-Man through it if you want.
That way, here's how you can get in, there's how you can get in, right? So as a player, you can approach this, again, in kind of that sandbox approach. It's like, again, I don't want to oversell it. It's not an immersive sim where
Stun.
you have like the Dishonored level of, but you can definitely
We're
find
spotted.
alternate paths into the mansion to achieve your mission. And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with Bernard and the boys. And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with
I haven't seen the sniper rifle yet. I am a sniper. Patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's how I play. It's what I like doing in these. I like the Mentat way of thinking, where you find the weakness, you exploit it, and you hit exactly at the right time. Y'all, the noise that made. Listen.
to achieve your mission. And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with Bernard and the boys, as I call them. They've done a great job with these, setting them up. And here's what Scott was
Some
talking
sprinting.
about, where you know, oh,
Nice.
like I've set the game up in this way. I'm a Benny Gesserit. I'm just gonna stun this guy, and then I'll be
Sure.
able to walk past him, and he won't even notice me. He won't call up. He won't call the guards because he doesn't see me, right?
Oh,
and so
yeah.
you can use your abilities, your skills that you've picked up in the game to
Except-
just pass through these areas.
Cool.
And, yeah, it's kind of fun, right? And we just wanted to show that we have
Look at this
more than
freaking
just,
laser.
you know, the basic survival game. There's way more going on.
Yowzer.
Yeah, especially like I think it takes about if you let's assume you ignore everything else because there's a lot.
You can shoot those? Not me learning like 20 things in the gameplay reveal of something I've already played. You can shoot those? I've just been running over them, sprinting forward, just choosing to sacrifice the old body. You can shoot them! I didn't know. Warlake, I'm sorry.
of choices for you how you want to approach Dune Awakening and what there's to do.
Oh, man,
but let's
dude.
assume you're only going
Oh,
for
man.
the main story and like those
So
cinematics
mad.
and things. So it takes you. I did talk to Niels about it as well.
Cool.
It takes about 30 hours until the story really gets going.
Yeah, if you're
Yep.
playing by yourself, just
Yes.
experiencing
Yeah.
all the survival.
I can attest to that, by the way. That's not just them saying that. I played the beta for about 25 to 20 hours, something like that. And I barely left the first two zones just because I was exploring stuff and having a good time. You know, really awesome, really great stuff. So Seems you're not an old Oblivion player. Bro, look at me. I'm definitely old.
Elements and going at it alone. Yeah, probably 30 hours to get to
100%
part 2.
old.
Yeah, it's deliberately
And proud.
I'm not defensive about Act
man
1, but
is
the
floating.
first part of the game is deliberately somewhat light, just to give people that, like, learn the world, acclimatize
Yep,
yourself.
yep.
Like, follow up on the Fremen. You have the Fremen trials, and it's super interesting. And
Right,
then we'll
Worley.
start introducing and layering the
Definitely.
politics of the universe and more and more of
Exactly,
this
yeah.
stuff, and more of your personal story. Like,
Okay.
what's going on? Why are you the one being asked to do this?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
happening, right?
Little
And
sneak.
ultimately, it is a survival game first, right? So
Yes.
the player needs to learn how to survive in Arrakis, right? And it's
Sure enough.
a very harsh environment. There's a lot of mechanics to figure out, and then
Eckhardt's.
you have to make your way through there and figure out how to get outside of Haga Basin right before you can experience.
got a little water.
more
Yeah.
The politics and
Poison the
intrigue that are
water
going on.
supply,
Exactly.
dude.
And I really love that we have.
Wow.
I mean, the beginning of the game is kind of story driven, right? You get
Yeah.
context to what,
Yeah.
where you, well, a little bit of context what's actually happening. You have a person that talks to you and helps you at the beginning, and then, as you mentioned, it goes more into learning the actual mechanics and the tutorialization of the game, and we give you time to get a bit acquainted with everything, or not everything, but a lot of the things, like the basic mechanics, and then we
So he let me
might
in here,
approach
huh?
you again with the story a bit later on, and I really love that too.
I love this guy, but we're cutting now because we're not going to spoil too much of what's going on.
No, exactly.
come on.
So obviously we don't
I was
want to
really
show
sick.
too much. Is more to this.
Oh my God, there's so
dungeon.
much more
What
happening.
we're gonna do now, though, is we're actually gonna watch another video that's gonna lead us into our next segment. So enjoy.
All right, what we're going to do. This kind of was a really great summary of what to expect at launch, a little bit of new features. This video, we're going to call this video here, and we're going to say, look, if you want more Dune Awakening guides, this video is going to be all about the mid-game. Make sure you check out our Dune Awakening playlist right here. This was all about the mid-game and those areas. And you want to sub for all the Dune Awakening news and guides, that's right here, baby. We'll see you in the next video. Thanks very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a second video right now for Dune Awakening, but I'm going to take a bit of a break really quick because I want some food. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, Lyra, can you unpause the music, please? Ooh, I don't want to blow people's eardrums out, so let's turn this down first. Now, Lyra, let's go ahead and do that, please. Thank you. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. All right, and when we come back, we're going to do an EVE Online giveaway as my reward for my EVE enjoyers. Arbitor, I will talk to you after. Let's do a giveaway after we get back from this to really reward. I want y'all to understand, I'm playing another game, and I want to reward the main game people. So here is a Rock Celestial Convergence Coalescence skin. This is a FanFest skin. This is a billion-esque, okay? This is a billion-esque. I want to reward the EVE enjoyers. It does look, I'm super excited about it, Nora. Look at this skin, y'all. We're going to have a great time with this. You've got like a little, it's kind of hard to see. Oh, you do see the YC127. There is a little bit of like a warp animation around this area. It looks really sick. I love this skin. This skin was only given away at FanFest, and I have a bunch of these for all of you. Okay, so we're going to give away a couple of these skins when we get back. Let's give away 2 or 3 of these skins. These are billions of ISK each. We'll give those away when we return. It's 1:50. We're going to come back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to come back in about 10 minutes. And then when we come back, let's just call it 5 after. So be back at 5 after. Okay, when we return, we're going to do EVE Online giveaways as a reward for our EVE enjoyers. When we also play Dune Awakening, we're going to have Dune Awakening days. We're going to give away Dune items. When we have EVE streams, we're going to have EVE items. Right now, we're kind of mixing to kind of see what's up, and then we'll go from there, okay? You'll see. You'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in about 10. We'll be back at 5 after, so about 15 minutes. I'm going to go get some food. We'll be right back with more Dune and EVE in just a moment, y'all. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. All right, y'all. Yes. Yes. Let us go forth and continue to get it done. Where's my music, Lara? Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you. Good to have you back. I got some food here. It's time for a giveaway. Let's give a couple of these away. Let's give we got a couple of these big FanFest skins to give away to all of you. Let me put this here. I don't know why that one is nested there. We are doing some Dune Awakening stuff right now, but since our main game is EVE Online, I want to make sure we give some goodies to y'all. We got a Magus skin, and let's save the Astero skin for a little bit. We got a couple billion ISK from these Astero and Rock skins each. When we play Dune Awakening, we're going to be giving away Dune items. Right now, we want to try to give items to our EVE enjoyers because we're showing off a new game to them. I want to reward our current viewer base, which is mainly EVE. So we're gonna have EVE streams and Dune Awakening streams when that comes out. We keep on helping both games to do great things, mainly EVE, just because that's our main game. That's how this goes, right? So let's see it. This is it. In order to get in this giveaway, you gotta first be following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Then you gotta be in Discord. Do those two things, and you'll be eligible to enter in. Let's give y'all a couple seconds. Well, I did give y'all a lot of time, so why don't we just do it now? Then we get back to it. I got chicken, rice, beef, veggies. Easy peasy stuff. All right, y'all. Here we go. The word you got to type in. The last thing you got to do is type a word we say in chat. And the word is wow. Type wow one time. Case sensitive into Discord one time. Case sensitive into Discord. Thank you again for 28,000 subs today. Incredible. Really awesome. Make sure you do it in Discord, y'all. In Discord. Follow the on-screen prompts pack, man. I see you. I see you. Yep. Come on down. If you're newer and you type stuff in Twitch chat, it doesn't matter. You gotta be in Discord, y'all. Gotta be in Discord. So. As you should, Hoodrat. You can. You can keep it. You can use it. Whatever. EVE stream with Dune mixed in. Yep, and WoW mixed in too. That's funny. Yeah, I'm really having a great time hanging out with y'all today. It's great stuff. We're gonna fast forward to the Deep Desert in just a moment. Checking out the lands rad of the Deep Desert. We're gonna have that be its own little segment. So we did mid game and then we do end game. So, all right, let's do this. Going once. Going twice. Last call. As we continue to check out both games, we're gonna see how we can reward both player bases. I want both people to be able to get stuff going. In-game events in both, guides for both. We're gonna keep doing it, 5, 4, 3, Warling, you're funny.
2, 1. Sold. 2 winners, 2 skins will be happening. Okay. Thanks for the follow, my friend. Let's do it. 2 winners. Rock skin and the Magus skin. Okay. First one is found. Second one, come on down. Come on down. Type it in here. All right, now here it is.
I know my voice was still on. Sheesh. Here we go. The winners of the Rock and the Magus skin are Quanova and MJN. Congratulations. Both of you get the goodies. Both of you are going to get these billions of ISK a piece. We're going to give this to you after stream. Don't you worry. They're going to get put into the giveaway done column for you. Okay. They are now claimed and ready to go. We'll give this to you very, very soon. Y'all, we are going to continue on and checking in Dune Awakening stuff just to see what the end game is. Let's see right here. Let's see right here. So, again, if you're here for EVE, we are going to be doing both EVE and Dune Awakening. And we're going to have dedicated streams. While there's news like this, we're going to try to do both. I'm hiring editors so I can have longer streams to be able to have both EVE and Dune stuff. Stick around. You're going to have a great time. I guarantee it. Joe Man, thanks for the Twitch
Prime. Out of your mind. God bless you, my friend, and welcome in.
And Boom Hitter coming to the Twitch
Prime. Out of your mind. Bless you, my friend. Yes, yes.
So, come on down. Is it like SOTOR? Very, very minimally. Very, very minimally. It's not super like it. Okay. I wouldn't say it's exactly like that. I would say it takes elements from. Okay. Takes elements from. SOTOR is more like World of Warcraft. So, yeah, we got to keep looking at Dune Awakening. let me do this one, actually. Goodness gracious, y'all are killing it today.
And we've got Illust Hundo Twitch Primed. Out of your mind, welcome in, my friend. It's good to have you. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end game in Dune Awakening has been kind of revealed. We're going to look at the Landsrad, and we're going to look at the Deep Desert. Right now, it's rated M for mature, apparently, in this live stream that we're about to do. Let's see what the devs have for us in the Landsrad. First look at the Landsrad and Deep Desert in Dune Awakening. Let's see.
Intense.
Make sure my volume's good.
Power. Given the right lever, you can move a planet.
This audio is really low. Turn it up best I
In
can.
Dune Awakening, your path to power leads you through the great houses. But only accomplished guilds may earn their place among the Atreides or Harkonnen. Swear your allegiance and contribute to their rise in desert power. The pledge is only the beginning. You have come far, and now it's time to take control of the Landsrad. The Landsrad is the council of great houses that make decisions that impact all the players on all the servers in your world.
Okay.
Your goal, and that of your guild, is to secure their votes so that your faction, the Harkonnen or Atreides, can take control.
Two sides, very much faction warfare. Claim something. I don't know what you have to like spend points, but you get more points the more you claim. Okay.
To secure their votes and sway them to your side, you must complete specific house requirements on the Landsrad board. Alone.
So in order to claim House Thorvald, deliver the Landsrad Quartermaster at your faction fortress. Additional progress can be gained by holding the control points for House Thorvald in Deep Desert. 70,000 per kill sandflies per minute while holding control point. Control points earned. So if you hold certain points in the Deep Desert and or give them things, thanks for using my code, you will be able to get not just loot in the interim. This is great. You can get, looks like, really good fluted heavy caliber compressor. These are named items. These are epics. House Thorvald Steel Suit Armor Swatch. This is like, it looks better. You can get literal cosmetics from this. Sounds awesome. You can do stuff for each house in the Deep Desert and hold areas for the things in the Deep Desert. And it looks like you can do other quests as well. This will help you to acquire them out of 70,000. And the first one to do that, I guess, gets those votes. Yowzer. This is like the major orders and Helldivers. Really cool. Really cool.
Altogether.
Thanks for the hype train, y'all. Thanks for that.
With your guild, your efforts can move the needle. Be the first to fulfill a house requirement to not only secure their vote, but also reap their many rewards. Whether you enjoy...
It's important to note that even if you don't actually finish it, you still get some rewards. That's pretty sick. It's not just, oh, I got so far and got nothing. You get a bunch of cosmetics, you can still show you were there. So.
PVE or PvP, there are many paths to victory. If you prefer the relative safety of the shield wall, there are many activities that will not put you into direct conflict with other players, while still contributing to your faction's rise to power.
That's such a big deal, because if you don't want to go into the Deep Desert, if you don't want to engage in PvP, maybe you just don't want to do it. But you can still contribute to Atreides or Harkonnen factions by doing PvE-focused activities like gathering. That's a big deal. Right, Caspariel? Big deal. Now, I can tell you the way this game is going to go right now without even knowing that the most contribution, the biggest, fastest one is going to be in the Deep Desert. It's the hardest to do. But knowing that you can grind it out in the PvE zones is big. Large deal.
House Torvald wants you to eliminate sandflies. Rush in, or pick off the deserters one by one with your sniper rifle.
It's me.
House Rashis wants a delivery of ground cars. Join up with friends and build strongholds for large-scale production.
Right, so you saw it was like, give me 70,000 buggies. Right. Deliver 70,000 of them. So you're gonna need big bases that have like 20, because each buggy is like 7 parts that take time to craft. So if you spend all day grinding, so your guilds, your people, whatever, they're gonna have to go out and gather stuff while you're crafting at home. You can let this sit once you get enough mats and you go get some water. This is really sick. It lets you choose your adventure. I love that.
Friends and build strongholds for large-scale production and deliver them safely to the House representative by ground or air.
And then you have to get them there. Oh, right. You have to actually haul them. Now they're driving buggies, right? But you can have buggy parts in your inventory. I wonder if it's delivered finished buggies. You have to get them there. You have to haul them. Oh, let's go. And just to be clear, if you don't want to deal with the Landsrad, you don't have to. But the Landsrad are the ones that get to make policy on your server for certain things. We don't know what that extent of that is yet. I'm sure they're going to tell us. So you can ignore this entirely. But then you're at the mercy of the bigger guilds that will dictate certain things. That's pretty sick. If you get 30 per vehicle, sure, okay. 70,000 points. Even so, that's still a big grind. That makes more sense to me. So, wow. Yeah, D-Ron, we're reacting to it now. This is sick. Sick.
Large-scale production is costly and will require a lot of resources. To be able to craft certain high-tier items, you will also need the most sought-after resource of all.
Yep.
Spice.
Right, 1,000 buggies.
You can buy spice from spice merchants or on the Player Run exchange. And it can even be found in smaller pockets behind the shield wall.
Yep. We did that. We did that.
But to collect industrial quantities, you must venture
into the deep desert,
into the unknown.
All right, this is what I was telling you. You can get it behind whatever. No, Vanguard's going to be great. We're going to play all of these, dude. We're going to play all of this. We're going to have a good time. So, but in order to get the big amounts going to the deep desert. Now, if you have like 20 guilds in Haga Basin farming stuff up, you're probably going to be able to do this well. But 1 or 2 well-made oiled machines in the deep desert, man, let's see it. Let's see it.
The deep desert beckons. Here, violent Coriolis storms sweep across the vast expanse of sand, resetting the map every week.
Did you hear that? So there's sandstorms in the main area that do damage to you and will kill you if you don't get there. Every week, a Coriolis storm, a big massive storm, comes through and resets the map. It's a brand new procedural generated map every time. The terrain is different. The items respawn in different spots. So it's not just a like, oh, you figured out the deep desert. Here is the infinite farming. Like other MMOs, the end game area, the final farming spots are known. It's going to change every week. That makes me extremely confident for the longevity of this game. Yeah. Yeah.
Revealing new resources to mine.
Sick. Yeah, mine with the buggy.
And points of interests to explore.
Right, this time there's a downed desert. Or this time there's a downed ship in the desert. The next time a previously unknown Imperial testing station opens up, right? Yes, Grey Wolf, like the wormholes.
This ever-changing environment offers endless exploration, but also endless conflict.
Yep. PvP. Here we
Each
go.
house in the Landsrad desires a specific control point in the deep desert.
Oh, let's go.
Seize it and hold it over time to gain their vote. Fortify it and be ready for a fight. Other players will soon come to take it from you.
Can you build in this area? Sick.
The deep desert is also home to frequent spice blows,
Yep.
offering large quantities of the precious melange. You need a lot of spice. Once you've located a spice blow, move your...
These spice blows are map-wide visual and audio cues. The moment one of these hits, I watched people just go like this that were in the surrounding rocks. I didn't realize I was with people in the beta until a spice blow went off. And I see it and I'm like, what the hell is that purple plume? And all of a sudden people that were in the rocks, like a little bit close to me, just jump out and start sprinting for it, get on their sand bikes. And I'm like, oh my God, there was like 4 people around me. I had no idea. Everybody can see it. Everybody knows it's a point of interest and everybody's showing up to take it. and you got to fight for it.
Harvesters in place to collect. Just be ready to defend it with your life.
Sick. We've seen this before, but still. Little thumper. Because it always comes. Let's go. Straight from the movie. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Ah.
After a week of politics,
awesome,
manufacturing, and conflict, one side emerges victoriously.
Okay. See?
The Harkonnen have seized the Landsrad.
Whoa, look at this.
And the leaders of the player guilds who contributed to their victory all get to vote for a decree that will impact everyone on a server belonging to that world.
That is sick. Okay. So they fight, they earn, they win. When you do, you get to decree something that affects the whole server. Experience gain is increased by 50%, or melee weapon damage increased by 33%, or access to Landsrad weapons vendor. So this is really incredible. I have 0 drop frames, so this is really incredible because the people that are in the and look, it's a vote. You don't just it's a place vote. So the ones that contribute get to pick it. So now you have to have communication with the other guilds, like actual politics. Oh my God, this is so cool, dude. Okay, because let's say everybody goes, you know what? We really want access to the server. But let's say all of the big guilds are like, look, we just had a big influx of players. Let's get them up to fighting speed. Let's increase the XP. And this is just the ones we've been shown. What else? They could do a lot of stuff with this. This is really cool. Let's say one of the guilds, let's say one of the dungeons is really difficult to do at range. You basically can't do it at range, right? This is this middle one. Well, let's increase a third more melee weapon damage. Now we can all frickin' do it. So really cool.
That will impact
really cool.
everyone on a server belonging to that world.
Wow.
They choose to unlock exclusive weapon imports rights. By decree of the Landsrad Council, under the seal of His Imperial Majesty.
You understand that if our guild is big enough, we can do that? Do you understand that if our guild's big enough, I'm going to be politicking for you? That I'm going to be going to meetings like...
Yes. Those of us from House Murthy desire more experience. The new bros must be fed. They must be increased to get up to fighting strength.
Chat.
A trade consortium has been authorized to visit Arrakis.
We're gonna have a good time.
Providing Harkonnen players with exclusive access to a unique weapons vendor.
Ooh.
In Hako Village.
Bruh. That's true, D-Ron.
As the Harkonnen Landsrad term begins, the race for control in the next term.
Oop. What happened? Back. Pause. What happened, dude? Hey. Did they break? Hello?
Welcome back. No technical problems at all. It's all fine. No
I'm sure it is.
one would have noticed if you didn't say anything, Scott.
Sorry. That's my job.
Oh, no, dude. Okay. All right, so before we go to the next spot where there's clearly a problem, this is the face of pain, okay? This is the face of pain right here, dude. It's like, no. So what we've learned about the Landsrad is very, very simple. It is a way for the top guilds on the server to fight and have objectives that constantly shift and move, that give it longevity to the game, that affect the whole server. Literal merchants are put behind this. And when your guns and weapons decrease and die, you need to access it again to get back to that merchant. But then you have to fight with the people trying to get the Atreides stuff and the Harkonnen stuff. And like, look, I want more melee damage because we're really trying to push this dungeon to farm it up. This is really cool. This gives options to endgame that is still player-driven, player-focused. I think this is why I think it was IGN mentioned that like the endgame feels like EVE Online because there's a lot of politicking and a lot of like power grabs and territory control. Sure. Sounds good to me. Oh, why is my giveaway stuff up? Sorry, y'all. We just did a giveaway, which we're gonna do, by the way, when Dune is live. We're gonna do giveaways for Dune items on stream. It's gonna be great. All the epic recipes. Thank you very much. Okay, so really, really cool. They're gonna talk about that stuff. I'm gonna fast forward here because there's just a lot going on, and I want to get to them showing us the deep desert. I want to get to that. I literally want to see how it's gonna be in the deep desert. It looks like they're showing us a bunch of building. I'm gonna watch this a little bit, and we're gonna fast forward to the deep desert. Let's see it.
We have like actually a team here that will now go into the deep desert.
Okay, so we've gone through the overland map.
Yeah, we're
and
in the shield wall.
We're in the shield wall, which is the southern part of the deep desert.
It's the PVE area.
Correct. Yeah.
This is the PVE space.
It was important for us so that people that are scared of PvP or reluctant to get engaged with it, right, that they had a place in the deep desert that they could go to without, instantly getting killed as soon as.
Have they thought of everything? Have they thought of everything? There's a PVE section of the deep desert. If you were on the fence about getting Dune Awakening, because you were worried you were just going to have to be forced to PvP, have no fear. See you at launch. Use my affiliate code.
Through, like in warping in, right? Gate camping or whatever from other games.
He said gate camping.
Right? Gate camping or whatever from other games.
I think we have a Eve Enjoyer on the panel here, ladies and gentlemen. My man said gate camping.
And this is also where you set up your base of operations.
Yes.
The very first area, because the deep desert is gigantic. There's no water here.
Yes.
And you need to have the logistics set up, and like you can go.
There's no water? Like you can't gather it. It's what you bring in? Oh, now we're talking, because it's a desert. You need to have the passive water generation.
Go there by yourself. Like I fly there on beta. I try to stay away from people because, as we said, we're not great at.
Okay. In Dune, you can templatify your base, so you can set up a hologram, Solido, whatever the heck, to be visual of your base, and anybody in your guild can start building the base if they have it in their resources. So when the server resets every week, you'll lose your base, but you have a template set up again. Okay, right, you have to refine the blood of the enemies that you kill in the deep desert. Oh my God, it's gonna be so much PvP, baby.
PvP necessarily.
People call it ratting.
Yeah, ratting.
You can go in and rat.
Oh, I'm totally right.
We have, listen, ladies and gentlemen, 1 point of data is just a point, but 2 points of data form a line. We have gate camping and ratting being said. Eve Enjoyers? Dune Awakening devs. They be... Yes, I see you are people of culture as well. I know that Natasha and Panel are using code Loru on the Marquee store to save on their EVE Online items. Let's get it done. Pirating. Killing pirates is ratting, ladies and gentlemen. Yowzer, dude. This is so wild.
So
let's do it again.
I fly there on beta. I, try to stay away from people because, as we said, we're not great at PvP necessarily.
People call it ratting.
Yeah, ratting.
You can go in and rat.
Oh, I'm totally right. Absolutely.
But just to point out one thing here, because these guys are using. So again, coming back to like how do we get towards this vision? We started with how do you build this is going to get wiped every week. How do we encourage people to build bases? Well, first of all, we created this blueprinting system. You bring the diagram of your base, you place it out, and you build it quickly, right? This is very fast. It doesn't take very long when you're with a few friends. You get a base put down, you build it up quickly. This is part of the logistics cycle of the deep desert.
And you can either bring the resources from Haga Basin and all the vehicles that you're bringing with you, or you can harvest there's quite a bit of resources in the shield wall, so you can set this up.
So this is what's happening here. We're building a forwarding base.
Do you understand though? This is a race. Because it resets every single week. Every single guild that wants the Landsrat's power is going to try to come here and is going to really, they're going to get a system down. They're going to be like, all right, Horus, you bring the mats to build the base. Rap Shindu, you bring the Solido thing and start setting up the base wall. Lord Muad'Dib, you make sure to bring our couple vehicles to be able to get this done. They're going to have like who's bringing what. Okay. And this becomes the game whirling is what can do. That's right. Yeah, amen, brother. Yes, sir. Yeah. What we're going to have is what is the minimum to set up a base. You're going to have to set up a repeatable thing. So this base is very large. Maybe we don't need this size of a base. I'll bring the water. Come on down. Here's Johnny. We're going to have a great time. It forces, dare I say, the friendship.
Exactly. I was going to say that this is obviously a forwarding base because it is kind of very boxy again compared to like the actual home bases that we saw earlier.
This is boxy.
Because this is all about efficiency, right?
Yes.
And like fitting your the storages and all the machines that you need. You know.
Yeah. This just is the forward base mats. Actually, big bases are literally going to be a status symbol inside of the deep desert. Okay, but think about it like this too, because there's straight up a reason to have a bigger base. Because the bigger the base, the bigger the more fabricators you can make, the more stuff you can get. It's literally an arms race every week. My God, I haven't seen a game that forces this much strategy since EVE Online. No wonder I was drawn to this.
Now my brain just stopped working.
Fabricators?
Fabricators, thank you.
Yeah.
Got it,
and
Natasha,
we made a
killing
change, or not a change. It's just the building costs are different in the deep desert, so it costs half as much to build everywhere.
Have they thought of everything? Have they thought of everything?
It's half as much to build a base. They want you to have fun. They want you to have fun. It costs, they understand a weekly wipe is tedious, so it costs half as much. I need some 07s in chat. We watched the mid-game video. We saw nothing, but they understand the quality of life, and there's a balance between gameplay and chores, and it's more gameplay and more fun. Now we're in the end game video, and they've got even more coming in. They understand. They play their own dang game, and we're gonna have a good time on Arrakis, baby. Look at this. Funcom devs, do you see this? I hope you do. I know you do. Listen al Gaib, as written. No, it's we're in Dune Awakening now. It's Ibn Girdaib.
Incredible stuff. 100% when you're breaking things down. Just because we know you're going to be redoing this every week, there's going to be some loss, right? You know,
of course.
So we're trying to make it easy and accessible in the ways that we can.
Oh my God, that final day. That final day.
All right, guys, the deep desert's resetting. The Coriolis is in 4 hours. There's a box full of crafting lasers. Everybody get to deconstructing. Take down all the walls and put them into a chest.
Right? There's going to be a teardown, or you lose the mats. Wow. Yo, we're going to have a great time.
Can, while still keeping the threat there.
Yes.
And the intensity, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like the deep desert is a little bit about that tension as well, that feel.
Yeah, imagine you're like building this up. You can't just have everybody build. You're in a PvP zone. I mean, you're in a PvE version of a PvP zone. You're going to have builders and scouts.
Hey, I'm on the southwest. FC, come in. I'm on the southwest side of the shield wall. And how close are you to finishing?
Yeah, we have like 2/3 of the base build. What's up?
Yeah, we have at least two guilds coming in that are super close to the capture point. We got to finish that base right now ASAP so we can get some ornithopters in the air because they're almost done with their base. And look, I see some fabricators, so they're going to be making some building.
Do you understand? You're going to have forward operating base and have scouts that go scout out stuff and combat people. You need bodies, ladies and gentlemen. Deploy the Sardaukars.
Of like, so we're building here. It's the PVE area. I expect people to build their primary like weekly base in the PVE area, and then maybe set out some logistics bases so that they can do things like refining spice. And that's where it becomes an interesting kind of like we'll see how people play out these scenarios in the actual deep desert in the game. But this is kind of
like straight up. You could get sniper positions on where you think the enemies are going to go based on where they are in the PvE area of the deep desert. Set up in the PvP area and make them go through you first. And then when you kill them, you take their stuff. And you're going to have Sardaukar guilds that do mercenary work for other guilds to slow them down. This game could be something that you play for years. Do you understand? Wow. There is base raiding Ghost, yes. There's a PvE area and a PvP area to it too. Yes.
The expected behavior. This is what we hope people will do. And we've tried to build all the mechanics into place so that people can do this, right? And that's been a large part of it.
This
You
is
also
sick.
see co-building here. There's actually several people working on
Yeah,
this.
everyone's working together, right?
Yeah,
And that's
which is super nice.
that's
really
the
cool.
guild focus as well. Like you know, it
Exactly.
is a multiplayer game.
Nice
There's-
house.
It's really important to make sure that people can play together and do things together.
Go back. My guy fell through. He wasn't done building. My man fell through. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
and
which
that's-
is super nice.
That's the
funny.
guild focus as well. Like you know,
Exactly.
it is a multiplayer game. It's really important to make sure that people can.
He just because I've done that too. When you're like building something, you don't realize that the floor isn't there, and you just walk through
Like
it.
you know, it is a
So funny.
multiplayer
Like-
game. It's really important to make sure that people can play together.
Right, a
and
Looney
do
Tunes
things
death.
together.
That's it.
And I think the fun part in this game and this style of game is that it extends beyond like the traditional MMO experience of like we can fight things together, right, and we
Again.
can role play together. But you know, you're not building things together. You're not crafting vehicles together, right? We have those options, which is nice.
Exactly.
And it's just cool to see how quick you can use the blueprint system to get like a gigantic base, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's utilitarian, right? But
I totally agree. When I first saw this, I thought this was kind of crappy. But when you see it in action, you get like 3 or 4 people. They'll be able to set up a 3 multi-level base with garages, landing pads, and fabricators in like maybe 10 minutes. This is
yeah, it does what it needs, and it's
Yowzer.
it's quite impressive.
I know that people are also wondering that you won't be able to, copy that your setup inside. So this is literally, the blueprint is for the building itself. So everything inside.
Correct. Yeah.
correct.
You still have to put the placeables in.
So
That's a good point. It just to be very clear. You don't copy the building with all the mats. There's an item that lets you copy the layout of the building. It copies the holographic Solido green lines. You still have to fill it in every week, but since in the deep desert building costs are halved, they've really thought of everything else.
The building itself. So everything inside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You still have to put the placeables in.
So we're behind the shield wall. I think we've just left the base now,
Yeah, we're actually
and we're
just showing a little bit of the PVE area here.
so this
as
is
well.
this is behind the shield wall, and then you come out into the deep desert, and this is like I think oh yeah, sorry, behind the shield wall.
This is just the PVE zone. All of these climbables and looting spots, all of this is just the PVE zone. We haven't even gone into the PvP area yet. Y'all, we're gonna have so much fun, dude.
Well, there's also PVE elements here. This is the PVE space.
Yes.
So there are
Interesting.
things like shipwrecks that you can raid. There are like eco labs behind here. So there is a section of the deep desert. I know people are really worried about doing PvP. There's a whole section here. It's 24 kilometers long, where you can actually go and like do the PvE part. And we're about to see. Well, this will take a few seconds.
We're actually
survey.
We're in the middle of the survey.
surveying.
So there's literally dungeons, downed ships in the intro part to the deep desert. So if you don't want a PvP and you're like, look, my guild does, I don't care. Let me farm. Let me just go get you mats. You can do that. They let you play your way. This is really awesome. Before I was like 100% in with what I played and I had a great time. Can I tell you a quick story? In the beta, I had made my house. And it was nighttime, and I went back and I was organizing all of my stuff, and the music just kind of hit, and I walked out onto my patio, and I was looking out as like the sun was going down, and some player was like running through the desert as the worm was chasing him, and I had this moment where I was like, wow, I think I love this game. There was a soul tie was like made like a heartstring was like boom, and I'm like, wow, I think this is awesome. And as I'm playing the game, I was like, man, this is just the beta. I've only played for 20 hours. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Yeah, right. Literally Twin Suns, like A New Hope moment where you look out and you just kind of like, that happened a lot in Dune Awakening. I haven't had one of those moments really since the last time I had one of those, I was playing EVE Online. First time I ever went into a shattered wormhole, okay? And I saw the planet as you warp to a planet and it's in pieces. And you're like, what could have done this? And I turn and there's a massive angular drifter battleship going past the like silhouette of the planet. And I had this moment where I was like, I need to leave. First of all, it's going to end my life. And second, what else in this game haven't I experienced? Those kind of moments where it's an adventure. Who wants to have that kind of adventure with us, huh?
So now we're surveying the land in this section, and we'll see the segment reveal itself.
Yep.
And this is like one of the PVE segments of the deep desert. And what you'll see here is that we've surveyed 1 square. And just to give some context, that's one of 81 squares within this map. So there are 80.
deep desert is 81 squares long, and it resets every week. It's huge. It's literally another game. It's another game. I don't know that, Casperial. So much area. Huge. And it resets every week. And look, there's like Fremen tunnels and down ships and dungeons. And there's 1,000 players in the deep desert, 500 to 900. Okay. Because Haga Basin is like its own thing, but then the deep desert is its own thing. It's huge. Awe-inspiring.
81 of these squares. It's huge.
Yeah.
We're actually also seeing the sync chart that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
What's a sync chart? Yeah, I know what that is.
Into play.
So now I don't know whose name it is, but whichever player it is crafting a. They have surveyed.
Camille
Now
is
they're going to
crafting a
craft
survey,
a sync chart.
They
have crafted a sync chart of the deep desert. It tells you in the information which sector of the deep desert, who created it, how long ago it was created, so you understand whether the information's out of date or in date. They're going to share that sync chart with their friends. Yep. And then their friends hopefully will.
Do you want to explore in Dune Awakening? Do you want to go off on be a literal map drawer scout? Where you have to fill up your ship and get the right water and materials, and you have to be able to defend yourself, and you go out and you literally survey the land and come back. You're literally a scout. And share it with your guild. Literally an information gatherer. Sick. I don't know if it's like EVE on steroids. I wouldn't put it that way. Just what it does is very good. Even these games are very different, but this is still very exciting. That's really cool. Your job, I'm the scout. I've built speed and survivability up. Wow, dude.
We'll be able to switch camera perspective and see their friend by the sync chart.
The deep desert resets every week and is huge. So you're going to need to keep doing this to explore it, and all the rarest, best, biggest resources are in this area. Look at that.
Which saves them having to explore.
Yeah,
so this is
exactly.
that cartography loop.
You could go out with like a really quick ornithopter.
Look at this. That's the deep desert over there.
Oh, sure.
Go back.
But you can go out with.
Right. What do you do? Hey, what do you do in Dune Awakening?
Yeah, I'm a trooper. You know, I make sure that my deep desert guild is defended. I make sure that they're good to go. You know, make sure that it's done.
What about you? What about you do?
Yeah, I'm a cartographer. I go explore. I spec'd out my ornithopter specifically for speed and less fuel, and I'm an expert at flying the ornithopter and getting it done.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm a forward sniper. I'm Black Ops. I make sure that the enemy in the deep desert. I have sniper specializations and scout specializations.
Do you understand how deep this is? We're just scratching the surface here. This is awesome.
With like an exploration kit, right? That's really fast. That you can go around. You don't have much harvesting abilities, right? And then you scout the area, bring it back, and then your base can roll out with your transport ornithopters, your harvesters, sand crawlers.
Sick.
Depending what your
I'm
plan
the
is.
water boy. Let's go, dude. What about you? What's your job?
I get the water.
That's not a joke though. That's very real. Oh my gosh, dude. Ajane, we just might.
For today, which doesn't necessarily
need.
have to be PvP. There's actually a lot of other things,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
might
I
bring you to the
expect
deep
people
desert.
in guilds to be
Say?
figuring things out and how they're going to work together. To
There's
do
your
these
landing
things.
pad.
But there's roles here, right? Like again, we tried to really build this game with different roles for different people within guilds.
Exactly.
So the idea is, maybe I'm just the scout, and that's what I do because I hate, going into fights. But
Love that.
I go out, I bring back the information. Then people who like building bases are planning like what our logistics are going to be and
This
what
looks
we're going
awesome.
to be doing this week in the deep desert. What do we need to harvest? What do we need for our crafting? Are they?
I don't know if I have a guild on every server. We're gonna have to see. At the start, we're gonna. What I do, I can tell you this. What I do plan on doing is I plan on getting multiple copies of the game for me. I'm literally gonna make 2 or 3 Steam accounts, so that I can have I'm the CEO of like 2 or 3 guilds, right? Then our community will be able to have full control over areas with 2 or 3 guilds. That's my plan. Where I'm gonna play on one, and then I have an alt that's CEO of like another guild, right? We're gonna, because I need alliances. I need to be able to have more than 32 players. We're gonna do that. They've announced that dedicated servers are coming much later. At launch, it's gonna be kind of finicky where we do something like that. I have some ideas on how we can make that a little bit better. Okay, so
The uniques that we're looking for are the specific uniques.
Yes.
I think one of the really important points about the deep
The name of the guilds are not revealed yet.
desert is that like the unique schematics, the Imperial permits, which maybe people saw, the purple ones, they're on a
Player trading.
a limited loot setup, so you don't get the same ones every week, and the layouts of the deep desert change. Here we see the trading system. The sync chart's been traded.
Yep.
And those schematics you can only make a certain amount of times.
Yep. And
Right.
now we're going to consume the sync chart, and then we're going to open our map and see that the sector has been cleared, the same sector. That was
And this is it. This is interesting. I want those sync charts to not be one use, because if you're telling me our scouts have to get, there's a difference between tedium and chores, right? So if my scout has to survey an area 30 times, right, to be able to get my full guild going, I hope that's like a guild-wide thing somehow. We'll have to see about that. Sync charts are mapped, crafted by planetologists within the cartography skill. They reveal portions of the deep desert and can be traded or sold to other sleepers. You can sell it. Oh my gosh, you can sell them. You're going to have a mercenary scout guilds that they just push the information forward, and then, hey, you want the full map of the deep desert? We got it hour 1. We'll sell it to you for a premium. Can I just... You can carry 30, make 30 time. Okay, gotcha. So,
sync charted. So this is kind of cool. You can create copies of this and
yeah,
pass
D-Ron,
off to your
we'll
guild.
definitely
You can
talk.
create
We'll definitely
copies
talk.
and sell them on the exchange to other players as well.
That's bananas.
Yes, and
That's bananas.
while now they're actually
the
building a
Transport
Transport Ornithopter, we can actually quickly talk about Imperial Storm in
It's the big one, the carrier ornithopter.
combination with the map, because we actually have a visual asset here
Yeah.
that shows
We got cartography in the brand new game before Star Citizen. Yeah, you did. I tell you.
how they can look like on
Yeah,
the
so
map.
we can talk about the rotation. So this is
Yes.
like, so let's see that we're going to see 3 weeks of Coriolis Storm changes to the map. So this is week 1, and then we move to, and you can see that there's like 1 eco lab, a shipwreck, and a cave there, right, and a small base, and some spice blows that have been marked. And then to the next week, the layout has changed. Where
Same
things
tile.
are is different. There's a
Look at the difference, okay? Let's talk about some strategy here. Here is a Fremen spot. This is one of the only stone areas that is close to these spice blows, right? So what you're going to have is everybody's going to be fighting over this for a forward base. Everybody's going to be fighting over this for a forward base because it's close to both the spice blows, and the spice is the most important thing, okay? The next week, there's a bunch of these little ones. So this one's going to be important, but also this one. And this one is like the biggest one. You're going to have big guild over there crafting stuff versus like smaller area. I don't know what this symbol is. So, and you have a split. This one, you can get to both, but you have to deal with these. So week to week, the strategy, you're going to have different size bases that you have on file for like small, medium, large builds. You're going to have forward base close to spice, forward base close to dungeon, a big base close to down ship. You're going to have bases that specialize in ship production, and bases that specialize in water production. You're going to have bases that specialize in all of it. This is every week. There's so much depth to this game. It really is one of the biggest deep games I've seen. I literally forgive the melee combat being not great. They'll fix the melee combat. I have that, I know they will. This is kind of sick. So, and look, Captain, they've said this. You don't have to join a clan. You can play solo. You just won't have as much say on the server because this is just the PvP area. There's literally entire sections of the game that are only PvE. And you can just do your stuff chilling and be a solo player. Completely solo possible. No worries about getting your base destroyed and all that. Now, you won't be able to make stuff as fast and have the coolest gear because the best, biggest stuff are going to go to the biggest, best guilds that are controlling the lands rad. That's what we're looking at. You could still play it as a solo player, sure. This is cool. I like this a lot.
There's a control point now in the bottom left. There's an eco lab in a different place and a shipwreck that's been uncovered.
And there will be different loot and different...
No ganking and high sec.
And then we go 1 more week again. And now you can see that this is a bit larger. There's another control point. It's a different house control point now. Different spaces on the map. A couple of eco labs this time. 4 or 5 caves and the shipwreck.
These eco labs drop epic blueprints at the end. You can assume that the eco labs in the deep desert are going to drop a lot of really big stuff. The shipwrecks are a source of rare materials that if you control, there's sort of a lot of crafting of weapons and armor. So if you control one of these, the green pin, you're going to be able to craft a lot of stuff in the deep desert without having to send people back to the Haga Basin. That time will be saved. These are for other recipes. I'm not sure how these are going to work in the deep desert because these were pretty small, like little caves, right? You could get protected from the sandstorm. Like imagine you're out here and the sandstorm hits. Where are you going to go? Well, if you don't control this, you're kind of screwed. Y'all.
So you can sort of see how this changes and how this loot encourages exploration for people each week.
And that's one time.
Incredible.
You
could be a solo guild as well to even participate in the Lands Rad. You definitely can. We're going to have a guild with all of our friends. We're going to play together. We're going to have a guild so we can all join together. It's going to be awesome. So they said in the tutorial story, vehicle parts are not native, so you have to farm them from wrecks. Yo?
One section.
One of
81st.
One of 81.
Yeah.
But I will say this: it's a very big desert with a lot of space.
Yes.
Show me the carrier.
There's not all the
Show it to
tiles are
me.
that populated each week. So people aren't like, oh, there's not 15 eco labs in every square, right?
No.
Like it's a
more
big
sparse.
barren place. And this is also like important because
Look
if we
at this
want
thing.
people to fight over things, we actually need to draw them to the same places to
Yes.
fight
Yes.
over specific things in PvP.
Yes. So
Alright.
for the ones who actually do want the PvP, they have a place to go where they know there's probably other
Fill it
players
up.
there as well.
Okay, so now we have a transport ornithopter. This is the largest flying vehicle that you can craft
I
in the
see
game.
5 seats.
And this may be my favorite game mechanic because the transport
I agree.
ornithopter can pick things up. And I love it because it can pick up almost anything that is a vehicle, right, in the game. So
one of the things you'll see in the mid game is like the buggy is really hard to get to places, right? Even though it mines so much more than you can ever possibly mine yourself. But it's a pain, right, to get up on the shield wall or to get it out here.
So good.
Go back. You've got a daggum grapple. Look at this. Look at this thing. It picks it up.
But it's a pain.
This goes back to what we were talking about in the mid-game video that we just reacted to, where the Dune is really good about like, you're new to the area, you now have to go to the next area. And the more you go up that step, the bigger your tech is. And then you jump to another area and you're like, I can't do this yet, but man, I can do this really well. And you keep having this very staircase feeling power spike. I love this.
Right,
yeah, barrel roll in this. Do it.
On the shield wall or
Do it.
to get it out here.
Do it.
So a good tactic with the buggy though is to use it as storage and use the transport ornithopter to pick it up and carry it.
Yes. Good.
Are we going to
Good
show
rat.
an example of carrying? I guess we are.
Yes, we
Yeah,
are,
cool.
because what we're actually preparing for here is a spice harvesting mission.
So the team's going out to do some
Yes.
spice harvesting.
So we're actually gonna pick up a harvester.
So now we're coming out into what I call the real deep desert, right? This is actually what you think of when you think of Arrakis from the movies, right? So
Here we go.
We just got the nice tutorial pop up talking about the deep desert.
Yes.
So this is the
timing.
Arrakis that we know from the films. So Haga
What were
Basin is
we just talking about that like 2 moon moment? You come over the hill into the shield wall and there's just desert. Right?
And it's taking a lot of the information that we have from the books and about like the different biomes and things and making it into a truly sort of interesting PvE experience. But this is the true deep.
There is no better feeling than being in an MMO with your friends and being in a bunch of ships rolling out. You know? Just like bum dum bum dum bum dum bum, and everyone's just like we're all on a mission together and we're in like a formation and we're just in Eve, we're fleeting up in a bubble, we're going into low sec. Look at this. Look at no better feeling.
Desert of Arrakis. This is the place where people are scared to
Autobots.
go. This is where the Fremen live. We're passing outside the shield wall now. This is
Awesome.
where the War of Assassins and the PvP is
Sand blow.
allowed to
And a
happen.
spice blow.
And you can see a spice blow in the distance, which draws people from miles around to go there, right? And
We talked about this in our mid-game video. A spice blow is a random map-wide event that has both visual and audio cues that if you're here, if you're like climbing up something and you see a spice blow, it's like
FCFC Spice Blow southwest of here. Do we have people that are in ornithopters right now?
Yeah, we have a bunch. We see the visual. We're going to go send people out there right now. We got to get there fast.
this is some of the rarest mats out there are these spice blows. They're in concentrated areas of melange and you need the spice to craft all the big stuff, right? So you literally make a spot. If you get there late, you'll get scraps. But if you get there first, like these guys were already rolling out, they're ready to go.
I do want to say this section here, if you turn the camera right and left, you can see that we have the shield wall. It goes, this is 24 kilometers long. and you can't see people all the way along. So people who are like nervous about going into the deep desert because they're worried about, you know, the PvPers, I think there's like an element from my end, a designed moment that we've talked about on this project quite often is like, you come to the edge of this vast ocean and you dip your toe in the water and you're a little bit scared of sharks, but you see something in the distance and you think, I can make it. I can get there and I can get back. And the first time it's scary. And you feel that tension. And the second time. And the
look at
third
this.
time. But you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it, right?
That's really sick because when you look at like, let me rewind a bit. This is very important that you can't cover the whole thing by yourself. Even if your entire guild is like covering the wall, you're not going to be able to do it. Someone's going to sneak through. Someone's going to get a sandbike and go a little fast to kind of be in there. They're literally going to have seeding like we do in Eve, or someone's going to like log out in like a tunnel somewhere. You know, you're not going to be able to cover it all, which means you have to get ready to fight and defend your control points.
That tension, and the second time, and the third time, but you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it, right? And I get that people worry about toxic behaviors and ganking and so forth, but we tried to build a space where you can get away from people as well.
Correct, yeah. So
sure.
I think that's really important to talk about is
Good point.
in Dune, you were given the tools to get away, right? Like if overwhelming amounts of people come after you, maybe you can't quite get away.
See, look, and they're talking about ganking. Just like, give me a sec. So they're in a control point that is the haggle control point. So you can claim, if you missed the beginning of this video, you can claim these points by in the deep desert to work forward this kind of Landsrad guild system. The more of these you claim for either Atreides or Harkonnen, the more votes you get. That's this number here, and then you can decide things for the server in the coming weeks.
But that's generally not going to happen. So a lot of it is more about, PvP is about controlling a point and like having to give up that point if you don't feel like fighting.
Fighting over things instead of kicking down sandcastles.
Exactly.
So we're
Probably one of my favorite things about this is that if we rewind a little bit, let me pause it again.
Point if you don't feel like fighting.
Is this, if you don't just get stuff at the end, if you get a bunch of, if you do 700 points, you're going to get 10,000 Solari. That's a lot. If you and your people get 3,500, you're going to get a focused buggy cut array Mark 5. This is a better than normal item that you would not be able to get otherwise. So instead of just like doing a bunch of work and having no return until the very end, you get stuff as you go. That's, again, great game design. Great game design. So
fighting over things instead of kicking down sandcastles.
Exactly.
So so on the Landsrad here, this is kind of interesting, right? So you can see the Landsrad's in the state of of like, if we claim this as the Atreides, we're going to win what we call a Sizzlerad.
Milestones.
And a Sizzlerad means that we're going to get the voting power for the week. So a Sizzlerad is when we can complete a row. So normally, if you were Harkonnen and Atreides in this situation, you'd both be fighting over this particular control point because you really don't want the other one to win for the week. But normally, like it's kind of, you're always blocking each other and causing like the other team.
So the order of these actually matter too. He mentioned if you win a row, you get something. So you're literally playing checkers. So you actually have to PvP in UI. So you can't just go after the sword. Oh yeah, we're just going to go after sword. No, if I'm Harkonnen, connect 5, literally connect 5. If I'm like, I'm House Harkonnen, oh my God, there's a haggle point spawned. We have to go after the haggle point. Even this isn't random. Even this is well thought out. Even this encourages PvP. Funcom. Y'all didn't cook. Y'all got some Michelin stars up in this. Okay.
Have to go back and focus on filling out a row or trying to fill out as many squares as possible. So we're trying to take the
diagonal works too. Yo.
House Haggle owns this control point in the deep desert. We're in the deep desert as Atreides taking over this control point on their behalf. And you can see it's just this...
My girl had like 7 thumpers.
He's taking over this control point on their behalf.
She had like, I guess we'll see him.
And you can see it's just this control point. It's a place that you have to defend in the deep desert. It'll draw other people and it will earn you points over time. It's a classic control point.
Yeah, what happens if you have sunstroke in here?
One other thing, just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out, one of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers. You can see our new team marker system in the game here. It's deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want, like, especially I know people talk about Zergs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's like, 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying.
I accept. In the beta, it was indistinguishable who the heck is on your side. Couldn't know who it was. Literally had no idea. Your group has numbers over their head. That's your people. You can't see who's in your guild still, unless they're in your group, because then you're going to have, they're thinking about the end game here. You're going to have a massive 32-person guild zerging something, spamming something. You literally have to communicate over this. This is good. I accept. It's a little janky that I can't see who's in my guild, but I accept. Maybe we want to all do something creative like, hey, everybody wear orange and blue. So I can kind of, as a sniper, I can see who's got orange and blue on. Maybe that's what we got to do. That's pretty cool. Shaggy, what's up? We're doing Dune Awakening reactions. Let's see.
Bugs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's like, 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying to Zerg.
I think that is really a protection for the lower group players. The people that are in like, if I'm with my buddy and I want to venture into the deep desert, I don't want to be mauled by a blob. This makes it harder to blob. Harder to Zerg somebody. Eve players call it a blobbing because we're literally in a blob of ships. Almost every other game is like a Zerg. If you Zerg the point in WoW, that's like what that means. I like this. I accept. And you know what? Again, it shows that they're really thinking about all sides of the game. You can see your buddies, but also, what about having green outline and blue outline for guilds and friends? That still then is, you can see what's up. So everybody wear a bullseye shirt, I like the car thing is you can blend in if you find out the guild's color. Yep, there's counterplay. Am I right? You're going to have your scout people go,
hey, looks like Team B over here. Looks like the House Harkonnen guys are wearing orange and blue today. So can everybody go into your swatches, and who doesn't have any orange and blue dyes, you can go give you some Solarius and go buy it on the market. Everybody set your stuff to orange and blue to kind of confuse them, and then we're going to go on like a forward scouting mission.
Levels to it. Oh, I don't have orange and blue dye. We'll go to the market and go buy some, dude. You also cannot friendly fire your team easy, but guild outside team is full damage, which is now you have to actually pick your shots. That's sick. I really like this.
But if it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually not do friendly fire.
Yeah.
And there is full friendly fire on guilds.
I mean, they can.
Gotta say, I like that, dude. You can't just have, this means that if you're a solo player, okay, Alex, we talked about Eve for like 4 hours. We're going to talk about it again after. Plenty of stuff for Eve. Go check out YouTube if you don't want to watch Dune. It's all good. Just, if you're here for Eve, go watch some Eve content. Thank you very much. We're going to do Eve after, okay? This means if you're a solo player, you actually have agency and onus. Do you understand that if you were in a 40-person guild and everybody could see each other and there was no friendly fire, if you're solo, you can do nothing. You can just avoid the deep desert because you can't do anything else, right? Nothing. Instead, now if you're a solo player, you can actually go in and do things. Now, they're still going to call you out, but like, hey, there's a solo guy right there, kill him. It's not like you're invincible, but you actually can do things when the solo sneaks into the Zerg and causes havoc. Right, think about that. Think about that. Hey,
is that you standing next to me?
Nope, that's not me.
Who's this guy?
And all of a sudden, you just take a shot to the head. It's going to be great.
Do it if they work for it, right? They can make sure everyone has the same swatches and the same armor. So there is ways to do it, but
just
they have to work.
Dress like and infiltrate.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
we didn't want to take
no
away
artificial.
Yeah,
just said that.
Like it's been one of my. Let's say I will say this is one of those things where I have had to fight with a lot of developers on this project about this.
Sure.
There's a crashed ship down there, by the way. It's kind of cool that you could. Also
It was sick. Look at that.
Look at that. But like it's like. Giving too much information for free to players actually limits our ability for people to have politics and intrigue. Yeah. Because if I can see your name over your head, I know who you are, right? But if I don't know who that is, and you dress in my clothing and you walk into my base and you follow me around, it's like I might just think that you're my friend from the guild, when in fact you're just like, trying to infiltrate. And we want to...
That's going to happen. That's going to happen. And that's really cool.
Allow that possibility because that is Dune. At its core, that is how things work. There are plans within plans. There are groups within groups.
Right. Imagine if we didn't have the overview in Eve, which, by the way, that's how Frontier is. We're going to talk more about Frontier. That's not NDA. I can talk about this. In EVE Frontier, there's no overview. There's no overview. You have to communicate. It's a lot of fun.
I remember that from early on, where your kind of law was information has to be.
There it is.
For sure.
That was
EVP
a
zone.
very early thing.
Can I just point out that we just
Very
crossed
cool.
a server border?
Yeah.
We did.
Like, our game has server meshing tech in the deep desert, and it's been a very painful technical thing to get working.
Yes.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything.
I didn't
because
see
it's
anything.
Very seamless. And again, shout out to our technical team who've been
Yes,
working their butts off
It's really
to get
cool.
this in good shape. But we just crossed a server border from one server to another, and it's basically not visible.
I didn't notice
which is great.
anything.
Yeah, what
He
we call
had-
like authority transfer.
If he hadn't said that, I wouldn't have noticed. That's really sick.
Transfer between servers, yeah.
What just happened?
Not
Oh,
visible,
okay.
which is great.
That was
Yeah,
cool.
What we call like authority transfer.
Authority
When you move
transfer
it.
between servers, yeah. So now we're picking up a random sandcrawler and bringing it out to the spice harvesting field. So, I mean, I love that. I love that mechanic. I think it's fantastic fun in the game. Just
Right,
picking
Hack?
things
Glad
up.
you're here.
Transport ornithopter is quite slow,
Yeah, it's very slow.
so it is dangerous to go out just in the transport ornithopter.
Yes.
And you can of course sit in the harvester
Yes,
while being
sure, you can,
transported,
yeah,
which
you
is really
can.
fun too.
You can also,
Yes.
I think the transport
You can-
also has like 5 seats as well. So
Yes,
there's,
yeah.
you can bring a whole little group with you.
Or have them standing on top.
kidnap other
Yeah.
enemy harvesters as well, which is also
It's
super
going to be
fun
so
to
much
do.
fun.
But we
I
should
recognize your footsteps, old man. This is going to be so good, dude. Resource gathering ops. I need protection. They're bringing stuff. You can go out by yourself. It's literally a carry-all.
talk about spice, because
Yes.
that's really
Yeah.
ties the entire end game together, right? So
Yeah.
all the tier, the
Gonna
tier
be good,
6
Chad.
or the last like set of resources, right? Everything requires spice
Okay.
to craft it.
Highly addictive. Consumption of a spice melange greatly expands one awareness, even granting pre-science. Pre-science is the like ultimate ability, right? The what you see stuff. Okay, I did play the beta, yeah. I got into the creator alpha and the creator beta. It was a lot of fun. And this is wild to me. We didn't get to do any of this. Pre-science unleashes one's full potential. So you need this to get more combat. Sick. Yeah, there was no PvP in the beta because they didn't have this content out yet. So this is everything I dreamed of when I used to play the old RTS dude pillar. Same, brother.
So
Same.
your end game gear, your end game tools,
Yep.
end game vehicles.
everything end game requires spice for crafting, essentially. And also,
Drop it.
We mentioned the Landsrad. The Landsrad
Drop it.
has always the center square of the Landsrad requires spice to win. It's important.
The center square of that Landsrad box requires spice to win. Where's the worm, dude? Let's see it.
The Sandcrawler is like, it's not the full harvesters that you've seen in the films. Those are owned by the big houses.
Yeah.
But as you can see here,
Yeah.
this is like a little raid event. We just placed a thumper on the sand. We
Placed
have
a
a guy on a
thumper.
bike. He's
Exactly.
riding around dropping thumpers.
You should also hear it actually on
Yeah.
stream now. You hear
Yeah.
The thumpers are really important because sandworms roam the deep desert. They will be coming.
Yep.
And you need to be placing out thumpers to distract them away from that sandcrawler while it's harvesting spice. And you want to keep it on the spice as long as possible. Just like in the book. You want to stay on the spice.
They made it. They did it. They made it just like the book. They made it just like the daggum movies. I can't wait for a full Discord voice comms when the worm comes and every single person is like, blessed be the maker and his water. Blessed be the coming and going of him. And literally everybody's watching as the crawler gets eaten by the worm. Y'all,
Spice on
come
as much profit as
on.
you possibly can. You can
Look
even
at
see
it.
the trail that the
It's a
sandcrawler is
little
leaving in the
slug.
spice as it sucks up spice into its little vacuum pack.
Yeah, so the sandworm stops being, it not stops, but it's less of a threat as you're going throughout Hoggy Basin into the
Yes.
mid game. But then at the end game, right, there's sandworms all over the place, and
Mm-hmm.
it becomes a threat again, especially when you're trying to get spice from the sands.
So yeah, so you saw the sandworm just took that thumper.
Right.
Hopefully our intrepid thumper places have put out more of them.
Right, they have to keep to it.
They're-
Look,
they're-
you see that
they're
guy? You see the guy in the sandbike? His job is, remember in the movies when they had the guy that was on the bike who was like placing stuff in the ground? Was it a bike? Am I misremembering a different video? I'm remembering like a scene from Resident Evil where he's on a bike and he's like placing a perimeter. That's kind of what it wasn't from Dune. That was from Resident Evil. Now that I'm thinking about it. That's still sick. This guy on the sandbike is, and he's placing thumpers. That's his
Our
job.
intrepid thumper places have put out.
So does the worm always prefer the thumper over the over the crawler always? This is a question.
More of them?
That was a question.
They're totally well organized. They have like several people placing out thumpers.
Yeah.
They have like the scouts here in the air that we see as well, which is really cool to see.
Looking for worms.
Plus our transporter be ready for
So
any
good,
kind
dude.
of danger that might occur.
And so as soon as the
I love it.
sandcrawler...
Rain of
like, the
Fire
person
had an
drive-
aerial tracking system. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, what movie am I thinking of? Yeah, you got it, chat.
When the sandcrawler knows that they're the target of the sandworm, they need to radio in and be like, get me off.
But thank you for God. They really thought of everything. I ask a question, they answer it immediately. The sandcrawler knows if it's the target of the sandworm. You know.
CFC, come in. We are another target of the sandworm. Please pick us up. Carry all. Calling carry all.
The sand, so that the transport ornithopter will pick them up. But at the moment, I think we're using the thumpers effectively as a team, and this is a part of it, right? Like this is why the deep desert is very Dune. I don't think you have this experience in any other game.
I've never seen this
And
before.
the idea was to create this. So if you are here with your guild, there's something to do and it's fun and it's interesting, but then other players.
Yeah, Shyalicious. Imagine this: thumper management, spice management, fuel management, and now imagine there's another guild that flew in low with their ornithopters right under the radar and is parked, and they've gotten out and they got RPGs ready. What are you gonna do if rockets start flying? Y'all, we're gonna have a good time.
Might show up as well, and that's where it becomes.
I thought I knew what this was gonna be. I thought I knew that I bought the game and I'm like, look, I'm gonna have a good time. It's gonna be an enjoyable year or two. We'll see. I had no idea. They didn't cook. They got Michelin stars with us, y'all. Listen, we're going to play this and EVE Online at launch. We're going to have dedicated Dune streams and dedicated EVE streams. I'm literally hiring more editors to prepare for this. I had 3 interviews. 3 interviews, yeah, yesterday. I have another one next week. We're going to have a great time. And we're going to be live way more than we're live now.
Another step, right?
So you're saying
Scan
it's not just reskin Conan XLs? Is that what you're saying, Joel?
We could talk about what the word reskin means. We could talk about, like, you know, that some of the best
Yes,
games in the world are reskins of other games.
So you see here, though, that there is a lot of sandworms that are popping up here.
Multiple worms.
Which is both fantasy but also terrifying.
There is a limit to how much they will eat thumpers.
This is an answer to a question. I want to know if the ornithopter attracts the sandworm in the air, because you can see this red bar here. That's the sandworm, but I don't know if that means, hey, there's a worm right there, or if it means I'm making noise yet. I'm not sure. I agree, Stan. I agree. And this is just one planet. Dune Awakening said, the devs have said they want to expand to other planets. Can you imagine going to Kaladin? To Ix? Can you imagine?
Yes, they do eventually get annoyed.
Eventually,
There's
they
like,
have enough.
I'm not that dumb,
Worm
right?
sign, worm sign, right?
They'll eat
Gady
thumpers for a
Prime.
while.
I see what you're doing.
Imagine going to Gady Prime. Imagine going to the daggum inverted sun planet.
Here,
Yeah,
so.
a diverse palette.
Yes. But yeah, this is like.
You also see nicely the scouts around.
I'm never going to get tired of
also
that.
potentially looking
Seeing the
out for
worm.
sandstorms
You know?
Yeah,
coming in. Of
sandstorms,
course,
yes.
they're kind of
Worm
devastating
sign.
in this particular, worm signs. Enemies coming in as well.
Enemies coming in.
potentially.
Yeah. So yeah, it's this is.
I have a job posting out Pillar. We posted it to my Discord in my brand announcements. If one of your buddies does video editing, you can of course point them there. That's over in our Discord. Thank you.
It's kind of the experience of like harvesting spice. in
Always
the
looking for more
desert
editors.
from a large spice blow, and there are smaller spice blows like that you can come to with a smaller.
In Dune Awakening, ornithopters, while not explicitly designed to attract sandworms, like thumpers, can still potentially be a threat due to their movement and vibration. Sure, so the lower you get to the ground, it'll attract stuff. I was hoping that was the case, honestly. Was hoping. Imagine you're like, I'm going to attract this. I'm out of thumpers. We want the spice. You know, like.
Guys, I'm out of thumpers. And the spice, we need just a little bit more spice to win the Landsrad. I'm going to hover my ornithopter over the sand. Remember me as I was.
I can't wait to see a worm come up and just eat an ornithopter. I can't wait.
Smaller guild.
Right. Feed it a dragonfly, dude.
Haga Basin, of course.
Yes.
Just very
There's
small.
just a couple ones in Haga. Yeah, it's very limited. because we wanted spice to be a rare resource that you need to go out here into the deep desert to get.
And talking about like concentration of people, like the spice flow you can see from really far away, right? 20 plus kilometers away. So you do need to bring some friends to be looking out for other people coming in.
Yep.
There's another Thumper down there. So
Thumper?
I know we've seen some comments from people that are like, well, you have to go into the deep desert to get like the highest type of gear and such.
That is not true. We have the exchange. We just showed that before, right? So you can be somebody that is making something that a person on the exchange would want, right? That goes into the deep desert.
in the
to get
spice cloud.
Or to get, like some schematics.
It's actually a thing that is hard to see. So you see the thing down here. So you actually have to like fly in, and now you have to deal with that too. That's another thing you got to deal with. That's freaking awesome. Literal gas hopping. I like what they're saying, that look, the big guilds are going to be able to get these best items in the deep desert, and they can put them on the market, on the exchange, right? And then sell them for Solaris. Maybe you're a PVE player that just doesn't want to do this ever, but you still want some of the best gear. So you buy it from them. You can still make Solaris. You can still make money. The server feels alive in that way. Man.
You can go to Arcane or Hargo Village, post that,
Great.
And then
Pick 'em up.
You can trade it on the exchange.
Pick them up.
Or you can meet up in person and trade.
Yep. Pick them up.
With
Picking
the
up the
PvP
crawler.
I think there might have been some we can't hear it though, but there might have been some rumblings and some indication that
Yeah. We
Glitch in the spice cloud
got
there.
worm sign,
big
and they need to
threads.
move.
is
Yeah, we
potentially
do have a
coming.
known bug in the game where the spice color disappears from the sand.
Sure. Okay.
Still there. Yeah.
But
Okay.
so
The hauler can pick up a tank. That's what. But yeah, the hauler can pick up the spice harvester. It can pick up the buggy. That's what they were saying. Is that once again, it's part of that staircase of power increasing, where you start with a sand bike, then you can get a buggy, then you can get a scout ornithopter, then you can get like a whatever the heck, and then you can pick up the buggy and take it places you couldn't have gotten before.
it's happening.
Well,
There he is.
That's why they
there's the
you can
grandfather
actually
one.
hear that. Yeah.
That's shy.
It was great seeing the little sandworm.
Yeah, the little tiny one on the side. You can see the scale.
Little baby like getting in.
Are you telling me the worms that I've been running from are the babies? Are you telling me? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play this game at launch. We're going to have multiple guilds. We're going to be enjoying the lands rad. We're going to play EVE Online as well. We're going to do all of it. Join us. I can't believe it.
There he is.
That's why they
And there's the
you can
grandfather
actually
one.
hear
Blessed
that.
be the maker.
That's shy.
Bless the
Great
coming
seeing
and
the
going
little
of him.
sandworm.
Yeah, the
Right
little
by
tiny
He's
one on
coming,
the side.
cleanse the
You can see
world.
scale.
Little baby like getting into the action there.
This is the ring mouth worm.
That's the ring mouth. Yeah.
What?
And that's gonna swallow everything
That
that's
one's
in the
big,
middle.
yeah.
They're like
Right. Crawlers, ornithopters, players. You're PvPing tough. Tough. Ibn Girtaiba. What the heck? There's always a bigger fish. I'm not revealing the guild name yet.
just
You'll see.
everything there is lost.
It
and
takes
it's
a
like,
lot. But these guys managed to succeed, and they can take their haul out of the deep desert today with them.
It releases June 10th, but we're going to play early on the 5th. Next Thursday. We got 12-hour streams planned, y'all. I got the okay from the wife. Thursday and Friday, 12-hour streams. Saturday, we're going to do a little bit of a shorter stream just because I have stuff to do that day. Head start June 5.
very well prepared.
Yeah.
They were well prepared.
Very well prepared. So as our crew here is now going back to, actually maybe we can explore a little bit because we do actually have Imperial testing stations here as well.
Please.
And I think we're actually somewhat close to one,
Cerebellum.
if I remember correctly, so we can maybe show that from above as well. Again, to just
I got to rewind. Okay?
Coming in.
Yep.
comments from people that are like, well, you
So red go.
Bumpers.
location that
Got worm sign.
big
And then where the spice color disappears, it's happened.
It's still there. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's happening.
Well,
Oh,
There he is.
that's why they
and there's the
you can
grandfather
actually
one.
hear that. Yeah.
That's shy.
It was great seeing the little sandworm.
Yeah, the
Right by
little tiny
big
one on the side. You can see the scale.
Little baby like getting into the action there.
This is the ring mouth worm.
That's the ring mouth. Yeah.
And that's gonna swallow everything
That
that's
one's
in the
big,
middle.
Yeah.
Wow. Richard will have more, don't you worry. I'm telling y'all. Look. I'm not paid by these guys. I'm in the FunCom Creator program. I'm a hashtag FunCom Creator. And they're giving me copies to give to you. I bought the game myself. I'm going to be direct with y'all. I bought the game myself. The code that they're giving me, I'm using it to give to you. They're giving me a deluxe edition code, and I'm going to give it away. I'm also buying 2 of the copies of the game myself to give away to all of you. I'm excited. The game looks sick. The melee combat needs improving, but can we forgive that? I think so. I think we're good. You know, we're going to have a great time for a long time.
Then they can take their haul out of the deep desert today with them.
Very well prepared.
Yeah, they were well prepared.
Very well prepared. So as our crew here is
Now you gotta get back.
going back to... Actually, maybe get close.
Yeah, let's fast forward a little bit. Let's fast forward a bit.
PVE encounters happen in missions.
Yeah. Oh,
they're
yeah.
actually tuned for 4 players. Yeah. So it's the main PVE challenge would be out here, where you're going to get those unique schematics that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, so they're talking about the testing station. It's tuned for 4 players. Got it.
But you need to scout, you need to find them, and then you need to perhaps fight over them.
And work as a team. I think these are...
Right, so the deep desert spawns. You have your scouts that are in fast-moving ornithopters that scan the stuff down. They say, hey, we found the Imperial testing station. We found one. Now you got to deploy your combat team, because they're mini dungeons. And at the end of these, there will be special epic items that are not just bigger stat sticks. This is one of my favorite things about the epics that I found in the beta and in the alpha. You had a dagger that when you meleeed somebody, it would fill up your blood sacks. Not when you've killed them. As you're meleeing them, your blood sacks would start filling up. I had a sword that if you parried somebody, you got some stamina back. That freaking sword. I had the dagger too. Right. I had boots that reduced the worm sound you would make by 90%. Maybe it was 75. It was a lot. So all of a sudden, the flower sand I could never gather. Now I can gather a bunch. I got those, dude. They were real good. Real good. I had a headpiece that reduced my sunstroke charge by like 50%. So you could stay out in the sun longer. I had a pistol that was automatic pistol, did more damage than 2 tiers up rifle, and I got it in Haga Basin South. These testing stations were dropping all the big epics. So you're in the deep desert, you find one, you call your, FC.
CFC, I found the Imperial testing station. It's in this zone. Dispatch the squad.
And then the Bad Batch rolls up and starts taking them out. But now there's also people coming in, other guilds, to fight over it. Y'all, if you're just joining us, name's Loru, and I bring the energy to the categories, if you can't tell, okay? And our main game is EVE Online. Our second main game is going to be Dune Awakening. We're going to do both. I make in-game events in EVE Online, some of the biggest you've seen, and you think we're going to just do that in EVE? We're going to do it here too.
Towards men and 4 people.
Yeah.
Right, we actually showed one in our combat stream.
Yeah, the second part.
Yes, exactly. They're like kind of wave-based, kind of very different.
They undocked the Cayman yet? No, we bought a Vehement too, though.
Approach than the Imperial testing stations that we have in Haga Basin.
They're different every week.
The entrance.
Yes.
Remember, these testing stations respawn like every 45 minutes. Constant people trying to run these chests, run these chests, run these chests.
And like as the game continues, as we go through live and we continue to update and expand, there'll be more things that show up on the map. For example, Fremen Sieges and things like that that people would expect to explore.
Fremen Sieges. So they're literally going to add more types of points of interest to the map as well, not just adding new zones and new areas to explore. Golly.
So things will be uncovered, and as I mentioned, like the layouts for the deep desert, they're handcrafted. We have a cool system where we like build the layouts by hand and generate the spaces between them with the sand. So it's kind of like
by hand. Sick, D-Ron. Thanks for the biddies. By hand, dude. They got a game master up there going. That's important. This is not nothing. They're looking at the data. They're looking at the big guilds, and they're looking at what resources are over or under plentiful. So then since they handcraft stuff, maybe this week we put a lot of testing stations close to rocks because we want people to have more access to gear. You know, we haven't seen a lot of vehicles used in the recent deep deserts comparatively to what we'd like to see. Put more downed starships close to the rocks so they can make more bases and craft more vehicles. No two deep deserts are going to be the same. Incredible. So if you're just joining us, how the game works is there's a base game that is not going to change. There is going to be, that game is that game. Think of this as the leveling zones. Then there's the deep desert, which will change and reset. The literal architecture of the place every week changes. Where stuff is, where you can build your base, etc. It wipes every week. And that's the best end game zones.
Fill in the gaps with the sand.
Probably are,
but, like,
Whirling.
We are building new layouts for this all the time.
Great.
Right? And then over time, we'll incorporate more and more elements.
Great.
So there'll be always something to do. That's the pillar of the game, infinite exploration,
Yes.
right? And that's one of the goals, is to create a space that's always explorable. And something else I'd like to say that I think is like important is we will add, like we have the DLCs and things coming.
Right, think about that. That's a good point, Charlie. It's just another MMOs, they have raid resets. Like every 2 weeks, the dragon respawns. That doesn't really make any sense, does it? You know? Lore-wise, Onyxia is still alive. You don't actually kill her. It's actually, oh my God, did they solve it? My biggest problem with MMOs is the lack of permanence. Is the, you know what, I kill a raid boss, but it's there next week. And I kill it again. I got tired of killing Ragnaros over and over again, y'all. In this game, we get into the deep desert, we get the spice, we get the stuff done, and then we get bigger loot, we get bigger stuff, and then next week we have to do it again, but it makes sense in universe why that happened, because the Coriolis storm wipes the thing. Really awesome. I like this. I like this a lot. So I do not think so, Mount. I think you're just wrong, straight up, flat out. So I'm tired. Right, I'm tired of killing Zaite with the 40 time. You know what I'm saying? Right, that rock you're mining this week isn't there next week. That's true, Shylicious. Yes, I took 2 weeks off work. Let's go. Paul, see you in there, buddy. Let's get it done.
We'll be adding things in the DLCs.
Let's talk about the DLCs in just a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep watching this video, but if you want to join us on launch, we're seeing a lot of people talk about the launch. Okay, we are streaming this game at launch. You can RSVP in 2 ways. We have our Dune Awakening launch streams here. You can press notify me here, okay? To be able to make sure we're giving away copies of the game every single day, okay? You like the art that I did, y'all? You like the art I did? I love how this looks. Ibn Gadaima. You know, we got it looking good. Press notify me right here to be able to know when the stream is up and be able to get a notification when that goes. We also have our Discord, ladies and gentlemen. The video isn't done. We're going to keep reacting. We also have our Discord. Come down here. You can press interested on the events section. See where the kind of blinking. Plus events. Come down here to interested, y'all. This is where we do all of our events are like this. You can sign up for these various things. That's where you can stay up to date with how the game is. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, chat. I really cooked with these thumbnails. They look sick for launch week. I'm very happy with this. So, all right, let's keep watching. This video is going to be a long video. Let's just keep it going. So let's do it. So,
but the deep desert.
Where's your Steam link to buy the game? I have an affiliate code technically, but it's like an old, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if this affiliate code still works. So I'll link it to you, but I don't know if it still works. What I mean by that is like they give me that affiliate code through like a separate system, and I don't know if it's like a thing anymore still. You can still use it to buy the game, and quite frankly, I'd rather just not get the cut if it doesn't work. There's the affiliate code they gave me. If you click it, it still loads. So feel free to use that if you want. That links you to the Steam page. I think ! DA Loru is that. Yeah, that should still link it. I don't really care if it works or not, and if I get a cut, I want to see it in the game. So there it is. Enjoy it.
It will always remain something that we consider to be at the zenith of the power curve in the game. So we'll keep adding to the deep desert. So let's say that we have tier 5 items in the game and we go to tier 7. Then the deep desert will start to have tier 7 equipment and items and things in it.
Tiered armor sets, set bonuses. Oh, chat. Not the World of Warcraft itch. Oh no, I successfully escaped it. And now it's back. Oh no, dude.
As well. We'll always try to keep it on par with anything else we add in terms of power. Because the deep desert really is that continually explorable space.
The central point that keeps all of the things
and
together.
we'll continue to add like stuff, and there will be like in DLCs there'll be places where people can get access to gear that is currently in the deep desert.
I did
right?
HMS. I did.
When we do that, we'll also increase the deep desert and make sure that there's
That's
more
cool.
things.
I like that.
So that's kind of the
like that.
The long-term goal is,
Oh,
is
gotcha,
to continue
Harzak.
updating
Still.
the game and continue adding this stuff.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alexa, cancel. Alexa just started talking to me. Chat. What the heck?
To also intro players about that. So while we actually have
Scared?
our team, or actually the spice harvesters, go back to on the way to the quartermaster to deploy, or like to kind of
Harvest the spice. Yeah.
give him the spice, basically. Yeah, give him the spice for the launch rod thing.
Refine.
We do have an additional asset. We have actually a video from a stress test that we did with the beta last week on Friday, where we see all.
All right, well, they're gonna talk about the beta now. That is our first look at the Landsrad and at the Deep Desert and at the Grandfather Worm and at how we're gonna play stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want all the best Dune Awakening news and guides, that's right here. And if you want to subscribe for the best Dune Awakening videos, that's right here. We'll see you in the next video. Don't miss this. We'll see you June 5th. Chat, that's gonna be a YouTube video. Yowzer. If you're just joining us, if you're here for the first time, how we doing, y'all? Type 1 if you've never been in this chat before. Type 1 if you've never been in this chat before. I want to talk to you. Lyra, can you turn on the music, please? Please. Thank you. Welcome in, new people. It's good to have you. It's good to see you. The name is Loru, and we bring the energy to the EVE Online and Dune categories. Today we did a bunch of stuff for EVE Online's expansion. Came out today, or yesterday. And Dune Awakening. We're going to play both. We're going to do both games. We're going to make a bunch of guides for both games. I have a lot of stuff planned. Welcome in, new people. It's good to see you. We 07 here, ladies and gentlemen. That's an EVE thing. It's going to be a Dune thing if I have my way, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to like this, and we're going to say, it looks like the live stream is still up because it's still happening. So really awesome. I'm going to link this video to all of you so you can go watch it and like it on your own time. This was great, reacting to this stuff. Really, really cool. We primarily play EVE Online here, and we're going to be playing Dune Awakening at launch. We're going to have a great time with it. We're going to end this stream soon with we're going to end it very soon with an EVE Online giveaway. We give away a bunch of items in EVE to the people to reward our EVE players for checking out a new game. When Dune comes out, we're going to do the same with Dune Epic items. If I get a super rare Deep Desert item, I'm going to not use it. I'm going to try to give it away to all of you. Okay? So follow the channel, sub to the YouTube. We're going to have a great time. If you're new, I plan on making some real in-depth Dune guides, okay? So sub to the YouTube. We passed 28,000 YouTube subs today. Oh, we had a great time doing it, y'all. So let's finish up the stream really, really quickly with some good old-fashioned EVE times, okay? Let's see about it. Let's get some of the stuff going. So if you're here for Dune, that's going to do it for our Dune content. Follow the stream. We'll get you in again. Let's give away some items and then keep it going. It's time for a big skin, y'all. This is a 3 billion ISK skin, okay? This is equivalent to like a year's worth of work. This skin is a special Astero skin only given to FanFest, the people that went to the event. 3 billion ISK, and we're gonna give it to all of you. If you want to enter in on this giveaway, you gotta do 2 things. You gotta follow on Twitch or sub on YouTube, and then you gotta be in Discord. Do those 2 things and you'll be able to join us. Come on down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see it. Let's see it. And if you're a member of the Dune Awakening fam, make sure you do these as well. Follow and join the Discord, because this is how we're going to give away our Dune Awakening items as well. It's going to be the same thing. So do the exact same thing. Come on down. And even though, yeah, you're not going to be able to get some EVE items right now, that's fine. That's fine. By the way, you can play EVE Online for free. Play it for free. There's an alpha account. That is, think of it as like a free trial. There's a ton you can do in EVE and alpha on the alpha accounts. Come on down. Bless me, Loru Adib. That's right. That's right. Drag Eternal, thanks for the follow, my friend. Good to see y'all. Really excellent stuff, D-Ron. Thanks for the biddies. Thanks for that. Good to see y'all. Welcome in all the new people here as well. What's up, Shadow Pulse? I have a question. How are we doing today? I don't know what that is, my friend. So, you can send me an email if you would like. I don't really play Fortnite. So, talking about Fortnite, I think you're barking up the wrong tree, my friend. So, thank you, D-Ron. Yeah. What Discord? Ladies and gentlemen, it's right here. The link in chat is going to get you to it. All right, come on down, y'all. This Astero skin is hot, by the way. I like how it looks kind of cursed. It's like the stuff is like pouring out from the inside. It's really sick. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Come on down, y'all. Let's do it. If you want to win this item, here it is. You've followed on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. You're in the Discord. 5,500 of you in Discord right now. The last thing you have to do is type the word that we say in chat. And the word is thank you for 28K. We hit 28,000 on stream today. Type it one time, case sensitive, into Discord. One time, case sensitive into Discord. Let's see about it, okay? What is ENA? What is that? I don't know what that is, Pyro. Tell me about it. Y'all, what a great day today. Fantastic day. Eve Legion is kicking, okay? Y'all are loving it. We had a bunch of Eve Legion segments. We had Dune Awakening reactions all day today. We did a bunch of good stuff. And y'all, if you're here for Dune, make sure you follow the channel because we're going to get a bunch of Eve and Dune Awakening stuff coming. And we're going to have dedicated days for both. I'm literally hiring editors to be able to stream more for y'all, okay? I had 3 interviews yesterday so that I can stop video editing and start playing more. Okay, we're going to be doing great. So create freelance contracts are fun. Yeah, we've seen a bunch of people use them really awesomely so far. So thank you. Thank you, G4. 28, dude. I can't wait till I hit 29 because I get to do the new girl thing. 29? I can't believe I finally get to fulfill my destiny and cosplay as Schmidt. 29? Okay, I'm so upset. That's gonna happen. It's gonna be so funny. So yeah, D-Ron, we're gonna give out Dune games during launch week the whole time. And have a great time. Have a great time. First chapter what, Pyro? I'm not sure what we're talking about, my friend. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. So, yes, amazing. We're gonna have a great time, D-Ron. We're gonna have a great time. All right, y'all. Thank you all for 28K. Thanks for Lyra, can you pause? My AI producer. Thank you all for sharing the videos, for liking the stream, for subbing, for being here. We always say the content's free. Those that support get extra. If you never give me a cent and just watch the content, that's all I want from you. If you're new, never ever feel pressured to like give me money or something. I'm literally building my brand so that viewer generosity is not required. I'm just going to be generous and help y'all have a better time. Okay. The Patreon is there for you. The YouTube membership and the Twitch subs are all there for if you want, but don't worry about it. Watch the stream. Have a good time. Engage with the community as you would like. And we'll have a great time today. And in the future. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, Lord Muad'Dib, I'm not surprised about it. So, chat, going once. Going twice. Last call. Okay. 5, 4, 3,
2, 1. So last call. I love the salutes, dude.
That is now done. No one else can enter in. The end. No more. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. So, I love it. I love it. Okay. It looks like Boojum's gonna do a cool charity stream, chat. Maybe we hit Boojum up and see if we can help him out with that. We'll see about it. Boojum just ping me. We'll have to see about it, chat. Boojum's another AE partner. Well, we're gonna do it. So, all giveaways done through Discord. Yes, all of them. Yes, and the bot will know if you're not following. That's why we do it through Discord. We're not gonna give big Dune or big Eve items away to like fair weather viewers, right? We're gonna give it to people that follow the stream. It's free to follow. You can always unfollow. If you follow, win an item, and leave, that's fine. Do what you want. I'm not your dad, but you do have to follow the stream. Okay, thanks. Call me Bob. Thanks for the 100 biddies. Thanks for that, my friend. Appreciate it. So, you know, imagine coordinated spice harvesting on stream, dude. Imagine all of that, but it's a bunch of stream viewers. Dodging the grandfather worm. Oof. Oof. Huge stuff, chat. Huge. Okay. Huge. Quest for Heroes, thanks for gifting a sub, my friend. Welcome in. Appreciate that. Killing it. Killing it, my friend. Yes. The winner is... Eno! You get the big Ostero skin. Yeah. 3 billion-esque on this Ostero skin. This is a huge skin. Literally akin to 6 to 9 months of work if you're a new player. And if you're a new player, honestly, it's a couple years worth of work. And we give it to y'all for free. Easy peasy. You know? Eno, congrats. As always, we're going to give all of our giveaway items out after stream is done. I'm going to put this into the giveaway done column. If you ever have a question about our giveaways and what the status is, we have a giveaway status column here for you. Okay, we can show like, hey, here's what we're doing. We typically give it to you at the end of the week, all that kind of stuff. So come on down. It's going to be a good time. So worms eat spice. I thought it was worm poo. That is spice. The answer is yes. They're just recycling. Okay. They're I'm happy for you. You know, like I love it. Someone said they started doing PI because of my videos. God bless you. I love it. I love it. It just makes me very happy about it. Okay, we'd love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go raid out somebody in the Twitch category. We're about to end stream, so make sure you follow the stream. If you are new, it's good to have y'all here. Okay, we want y'all to come back. We want y'all to have a good time. Let's raid out some people in the Eve category. Let's get it done. Who is streaming today? Well, I am going to raid somebody in the Eve category because we're gonna start there. We're gonna prioritize the Eve viewers for now. When we have dedicated Dune stuff, we'll raid people in the Dune category. We'll start there. We raided Crash the other day. Let's see it. I see Russian characters. We're trying to raid somebody that has English. Okay, so y'all can have a good time. What is happening in man's stream, ladies and gentlemen? What is happening? Bush is on. Bush is pretty good at the PvP. Okay, let's keep scrolling it down. Keep scrolling it down. Let's see what we got here. All right, we'll see what Moonwolf is doing. Have we raided Moonwolf recently? I'm following him. He's got the Eve blur going on, ladies and gentlemen. Can you raid myself? No. Nor would I want to. Hacking and all sounds fun. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raid Moonwolf. Go follow this person's chat. Following is free. You can do it. And if you're on some of our multi-stream stuff, we're live on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Facebook, and X. At the same time, there's the person's chat. Come on down. The last thing you have to do when you join his chat is type Loru raid. Yeah. Type Loru raid. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, great time today. Tomorrow we're going to be having a bunch more stuff coming in. A lot of Eve content tomorrow. A lot of undocking going to be happening tomorrow. We'll see you then. We'll have dedicated Dune and Eve videos in the future. If you want to see when that is, make sure you come down to our Discord and check out the schedule there. That's primarily where we have all of our schedules. Okay, Dune is next week. Next Thursday. 8 more sleeps till we get to do all of that together. Gonna be good. We'll see you next week and we'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, type Loru Raid. We'll see you there. Loru Raid. Yeah. We'll see you.